Chapter 1. 1965, Winter. Red Star Rolling Mill Factory Warehouse. Lu Kinsong is sitting on a chair at this time, with Erlang's legs tilted and a piece of hemp rope in his hand. Opposite him, there was a half-naked, drunk man sitting soundly asleep, and even snored like a dead pig. Looking at the man in front of him, Lu Kinsong's thoughts flashed in his mind, thinking of some past. He was originally not from this world. 2 days ago, he passed out while watching a TV series called The Love of the Sci-fi and came to this world after waking up. In this world, he became a distant relative of the deaf old lady in the courtyard, and currently lives in the courtyard. At the same time, he is also a small security guard in the security section of Red Star Rolling Mill. The man in front of him is the villain Su Daimao from The Love of the Sci-fi. Ding! Post the task and teach Su Daimao. After completing the task, you will receive rewards, level 9 fitter skills, meat ticket, canned food. When Lu Kinsong was watching The Love of the Sci-fi, what he hated most was Su Daimao. This Su Daimao always trips the protagonist stupidly, plays with women, provokes the relationship between neighbors, damn it extremely. Now that he can be cleaned up in a fair manner, and he can be rewarded. This is a two-eyed thing, and Lu Kinsong will naturally not let it go. His thoughts flashed in his head, looking at Su Daimao who was sleeping like a dead pig in front of him. Lu Kinsong suddenly thought of something, and his eyes flashed playfully. He picked up the hemp rope soaked in cold water in his hand and yanked it towards Su Daimao's butt. Pop! With a clear and loud sound, Su Daimao, who was sleeping soundly like a dead pig, woke up with an "oh." The hot pain in the butt spread instantly throughout the body. Su Daimao, who was awakened, twisted his waist around like a crab in a pan. However, he was tied to a chair, but he couldn't move, he could only scream, and he looked extremely funny. Under the intense pain, Su Daimao woke up a lot of alcohol and opened his sleepy eyes. After a long while, Su Daimao, whose pain was relieved, began to look around for 4 weeks. Where is this? Why am I here? Why am I being helped? Su Daimao asked. Hey! Grandson! Where do you look? Your grandpa is here. Lu Kinsong said with a twine and slapped Su Daimao's face. Su Daimao raised his head and recognized the person in front of him at a glance. Lu Kinsong, why are you here? Did you tie Laozi here? Let Laozi loosen it, or you can't be spared. Su Daimao scolded after seeing the incoming person carefully. Seeing Su Daimao swearing, anger rose in Lu Kinsong's heart again. Not waiting for Su Daimao to shut up. Pop! Another whip hit Su Daimao's a. Su Daimao screamed again in pain. Grandson, how do you talk to grandpa? I'm so arrogant when I'm tied up, I don't realize it at all. Lu Kinsong said to Su Daimao again. Grandson, do you know why you are tied up? Do you know what you did just now? You are so courageous to empty the lesbians in the factory and behave like hooligans in broad daylight. Seeing Su Daimao staying silent for a long time, Lu Kinsong explained compassionately. Upon hearing this, Su Daimao began to recall what happened before, but he only remembered what happened before he drank too much, and then he drank too much, and he didn't know what happened afterwards. Impossible. How could I empty the factory lesbians? You must be bluffing me. Su Daimao said in disbelief. Seeing Su Daimao's unbelief, Lu Kinsong snorted coldly, and did not say much, taking the cold water from the side and pouring it over Su Daimao's head. Su Daimao was instantly wet, especially when he felt chilly in his thighs. Grandson, I'm upset, I feel chilly from time to time. Think about it, where are your pants? Lu Kinsong asked rhetorically. When Lu Kinsong reminded him, Su Daimao realized that he didn't seem to be wearing pants. Is it possible that after getting drunk, he molested the LN? Why don't I have any impression of myself? Grandson, talk. Dumb. Seeing Su Daimao not talking for a long time, Lu Qinsong slapped Su Daimao on the face. Suddenly, 5 bright red palm prints appeared on Su Daimao's face, and there was even a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. If you don't speak yet, it's okay if you don't speak. I'll send you to the security division, and someone will naturally ask you to speak. Lu Qinsong said. The security section, the place responsible for factory safety and interrogation of wrongdoers, is full of cruel characters. Most of the people who enter will eventually be sent to the police station for conviction. Su Daimao instantly panicked when he heard the 3 words for security department, struggling to get up. But he was tied to a chair and Lu Qinsong tied a pig's hoof buckle. Naturally, he couldn't get rid of it, so he had to give up in the end. In this era, the consequences of molesting lesbians are very serious, and they may even be stripped naked and caught on the streets to show the public. Brother! Brother! If you have something to discuss, you are all in the yard, so you don't need the security department. Su Daimao was completely panicked at this time. As a veteran of the steel rolling mill, he naturally knew how good the security department was and hurriedly begged for mercy. Pop! Another slap firmly hit Su Daimao's face. This slap Lu Qinsong did not show mercy. Su Daimao suddenly felt that his eyes were staring at the Venus, and the sky was spinning. Grandson! Who is your special name? I don't remember having you as a younger brother. If you don't say a few words in my hand, you still want me to let you go? Dream! Lu Qinsong spat at Su Daimao and said. Then what do I have to tell you before you are willing to let me go? Su Daimao asked with a choked voice. What do you mean? I call you grandson, what do you call me? Of course you have to call me grandpa, hurry up, or I will take you directly to the security division. Su Daimao was naturally unhappy, turning his head to one side, not talking. Seeing Su Daimao's expression, Lu Qinsong got up to grab Su Daimao and walked towards the door. Naturally, Su Daimao also had a look of horror, and hurriedly said. Master! Master! Don't have anything to discuss, don't you just call out Lord, can't I call it? Upon hearing this, Lu Qinsong then let go of Su Daimao. That's right, but it's too cheap to let you go. You have to give me another 30 yuan, and that's the thing. Lu Qinsong looked at Su Daimao with a rogue face and said. What? You have to pay? I call your father, you are too much. Su Daimao roared in disbelief. Su Daimao has always been stingy, and he is naturally unwilling to give money when he hears it. I put down my work and came to look at you. You can't comfort me? Just 30 yuan, don't talk nonsense, give it or not. If you don't give it, send you to the security department. Lu Qinsong said impatiently. My salary is only about 20 a month. You want 30 yuan from me? It's better to kill me. Su Daimao said unhappily. Chapter 2. Seeing Su Daimao like this, Lu Qinsong didn't care, and said. Okay. If you don't want to give it, then forget it, I won't force it, after all, I'm not a bad person, I'll go to the security department to call someone. After speaking, Lu Qinsong turned and walked towards the door of the warehouse. Seeing Lu Qinsong turned and left, Su Daimao thought to himself. In case this matter is stabbed to the security department, the shame is still secondary, maybe it will be pulled out and shot. Thinking about this, Su Daimao is also heartbroken. Isn't it about 30 yuan before and after? Give him that. At this time, Lu Qinsong is about to go out of the factory warehouse. Su Daimao quickly shouted. Master! Lord! I give it, can't I give it back? Hearing Su Daimao shouting like this, Lu Qinsong also smiled slightly and turned and walked towards Su Daimao. Grandson, what? Do you want to understand? Lu Qinsong said after untying Su Daimao's rope. However, when Su Daimao untied the rope, just about to stand up, Lu Qinsong kicked Su Daimao's calf. Su Daimao was in pain, his center of gravity was unstable, and he knelt in front of Lu Qinsong with a puff. "Master! I promised to give you money, what do you want?" At this time, Su Daimao felt aggrieved, and tears flowed out unconsciously. "Su Daimao, why did you still urinate? Your family shouted like that during the New Year." Lu Qinsong looked at Su Daimao jokingly, feeling happy. Su Daimao was also unspeakable at this time, and he didn't expect Lu Qinsong to be so rascal. But he has the handle in his hands, and he can only follow Lu Qinsong's meaning. Heartbroken, he called Grandpa unwillingly. "Speak louder, I can't hear you." Lu Qinsong pretended to be averse to the ear. "Grandpa." Seeing Lu Qinsong like this, Su Daimao had to raise his voice and speak again. "Hey! Good grandson, Grandpa heard this time," Lu Qinsong responded. At this time, Su Daimao dared to get up slowly, but he already greeted the 18th generation of Lu Qinsong's ancestors in his heart. Seeing Su Daimao standing up, Lu Qinsong didn't say much, just stretched out his hand and rubbed his fingers to signal Su Daimao to give money. Who is Su Daimao? People who regard money as their fate, where are they willing to give money obediently? He stepped back and said, "Grandpa, I don't have any money here now, can I give it later?" Pop! Another slap was slapped on Su Daimao's face, and Su Daimao felt dizzy for an instant. "Fg lousy with garlic, Su Daimao, don't think lousy doesn't know. The salary you only paid yesterday, you go to the countryside to show movies and have extra money, all are hidden in your clothes." Su Daimao was shocked when he heard this. How could he know that the money was in his pocket? "I didn't rush to think about it, and I subconsciously covered my jacket pocket." Seeing this, Lu Qinsong was not too long-winded, and grabbed Su Daimao's clothes with a stride. Wherever Su Daimao is willing to submit, he keeps his pocket tight, but Lu Qinsong, as a security guard, is naturally much stronger than Su Daimao. In just an instant, the pocket of Su Daimao's shirt was torn and the money fell to the ground. Su Daimao hurried forward to pick it up. However, Lu Qinsong kicked and fell to the ground as soon as he stepped forward. Lu Qinsong picked up the money on the ground and looked at Su Daimao, who was lying on the ground. He stepped forward and lightly patted Su Daimao on the face. "That's plausible. I have got the money, you can get out of it." Su Daimao also dared not say anything, so he got up and searched for a long time, but couldn't find his underwear. I had no choice but to walk up to Lu Qinsong in fear and ask, "Grandpa, have you seen my underwear?" Lu Qinsong was counting the money at this time, but he didn't see it in reply. Su Daimao didn't dare to ask more. He picked up his trousers and walked quickly to the door of the warehouse. As soon as he reached the door, a feeling of anger came from the bottom of his heart. Then yelled, "Lu Qinsong, your grandmother is my mother, this is not over, Lao Zi will kill you sooner or later." Hearing Su Daimao's cursing like this, Lu Qinsong didn't get too verbose. He picked up the kitchen knife on the table next to him and threw it at Su Daimao. Su Daimao was shocked when he saw it, and ran away without the kitchen knife. Seeing Su Daimao's embarrassed look, Lu Qinsong's heart was so happy that he laughed uncontrollably. After a moment, Lu Qinsong shook his head. "It's done this way. The task hasn't been completed yet, so it seems that I have to add some fire." Then he turned and left the warehouse. The next day, the workshop. "Yo! Rare visitor, what brought Xiao Lu here?" As soon as Lu Qinsong entered the workshop, a bunch of old women gathered around him, instantly surrounding him. "Hey, I don't want to miss you sisters, just come and have a look." Lu Qinsong laughed. It's still Xiao Lu who listens while speaking, but Xiao Lu is a busy man, are you here to convey leadership instructions? An older sister laughed and teased. "Oh! What instructions did my little security guard give? But I did come to have something to do." Lu Qinsong immediately took out a pair of underwear. This is exactly Su Daimao's underwear. Xiao Lu, whose underwear are these? Why are they so ugly and have holes? An old woman asked. Sisters, these are Su Daimao's underwear. Yesterday I was on duty and saw Su Daimao drank some alcohol and was playing gangsters outside our factory. I am worried about all the sisters, so I would like to remind you. The underwear in my hand is evidence. Lu Qinsong looked concerned and looked like a lively Lei Feng. As soon as these words came out, the group of old women instantly exploded their hair, and one by one they clamored to clean up Su Daimao. Seeing this group of women so excited, Lu Qinsong said, Sisters, Su Daimao is in the theater on the second floor of the factory at this time. Let's go find him to settle the account together. At the suggestion of Lu Qinsong, a group of women and youths rushed out of the workshop and clamored for the second floor of the factory, while Lu Qinsong walked behind them, pretending to watch the show. The theater on the second floor of the factory workshop. Bang! The door of the projection hall was kicked open by a worker. Su Daimao looked at the people in front of him with a puzzled look and asked, What are you doing? Before he finished speaking, a woman slapped his face. Su Daimao covered his face and looked up, but he was greeted with another slap. The crowd surrounded him like this. Beat you shameless, and dare to be a gangster, and kill you tortoise grandson. The crowd scolded over and over again, and the movements on their hands didn't stop, but they got worse. Lu Qinsong outside the doorway was full of joy at this time. I didn't expect these old women to beat up people so hard, they all shouted on their faces. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task lesson Su Daimao and get the task rewards, Level 9 Fitter, Meat Ticket, Canned Food. The task is finally completed. The 9-level fitter should be much better than the 8th-level fitter like the grandfather. Lu Qinsong thought to himself. Chapter 3. When Lu Qinsong was about to carefully check the rewards issued by the system, a figure suddenly rushed out of the door. It was Su Daimao who came here, but at this time, he was beaten with a bruised nose and swollen face. Yo! Grandson, I didn't eat enough of the pain yesterday, but did you come to find the pain again today? Lu Qinsong teased. Seeing Lu Qinsong standing at the door, Su Daimao at this time also understood that everything must be the ghost of Lu Qinsong. Lu Qinsong! You must have instigated it, didn't you? UBD, wait for me to see if I don't kill you. After being teased by Lu Qinsong twice, Su Daimao's hatred for Lu Qinsong has reached an unprecedented level. But he also knew that if he really fought, Lu Qinsong could easily subdue him. At this time, I can only try to be happy, and after leaving a trace, run away quickly. Just seconds after Su Daimao escaped, the group of old women in the factory chased them out again. Lu Qinsong couldn't help feeling a bit funny when he saw this, and then turned and left. Lu Qinsong looked at the window and sun, guessing that it was almost time for lunch, then turned and walked towards the cafeteria. It's really troublesome to judge the time by looking at the sun. If only you have a watch, it seems you have to find a way to get it. Lu Qinsong thought to himself. Walking on the road, Lu Qinsong began to study the skills of level 9 fitter. When he came to the cafeteria, Lu Qinsong felt a little helpless when he saw a piece of darkness. After all, in this era, many people still don't have enough to eat. When it comes to food, everyone is still very active. With a helpless sigh, he turned around and left the cafeteria, intending to enter through the back door. As soon as I entered the back kitchen, I saw a person with bulging pockets and 2 buns with white flour in his hands. Isn't this Qin Huiru? Lu Qinsong also knows about Qin Huiru. In his words, this Qin Huiru is a thoroughly white lotus. In the TV series, he has been forcibly tied to the silly column, and after introducing the silly column to the object, he is not happy, and almost killed the silly column. Not a good person. Ding! Post the task, catch Qin Huiru and punish it severely. After completing the task, you can get the quest reward for Jianzhen's eye. Now that the mission has been released, Lu Qinsong naturally had no other words, and roared. Qin Huiru, what are you doing? With a sudden sound, Qin Huiru was also startled, his hand shook, and the bun with white flour fell to the ground. If Qin Hui saw Lu Qinsong, he turned around and left. Lu Qinsong has quick eyes and quick hands, and a stride stops Qin Huiru from going. Lu Qinsong, what are you going to do, in broad daylight? Stop me, believe it or not, I will tell you to be a gangster. Qin Huiru was the wicked person who sued first, but Lu Qinsong ignored her and spoke. Qin Huiru, you are so courageous, you dare to steal things from the public house, go, and come with me to the security division. Qin Huiru was a little panicked when he heard the security department. He walked around Lu Qinsong and walked outside the door. Lu Qinsong grabbed Qin Huiru's wrist. Qin Hui tried to get rid of the wrist held by Lu Qinsong twice, but couldn't get rid of it, and said aggrievedly. Lu Qinsong, this is what the idiot asked me to take. Why do you care? Qin Huiru said with anxious eyes. I don't care who asked you to take it, and I saw you steal something from the public house. It's not easy for anyone to do this to make Lu Qinsong reluctant. Seeing this situation, Qin Hui was struggling to escape. Lu Qinsong was not a good stubborn, so he opened his throat and shouted. Come here, the thief is caught, and there is a thief in the factory. Soon, someone opened the curtain and walked over. The people who came were Sha Zhu and his apprentice Ma Hua. Hey! Lu Qinghua, you are so courageous, you dare to grab the hand of Aln in broad daylight, what do you want to do? Xiao Zhu strode to Lu Qinghua and tried to pull Qin Huiru away, but Lu Qinsong pushed him away. Silly Zhu, you happen to be here. Qin Hui took things from the public house secretly and was caught upright by me, saying that you asked to take them. Is there such a thing? Lu Qinghua knew that the silly column had a streak, so he didn't chat with him too much, and asked straightforwardly. Shazua glanced at Lu Qinghua, then at Qin Huiru next to him, and found that Qin Hui looked at him with a grieved expression. His heart softened. Qin Hui is aware of the situation in the family. A person's salary needs to support a family of 5, and she is just an apprentice. If this matter was stabbed out, Qin Hui would definitely be expelled, so he would justify her. Yes. I asked her to take it, what's the matter? You all heard, I didn't steal something, I took it because the silly pillar asked me to take it. Seeing Sha Zhu prove it for her, Qin Huiru said with confidence in an instant. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? Just when Lu Qinghua was about to say something, a figure walked in. Director Li, you happen to be here. Qin Huiru, stealing things from the public house, was caught by me, and I was about to send her to the security department. When Lu Qinghua saw Director Li come in, he took the lead to speak. After hearing that, Director Li looked at Qin Huiru. Qin Huiru lowered his head in fear, did not dare to speak, but the fool who looked at everything in front of him quickly defended her. Director Li, I asked Qin Hui to take this thing, so please ask me if you have anything to do. It has nothing to do with Qin Hui. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinsong instantly became happy. He knew that Sha Zhu had a bad head, but he didn't expect to be so stupid. Silly Zhu, this is what you said, everyone heard it. I said, what do you do? Silly Zhu wiped his pockets with his hands and turned his head to the side with an indifferent attitude. Lu Qinsong didn't care, he glanced at Qin Huiru and then at Silly Pillar, and said. It's a fact that Qin Hui steals things from the public house. I was arrested by me, idiot. As an instructor, you have to go to the security division with me. After Lu Qinsong finished speaking, he grabbed Silly Zhu's wrist again, turned around and grabbed the two of them and walked outside the door. Director Li saw that Lu Qinsong was about to take both of them to the security division, and hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. Xiao Lu, there is no need to make this matter go to the security department. It's all my own, so I'll be the one to save my face, so forget it. Director Lee smiled. For Director Lee, Lu Kinsong also knows. If Su Daimao is a villain, then Director Lee is a villain. No good things have been done in the play. And even started to want to do something wrong with Qin Huai. Director Lee, these two are yours? Lu Kinsong asked. Seeing Lu Kinsong's questioning like this, Director Lee suddenly thought Lu Kinsong was going to betray him, and quickly spoke. It's all my colleagues, who belong to others and not others. Shazhu and Qin Huiru just got closer to me. Director Lee's meaning is also very clear. Shazhu and Qin Huiru are his people, so Lu Kinsong hastened to let him go. How can Lu Kinsong not understand? But it's one thing to understand and understand, it's another thing to do or not. Director Lee, don't care who Shazhu and Qin Huai are, but I am a member of the security division. It is not your turn to take care of it. If you stop me again, it will hinder me from performing official duties. Lu Kinsong unceremoniously refused. Chapter 4. As soon as Director Lee heard this, his face was pulled down instantly, and he never expected Lu Kinsong to reject him so simply. Lu Kinsong, you can think clearly, no one in the factory dare not give me face. Director Lee said threateningly. Director Lee, don't threaten me, I won't take this set. Lu Kinsong had an expression of come and bite me if you refuse to accept you. Seeing Lu Kinsong ignored him at all, Director Lee was a little helpless, but there seemed to be nothing he could do for a while. Qin Huai is good at everything, and he is lazy to manage, but Lu Kinsong certainly can't let Lu Kinsong take away the fool. Shazhu is his person. Every time he treats guests to dinner, he will let Shazhu do it. His friends also love to eat, so many things can be done. Seeing that the threat had no effect, Director Lee immediately smiled and put his arms around Lu Kinsong and said with a smile. Brother Kinsong, that's not what I said. They are all their own. Why do you do things so absolutely? There are many ways for multiple friends. After speaking, he took out 2 meat tickets from his pocket and stuffed them into Lu Kinsong's pocket. Lu Kinsong glanced at the smiling Director Lee, and then at Qin Huiru and Silly Zhu. At this time, Qin Huai looked at Shazhu with tears in his eyes, but Shazhu still looked indifferent. Regarding the stupid post, Lu Kinsong didn't want to do anything to him. After all, other people are not bad, they just have a bad brain, and are just a bit stupid. And Qin Huai looks like a white lotus. Lu Kinsong is annoying in his heart, and the system has also issued tasks, so he must not be merciless. Director Lee, it's not that I don't give you face, but where the duty lies, you have to understand. I can't just listen to Qin Huai as an instigator, but I see Qin Huai as stealing things with my own eyes. I can't leave it alone. Director Lee is not a fool, and he immediately heard what Lu Kinsong meant. The issue of putting a foolish post can be discussed, but Qin Huiru must not let it go so easily. The Kinsong brothers are really reasonable. I can't embarrass the Kinsong brothers. Let's do it. Kinsong brothers, please suggest a way. I will do the same. When Director Lee saw Lu Kinsong let go, he also said to the donkey. I can treat it as if I didn't see it today, but it must have a result, otherwise everyone else will do it, and I still can't do the job? That's why 2 people must be severely punished. Lu Kinsong said righteously. Since the Kinsong brother has spoken, I will naturally punish the 2 of them, Director Lee said. He usually faked his public for private benefit, which caused bad effects. After deducting 5 months of salary, Qin Huai should have been expelled for stealing factory goods, but because he was instructed to deduct 3 months of salary. Director Lee also expressed his opinion immediately. When Qin Huiru heard that 3 months' wages were to be deducted, Qin Huiru couldn't help but burst into tears. All of her family of 5 counted on her salary for a living. The 3 months' salary was deducted at once, which was equivalent to killing her, and she started crying when she sat on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task to punish Qin Huiru severely, get rewards, Jianzhen's Eye of Jianzhen. Lu Qinsong looked at the introduction of Eye of Jianzhen with some confusion. The Eye of Truth can see through anyone's falsehood, infer other people's behavior, and have the function of identifying the authenticity of items. Good thing, this is really good thing. Lu Qinsong sighed inwardly. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eye of Jianzhen, please receive additional rewards. Seeing that there are additional rewards, Lu Qinsong was a little curious, and then opened the system and chose to receive it. Congratulations to the host for the extra reward, Level 9 Mechanical Engineer, Meat Ticket *10, Food Ticket *20. So many things. Lu Qinsong sighed secretly, and then chose to receive them all. After receiving the rewards issued by the system, Lu Qinsong was in a good mood. Seeing that Lu Qinsong was no longer speaking, Director Li naturally thought that the result of such a treatment was okay, and immediately spoke. Brother Qinsong, I have something to do here, so I'll leave first. Before leaving, I didn't forget to glance at the silly post. His eyes conveyed the meaning of you owe me personal love for this matter, and you have to pay it back. Hey! Good. Lu Qinsong was in charge of what Director Li said at this time. Replied casually, and walked towards the door in the same way. Okay, don't cry. It's just 3 months' salary. The people who have been detained for 5 months didn't cry. What can you cry? Looking at Qin Huiru, who was crying into tears in front of him, the silly Zhu couldn't bear it and stretched out his hand to help Qin Huiru up. Who knew that Qin Hui saw Sha Zhu stretch out his hand, but pushed it away, looking at Sha Zhu with anger in his flushed eyes. Silly Zhu, why are you hurting me? You have deducted 3 months' wages all at once. Let us live as a family. Qin Huiru got up and covered his face and ran out of the kitchen. The silly post on the side also looked innocent, wanted to say but didn't know what to say. Hey! Hey! Sha Zhu, take a look, you are kind to help others. If Qin Hui doesn't accept your affection, you are a hot face and a cold butt. When the idiot heard Lu Qinsong teasing him like this, his face flushed instantly. What's your mother's business? Laozi helped Qin Hui as Laozi volunteered. You don't want to take mice. Besides, you didn't cause this matter. Come out and pretend to be good at this time. Oh, yes, yes, I can't help you if you are happy. You are Zhou Yu Huang Gai, one is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer. Lu Qinsong shrugged. Since silly Zhu wanted to do this, he couldn't say much. Lu Qinsong has no sympathy at all for someone like Sha Zhu who has to be sold by others and counts the money. It is a waste of time to sympathize with him. After leaving the kitchen, Lu Qinsong had nothing to do. After strolling around the factory, he returned to the security room, poured himself a cup of tea, and waited for the bell to ring after get off work. The setting sun, at the gate of the courtyard. As soon as Lu Qinsong stepped into the courtyard, he felt a bit of resentment staring at him. Looking along, it is Su Daimao. Yo! Isn't this my grandson? Why don't you recognize Grandpa looking at him like this? Lu Qinsong laughed. Su Daimao didn't answer, and turned around to go back to the house, but the anger in his eyes couldn't be concealed, as if he was about to kill Lu Qinsong. Seeing Su Daimao ignoring himself, Lu Qinsong didn't care. As for Su Daimao, Lu Qinsong knows well. The small-minded is like sesame, maybe he is planning how to get revenge on himself. But he is not afraid, after all, he is now a person with the eyes of Jianzhen, no matter what conspiracy and tricks, he will be seen through in front of him. And Su Daimao has always been timid, and can't afford to make big waves. Just let him go. Su Daimao, I hope you are honest, I am not interested in you now, but you should not provoke me, otherwise you will have good fruit. Lu Qinsong thought to himself. Chapter 5. After teasing Su Daimao, Lu Qinsong suddenly felt a lot more happy, humming a small song, and strode towards his yard. As soon as he entered the yard, a sneaky figure ran out from the backyard of his house. Lu Qinsong thought that a thief had entered the house, and hurriedly stepped forward to check. And this figure Lu Qinsong also knows. It is Qin Huiru's son Bang Seng. Lu Qinsong can be said to be disgusting from the bottom of his heart for the stick terrier. It turns out that Bang Ji in the TV series is a white-eyed wolf. Almost every day, he cheats on the silly column. He does something wrong with him, and often steals the silly column's lunch box to make the silly column bear the scapegoat. It can be said to be selling small for small. Now that this kid sneaked out from behind his house, he must have done something shameful. I want to see what you did. Lu Qinsong thought to himself. Then immediately opened the eye of Jianzhen. Everything that happened before this time appeared before his eyes. It turned out that when he was not at home, an old hen Su Daimao brought back from the country ran out of the cage, and was seen by Bang Ji, who was about to go out. Bang Jing looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he planned to steal the chicken quietly, and then go to make a chicken and fight the teeth. It's just something that Bang Jing didn't know. All of this was actually designed by Su Daimao deliberately to get Bang Jing to get the bait. And everything he did was clearly seen by Su Daimao, who was hiding behind the curtain of the room. Just when Bang Ji was about to sneak out with the chicken, Su Daimao let out a loud cry and rushed out of the room. Okay, you're a terrible, you don't learn well at a young age, steal my chicken, get caught by me, and see if I send you to the detention center. Su Daimao said. Su Daimao pretended to look very angry. And Bang Geng was also jumped by Su Daimao's sudden appearance, but he didn't expect to be discovered. So the chicken that was thrown away ran towards the door, but Su Daimao grabbed the stick arm and couldn't get rid of it. Just when Bang Geng thought Su Daimao was about to beat him, he heard Su Daimao speak. Bang Jing, do you want to eat chicken? Bang Jing thought that Su Daimao would ask him this way. Although he was a little confused, he nodded honestly when he looked at the chicken in front of him. If you want to eat chicken, you can do something for me. If it is done, I will give you this chicken for free, how about it? Su Daimao said. Upon hearing that Su Daimao wanted to give this chicken to himself for free, Bang Geng suddenly became excited and asked immediately. Uncle Mao, what you said is true. As long as I do something for you, you will give me the chicken? Of course, when did your Uncle Mao fool you? I must have done what I said. Su Daimao said with a smile. That's okay, you said, what do you want me to do for you? Bang Geng said. It's just a little thing, as long as you pull out a few chicken feathers and put them behind Lu Qinsong's house, then you can say that Lu Qinsong stole the chicken. Su Daimao said. Although Bang Geng is a child, he also knows what it means. Su Daimao intends to frame Lu Qinsong. But looking at the chicken in front of me, thinking about the hot chicken, I was full of dismay. Su Daimao saw Bang Jing's hesitation and threatened. If you don't say that, I will tell the people in the yard that you are planning to steal my chicken and let the people in the yard send you to the police station. Bang Ji is a child. After being coerced and lured by Su Daimao, he nodded and agreed. After that was what happened when Lu Qinsong entered the yard. Su Daimao, you really belong to you, and this loss is not what you thought of. Since you are like this, don't blame me for being polite. You and Bang Xiao are taken care of together. Ding! Release the task to expose Su Daimao's tricks and break his leg. After completing the task, he will receive rewards, full-level ancient Huxia medicine skills, and canned meat *20. Lu Qinsong himself intends to take down Su Daimao, and now the system has also released his task. Lu Qinsong is naturally 100 happy. As for how to fix it, Lu Qinsong had already figured out the countermeasures. After adjusting his expression, he walked quickly to Su Daimao's house. Grandson, come out, your grandpa wants you for something. Lu Qinsong stood in front of the door of Su Daimao room, and shouted without knocking. Soon, Su Daimao opened the door full of anger, pointed at Lu Qinsong and cursed. Lu Qinsong, let me tell you, don't be too tight-lipped. This is the courtyard, not the rolling mill. I'm not afraid of you. Yo! Grandson, I'm so courageous, I dared to talk to Grandpa like this? I had something to tell you, since you are not interested, then forget it. After speaking, he turned around and pretended to leave. Lu Qinsong knew that Su Daimao's personality would definitely stop him. Sure enough, seeing Lu Qinsong about to leave, Su Daimao stepped forward and stopped him immediately. Although he didn't deal with Lu Qinsong was a member of the security division after all. The gossip has always been relatively reliable, and he became interested in an instant. Grandson, don't let Grandpa go now. Grandpa kindly reminds you, where is your chicken? Lu Qinsong asked pretendingly. When Su Daimao heard it, there was a burst of ecstasy in his heart. Originally, all this was to frame Lu Qinsong, but he didn't expect that he would send it to the door himself. Then he slammed the door out. Pretending to be in front of the chicken coop, when he found that there was only one chicken left, he opened his throat and shouted. Where's my chicken? Who stole my chicken? Come out soon. There is a thief in our yard. Come out soon. Soon everyone in the yard opened the door and walked out. What's the matter, Daimao? The second uncle Lu Haishong rushed out first and asked. Lu Qinsong looked at the somewhat plump second uncle in front of him, and felt disgust in his heart. Lu Qinsong is very disgusted with this second uncle Lu Qinsong. He only has money in his eyes. He is very stingy with his son. Even his son will be charged for a meal when he goes home. Oh, second uncle, you don't know, my chicken was stolen. Su Daimao pretended to be anxious to jump over the wall. Seeing what Su Daimao looked like, the second uncle hurried forward to comfort him. Daimao, don't worry, maybe you ran away by yourself. Everyone will help you find it. Maybe you can find it. After speaking, the second uncle immediately directed everyone to find. At this moment, Bang Geng came out of the crowd and pointed at Lu Qinsong. I saw that Uncle Lu Qinsong stole the chicken from Uncle Daimao's house. Bang Jing said. Everyone looked at Lu Qinsong with incredible expressions. Okay. Lu Qinsong, I didn't expect you to steal my chicken, and you were still shouting to catch the thief. If it wasn't for the gangster to see it, it would really make you bluff. You must give me an explanation today. Su Daimao grabbed Lu Qinsong by the collar and said. Lu Qinsong, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Why didn't I find out before? Everyone tells you what to do. The second uncle said in disbelief. Everyone said that they had misunderstood the wrong person. Facing everyone's pointing, Lu Qinsong didn't take it seriously. He broke free. Su Daimao grabbed his own face and looked at Su Daimao grimly. I thought to myself. It's here? Su Daimao, you want to fix me even if you have some skills? The show is about to begin, so don't blink. Chapter 6. Facing everyone's pointing, Lu Qinsong watched silently. Seeing Lu Qinsong didn't speak, Su Daimao thought he had no choice but to feel refreshed. Dog day, tell you to beat me, tell you to cheat me, let me see how I kill you today. Then he looked at Bang Geng, and when Bang Geng saw Su Daimao looking at himself, he instantly understood what Su Daimao meant. Just wanted to speak. Su Daimao, you said I stole your chicken, what evidence do you have? Lu Qinsong asked suddenly. Su Daimao froze for a moment, he didn't expect Lu Qinsong to ask that. I didn't see it, but Bang Jing saw you steal my chicken. After speaking, he pointed at the stick stem. Everyone followed Su Daimao's fingers, and their gazes fell on Bang Geng. After all, Bang Geng is a child, so seeing so many people watching him is naturally a little scared. But when I thought of the benefits Su Daimao had given before, and I also ate Su Daimao's chicken, I had no choice but to stand up. I saw Uncle Kinsong kill a chicken behind his yard and hide the feathers. It must be Uncle Daimao's chicken. Only Uncle Daimao's chicken is raised in our yard. Before he finished speaking, Su Daimao ran towards the back of Lu Kinsong's yard. After a while, Su Daimao came out from the back of the yard with a handful of chicken feathers in his hand. Thrown the chicken feathers in front of Lu Kinsong viciously. Lu Kinsong, what else do you have to say? There is hard evidence. I didn't expect that you really stole it. I knew you were such a person. I couldn't agree with you to live in if I said anything. The second uncle Lu Haizhong shook his head and said. This second uncle is not very capable, but he is not a small official. He always thinks about being an official, so when he comes to the compound for a meeting, he thinks about holding the official party, and he is very stingy, even his son goes to his house for dinner. All charge. With the second uncle taking the lead, everyone began to talk. Who is going to drive my Kinsong away? In the crowd, the deaf old lady walked slowly step by step with a cane. When the crowd saw that the deaf old lady was coming, they gave way. The grandfather of the good old man in the yard has quick eyes and quick hands. Old lady, your distant relatives have stolen chickens from other people, and your hands and feet are dirty, so you can't keep them. The grandfather said to the ear of the deaf old lady. You fart, how could my Kinsong steal other people's chickens? The old lady would not believe what the great master said. She knew who Lu Kinsong was best, and she naturally defended Lu Kinsong. Old lady, your distant relative stole my chicken, and you have seen all the sticks. The evidence is conclusive, and it's useless to quibble. Su Daimao doesn't say anything. The deaf old lady looked up at Su Daimao and said. What are you talking about? Your relative stole my chicken. Bang Xiao has seen it. Why does he just open his mouth and not speak? The old lady said while looking at the grandfather. The grandfather smiled helplessly. This old lady didn't do anything with her. Su Daimao had no choice but to shut up and not speak. The fool on the side said quickly. Your Kinsong beat Su Daimao. The deaf old lady listened. Good fight, that kid owes to clean up. When Su Daimao heard this, the suppressed anger in his heart suddenly came up, opening his mouth to curse. But the deaf old lady's seniority is here, and he can't scold it too badly. Old lady, you have no eyes, you took a thief into our yard. Upon hearing this, the deaf old lady lifted the crutch in her hand and waved it towards Su Daimao. Lu Kinsong saw all this in his eyes and hurriedly stepped forward to help the deaf old lady comforted. Grandma, don't worry, white is white, and it won't turn black if you die. I have my own way. Don't worry. Everyone, be quiet, let me say a few words. As soon as everyone heard what they were talking about, they shut their mouths and stopped talking. When Lu Kinsong saw the crowd calm down, he grabbed the arm of the stick and pulled it to the center of the crowd and asked. Bang Jing, you said I stole the chicken, then when did I steal the chicken? Bang Geng was silly all of a sudden. Su Daimao didn't tell him this. Naturally, he didn't know it, so he could only say something nonsense. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I just came back from school and I saw it. Bang Jing kept repeating these words because of a guilty conscience because of lying. Master, you heard, Bang Jing said that I stole the chicken around 4 o'clock. Lu Kinsong turned his head to look at the grandfather. When the grandfather heard this, he understood it instantly, and said. Everyone, the boy Bang Jing is telling nonsense. Lu Kinsong was still in the factory at 4 o'clock. I was in his security room at that time. Lu Kinsong didn't have time to steal Su Daimao's chicken. Everyone also knows what the great master is, he is honest and enthusiastic. It can be seen from the fact that he has helped Shazua to introduce the object and has been helping the Qin Huiru family, and he never asks for anything in return, which also makes him very prestigious in the yard. Although he also has his own selfishness, he can barely count as a person compared to the others in the yard. The grandfather spoke to prove it, and everyone naturally believed it. Bang Jing, how do you know there is a chicken feather at the back of my house? To be honest, you stole the chicken. Because Lu Qinsong has the eyes of Jianzheng, he knows the ins and outs of the matter clearly, and asks the truth. When everyone heard this, they were instantly unhappy, and they accused Lu Qinsong. Qinsong, even if you didn't steal the chicken, you can't wrong a child. Qin Huai suddenly changed his expression when Lu Qinsong heard Lu Qinsong say that he was stealing a chicken, and he pulled the stick to protect him in his arms. Lu Qinsong, do you have any evidence that my Bang Jing stole Su De Mao chicken? That's why you say it's a chicken that someone stole. The silly post on the side stepped forward and echoed. Seeing Sha Zhu approaching, Lu Qinsong frowned, and was too lazy to punch Dang Geng in the abdomen. Bang Ji instantly rolled in his stomach, vomiting uncontrollably. The punch seemed heavy, but it didn't hurt the internal organs of the stick, it just made him vomit. How can you hit a child? It's shameless. The silly column immediately went forward, trying to pull the stick away. Seeing the silly post came forward, Lu Qinsong didn't press too much, and kicked the silly post with a kick. Silly column, others say you are a fake stupid, I think you are really stupid, and you are sold to help not to count the money. Sha Zhu got up and just wanted to rush to fight Lu Qinsong, but was immediately stopped by the deaf old lady beside him. Pillar, what do you want to do? Don't hurry up and stop. Although Sha Zhu is usually stubborn, he still listens to the deaf old lady. At this time, he could only look at Lu Qinsong glaringly. Seeing that the idiot was not coming forward, Lu Qinsong coldly scolded the idiot and ignored him. Pointing to the sticky vomit on the ground and said, "Everyone, have you seen it clearly? What is the stick stem spitting out?" Everyone reacted, pinching their noses and walking forward one by one. Meat? It's chicken. Everyone suddenly realized that Su De Mao's chicken was mostly eaten by the stick stem. Everyone, I don't need to say anything about Qin Huai's home. The stick stems can still eat meat? Is it possible that Qin Huai stole it from the factory? Seeing what Lu Qinsong said, Qin Huai could not say a word like the iron blew on his face instantly, and could only look at the foolish post. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohuahua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 7. Oh. So much meat, Qin Huairu, where did you get rich? Seeing that Qin Huai didn't speak, the second ant spoke first. With the second ant taking the lead, everyone is also talking about the source of this meat. Qin Huairu, honestly, how did the meat of Bang Skin come from? If you didn't steal the chicken from Su De Mao's family, would it be possible that you stole something from the factory again? Lu Qinsong asked. I don't have it. This meat was not stolen by Bang Ji, nor did I get it from the factory. Qin Huairu said with a pale face. It wasn't stolen, and you didn't get it from the factory. Could it be that it didn't grow out of the ground? Now everyone in the yard was puzzled. It wasn't that Bang Ji had stolen it, or that Qin Huairu took it from the factory. How did that come about? To know that with Qin Huai's home-like conditions, it would be nice to be able to eat a full meal, and it would be impossible to eat so much meat. Seeing everyone looking at him suspiciously, Qin Huairu was a little flustered. I didn't steal this meat was given to me by the fool. After speaking, he cast a look at the silly column. The Bang Jing on the side also clutched his stomach after hearing Qin Huai's words like this. Yes, this meat was given to me by my stupid uncle. I definitely didn't steal the chicken from De Mao's house. If you don't believe me, you can ask my stupid uncle. Everyone looked at the foolish pillar on the side. Yes. This meat is what I gave to you, what's wrong, is it illegal? Sha Zhu nodded and admitted. Sha Zhu knew what Qin Huairu meant when Qin Huairu looked at him. Dang even planned to carry the pot for Bang Geng. Lu Qinsong was not surprised at the fact that Xia Zhu would help Bang Geng carry the scapegoat. After scolding Xia Zhu again as a fool in his heart, he could only shook his head helplessly. During the day, Xia Zhu kindly helped Qin Huiru, but Qin Huiru still didn't appreciate it, and kept complaining that it was the fool that had harmed her. Now he lied and said that the meat was given by the fool, and Bang Ji also shirked the responsibility to the fool. This family really caught one person to death. I didn't know that Xia Zhu was used as a gun. He deserved to be bullied all the time. When everyone in the yard heard what Xia Zhu said, they all looked at Lu Qinsong again. Lu Qinsong, since the silly Zhu said that he gave the meat to Bangstock, it proves that Bang Sword didn't steal Su De Mao's chicken, but how do you count if you beat the Bangstock? The second uncle questioned. And my chicken, you must have stolen it, Su De Mao hurriedly said after seeing the finger point at Lu Qinsong again. Seeing Su De Mao jumped out again, Lu Qinsong felt uncomfortable and stared at Su De Mao. When Su De Mao saw Lu Qinsong staring at him, he was startled and took a few steps back. Would you dare to stare at me? You thief, is it possible that you still want to beat me? Su De Mao said. Lu Qinsong looked at the people in front of him, and didn't want to waste his saliva, grabbed the stick-stemmed arm, pulled it in front of him, and punched him in the abdomen again. Although this punch still avoided the vital point, it didn't have any strength, and it hit Bang Xiao's abdomen firmly. Bang Geng clutched his belly instantly, like a prawn with a bent back, clutching his belly and fell to the ground, crying. Qin Huiru and Jiazhong on the side yelled even more anxiously. Lu Qinsong, you are not a damn human being. If you take a shot at a child, you are so conscientious that you can't die. Lu Qinsong, are you still a man? Even children fight. Today I fight with you. Seeing Lu Qinsong's bangs hitting his stomach, the silly post on the side could no longer bear it. Rolling up his sleeves and rushing out to punch Lu Qinsong. However, where is the silly Zhu's opponent of Lu Qinsong? Watching the silly column pounce at him, he didn't talk nonsense, and kicked the silly column to the ground with a heavy kick. Then he stepped on Xia Zhu's face, and Xia Zhu couldn't move instantly. I said, Xia Zhu, your mind was kicked by a donkey, good or bad, you can still help you if you were sold, you live Lei Feng. After speaking, Lu Qinsong let go of the foot that was stepping on the silly pole, and walked towards the stick that was lying on the ground. At this time, Bang Jing saw Lu Qinsong walking towards him and backed away quickly, calling Qin Huiru for help. But Qin Huiru didn't dare to step forward seeing Lu Qinsong's appearance, and could only curse with tears on the side. Boy, I'll give you another chance. I will beat you if you don't tell the truth until you are willing to tell the truth. Lu Qinsong said. Being so startled by Lu Qinsong, Bang Geng immediately cried and said. Don't hit me, it was my uncle De Mao who instructed me to do this. He asked me to hide the chicken feathers behind your house, and then said that you stole the chicken. It doesn't matter to me. After speaking, he squatted on the ground and cried, clutching his head. Su De Mao, who was on the side, was anxious when he heard it, pointed at the stick and yelled. The little bunny who went to F***ck, obviously you stole my chicken in front. I haven't even asked you to settle the account. You dare to say that I instigated you. As soon as he finished speaking, Su De Mao immediately realized that he had said something wrong and hurriedly covered his mouth. But everyone present was not stupid. He heard what Su De Mao said clearly before, and understood the truth of the matter, and immediately looked at Lu Qinsong with a little complex expression. Seeing that everyone was a little embarrassed, Lu Qinsong didn't care, pointing at them and yelling angrily. You people, you have eyes but no beads, you are all blind. I can't take care of the others, but the few who work in the rolling mill will report to Laozi to the security department tomorrow. Don't even think about running. The second uncle waited for a few people who were working in the rolling mill. When he heard this, his face turned pale in shock. This matter must be known to the leaders of the rolling mill. Criticism is definitely indispensable, and maybe it will affect their careers. It deserves to tell you to wrong my grandson." The deaf old lady applauded and applauded. Don't, Kin Song, they are all in the yard, so let's forget about the security department. If you have anything, you can discuss it." The second uncle is also smooth, and hurriedly stepped forward and said, "It's okay if I don't go to the security department, but my wrongdoing is not in vain. Widow Qin must be asked to apologize to me, and then lose money to me as a mental damage expense." Lu Qinsong pointed to Qin Huiru's family and said. As soon as the second uncle heard it, he didn't need to go to the security department, and he agreed without thinking about it. Then said to Qin Huiru, "Qin Huiru, your son Bang Geng steals things from others and planted the blame. You have no choice but to pay Lu Qinsong 5 yuan. Bang Geng steals something serious and immediately parades the public." After the second uncle had finished speaking, many people agreed, and after a while, someone came over with a rope. Chapter 8. After listening to the second uncle's punishment on Bang Geng, Qin Huiru instantly collapsed to the ground, crying. The second uncle didn't care about Qin Huiru, who was lying on the ground, turned around and smiled and looked at the angry Lu Qinsong. "Qinsong, do you think you are satisfied with Qin Huiru's punishment?" Lu Qinsong glanced at the second uncle, ignored him, and turned to look at the other end of the yard. At this time, a few people with hemp rope came over. "Hurry up, you guys, tie up this thief and parade in the streets." Lu Qinsong looked at Bang Jing. After hearing Lu Qinsong's words, several people didn't hesitate to put the hemp rope around Bang Xiao neatly. Seeing that Bang Jing was about to be tied up, Qin Huiru rushed out of the crowd frantically, rushed to Bang Jing, and shielded Bang Jing under his body deadly. "Lu Qinsong, you are still not a human being, you don't let go of the little ones, you are simply depressed." Qin Huiru cried and cursed. "What's the matter with the kid? If you make a mistake, you must confess and punish it. This is a rule. If it is a rule, it must be implemented." Without waiting for Lu Qinsong to speak, the second uncle immediately spoke. "No, my stick stalker is still small, and I definitely can't be dragged to the streets to show the crowd, or it will be ruined in this life, and you can't let you catch my stick stalker for anything." At this time Qin Huiru had lost his mind a bit, and said almost roaring. Lu Qinsong on the side sneered and said, "Qin Huiru, don't think that we will let you go like this. Not only must Bang Geng go to the streets to show the public, but your family also must give the $5 that the second uncle said." "Lu Qinsong, I don't have any money for you. I'm sure I won't let you take him to the parade. He is still a child. If you do this, you will ruin him. Don't you have any sympathy?" Qin Huiru began to play a rogue and said. Lu Qinsong became more angry when he heard Qin Huiru's words, and opened his mouth to curse. "What shit kid, doesn't the kid need to be held responsible for their own faults? You just took the lead in saying me, if I don't explain, then what should I do? Didn't I ruin it?" Lu Qinsong's hysterical appearance also frightened Qin Huiru. He didn't speak for a long time, but kept sobbing again. "Oh! Qinsong, I beg you, just let the sticks go this time, he is still a child, we are the only seedlings of the Jia family, do you have to kill them all?" Jia Zhenshi finished speaking and knelt in front of Lu Qinsong with a plop. Seeing Jia Zhenshi kneeling down, Lu Qinsong was still calm, just turned and walked towards Su Daimao, and said, "Su Daimao, this is all because of you. You have to give Lao Zi an explanation anyway. If Qin Huiru doesn't give the $5, you have to give it, and you can handle it. That's right, it's all you. If it weren't for you, my stick stalker wouldn't steal chickens, it was all you instructed, and the stick skins were all broken by you." Qin Huiru quickly agreed, leaving all the responsibility to Su Daimao. "It's up to me, it's all your stick man's own self-conceit. If he doesn't steal the chicken, there will be these things." Su Daimao said. When Su Daimao saw Lu Qinsong point the conversation at himself, he was immediately unhappy, but he said he couldn't beat Lu Qinsong, and he couldn't beat him. Angrily, he grabbed the stick stem and walked outside the door. The second uncle saw Su Daimao holding a stick to go parade, fearing that Lu Qinsong would turn around and make trouble for himself, so he quickly picked up the gong and followed. The second uncle clanged loudly and asked all the neighbors to come out to see the thieves caught in their yard. Qin Huiru heard the sound of the gong outside, still feeling uneasy, got up and ran towards the door. However, as soon as she got up, Lu Qinsong stood in front of her and blocked his way. Qin Huiru, Su Daimao refused to give the money, then you must give me the money. Lu Qinsong said. Lu Qinsong, I said I have no money, what else do you want, do you have to kill our family? While talking, Qin Huiru cried again. Qin Huiru, it's useless to cry. You have to give the money. If you don't give it, I will tell you all about it. If you stole the public house in the factory, if you go home and ask your children to steal others, then you the whole family will be finished. Lu Qinsong doesn't want to be unforgiving, and Qin Huiru himself has the handle in his hands, and he is not afraid that he will not give money. Qin Huiru heard it, wow! Said with a cry louder. Bang Geng, his father, why did you leave so early, leaving us mother and son being bullied? I was deducted from my wages during the day, and now I have to lose money. How can I live this day from now on? Seeing her look like this, the silly post standing aside couldn't bear it, and hurriedly stepped forward to comfort her. Oh, my dear sister, don't cry, don't you just pay $5, you can't be done if you give it to him. This way of comforting people, Lu Qinsong is also seeing him for the first time. Fool, what's the matter with you, you are not a good person, hurry away, or Lao Zi will beat you again, believe it or not. When the silly Zhu heard this, he was instantly unhappy, and he wanted to go back, but before he finished speaking, he slapped him firmly. Lu Qinsong pointed his finger at the foolish post. Fool, let me tell you, you are the most FG thing, Qin Huiru steals things and you shelter her, Bang Xiao steals and you shelter her, you know these things but you don't stop them, do you think you are helping them? You are harming them. Silly Zhu suddenly became speechless, but couldn't say what he said, so he could only stare at Lu Qinsong. Fool, let me tell you, I don't think you are exposed to these things because of the deaf old lady's face, otherwise you will definitely not be able to escape the crime. Lu Qinsong pointed to the foolish post and said. Who stopped you? If you have the ability to sue you, I'm not afraid. After speaking, the silly column put his hands in his pockets and leaned on the pillar on the side with an indifferent attitude. Lu Qinsong saw that Sha Zhu was like this, his inner anger couldn't be suppressed instantly, and he raised his hand and was ready to hit Sha Zhu in the face. Qin Huiru, who had witnessed all this, was also taken aback and hurriedly spoke. Lu Qinsong, don't fight anymore, can't I pay you this money? After speaking, he took out a crumpled 5 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Lu Qinsong. After giving the money, Lu Qinsong waved his hand, indicating that there was nothing wrong with Qin Huiru. Qin Huiru didn't say anything. After standing up, he glared at Lu Qinsong, and then hurried out to find Bang Xiao. At this time Su Daimao just entered the door, his eyes quickly swept across Lu Qinsong, and seeing that Lu Qinsong hadn't seen him, he quietly prepared to enter the house. However, just as he was about to enter the room, a sound that made his heart pierced from behind him. Stop, who let you go? P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 9. Lu Qinsong's voice came from behind, and Su Daimao could only look in the direction of Lu Qinsong. What? What's wrong? Su Daimao stammered. At this time, he was already frightened by Lu Qinsong's fierce methods, and even said bad words. Seeing Su Daimao like this, Lu Qinsong couldn't help feeling a little funny. When there were just a lot of people, Su Daimao dared to point to his nose and curse. Now that there is no one in the yard, he has become a slapstick again. Su Daimao, you don't think this is the case, do you? Lu Qinsong stepped forward and grabbed Su Daimao by the collar, raised his fist and said. Su Daimao saw Lu Qinsong raised his fist, thought he was going to hit him again, and hurriedly shouted. Don't! 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 Grandpa, I was wrong. It's none of my business. It's all a misunderstanding. I was also deceived by Bang Xiao. Lu Qinsong originally didn't want to hit him, just wanted to frighten him, but when he said that, he instantly became unhappy. This guy is still quibbling at this time. A punch hit Su Daimao's abdomen, and Su Daimao squatted down holding his stomach in pain. As soon as Su Daimao squatted down, Lu Qinsong grabbed his collar and lifted it up again, pointing to Su Daimao's nose and cursing. Su Daimao, you are really a grandson, when I am stupid. This kind of bad idea came up with your grandson. Still sophistry. Su Daimao was also a little scared at this time, but he absolutely couldn't admit it, otherwise the one who was dragged to the parade would not be a smasher, but himself. I didn't, really didn't, it's a terrific idea, it has nothing to do with me. Su Daimao said. Because Lu Qinsong has the eyes of Jianzheng, naturally he will not believe Su Daimao's nonsense. With a light push of his arm, Su Daimao sat on the ground with somersault. Since you don't admit it, how about the confrontation between you two when you come back? Lu Qinsong asked. Su Daimao was a little scared when he heard that he was about to face off, and quickly patted his butt to stand up and said. Oh, Grandpa, Bang Jing is a thief, how can a thief tell the truth? Besides, can you believe what he said? Seeing that Su Daimao was still arguing, Lu Qinsong didn't want to talk to him either. He glanced at the pile of firewood next to him and picked up one. Pop! It hit Su Daimao's calf hard. Going down with Lu Qinsong's strength, Su Daimao must have broken his calf. Ah! Su Daimao let out a scream like a pig, and then lay on the ground wailing with his calf in his arms. His scream suddenly alarmed everyone in the yard who had just returned. Everyone hurriedly walked out of the house and saw Su Daimao lying on the ground with his legs in his arms, and Lu Qinsong holding a stick in his hand. I understood what was going on, and looked at Lu Qinsong with fear. Lu Qinsong, what are you doing? It's too cruel to start. The grandfather on the side immediately rushed out to accuse him. What's the matter? Lu Xiao in the room heard her man's scream, and rushed out of the room to block in front of Su Daimao. Seeing Su Daimao's painful look, tears flowed out unconsciously. How do you hit someone? I want to call the police and arrest you. Lu Xiao looked at Lu Qinsong angrily. Lu Qinsong sneered. Go quickly, I happen to have something to tell the police. Then he walked to Su Daimao's voice, wrapped the back of Su Daimao's head with his palm, and whispered in his ear. Grandson! You won't forget about the daytime things so quickly, do you want to frame me? I knew it a long time ago. Hearing what Lu Qinsong said, Su Daimao ignored the pain in his calf and looked at Lu Qinsong differently. By the way, do you know why I left your panties? I have found the LN who was molested by you. By coincidence, she happened to be looking for you too. Lu Qinsong lowered his voice and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Su Daimao was agitated, his eyes suddenly changed from surprise to fear, and he looked at Lu Qinsong in horror. He thought that he would be finished if he lost money, but he never thought that Lu Qinsong would still hold on to it. In case Lu Qinsong really stabbed this matter out, he must be finished. Seeing that Su Daimao did not speak, Lu Qinsong raised the wooden stick in his hand again. Just when everyone thought Lu Qinsong was about to beat Su Daimao again, they saw Lu Qinsong just picked up a wooden stick and patted Su Daimao's face lightly. Grandson, you can take care of this matter, whether you want to call the police or not, you can choose for yourself. This time Lu Qinsong did not lower his voice, but yelled deliberately. Su Daimao knew that if he called the police, Lu Qinsong would definitely stoke the matter out, and he would definitely be the one who was unlucky then, so he shook his head quickly. If you don't call the police, you don't call the police. They are all people in the yard, so they won't call the police. Su Daimao said quickly. Don't call the police? What do you say about me? I can't wrong you for nothing. Lu Qinsong spread his hands, threw away the stick in his hand and asked. You said, as long as you say, I will all agree to your request. Su Daimao panicked and said quickly. Simple, apologize to me in public and lose money, Lu Qinsong said. Lu Qinsong had just finished speaking, and before Su Daimao could speak, Lu Xiao rushed to Lu Qinsong to curse. Lu Qinsong, you are so shameless, you hit my Daimao, don't apologize, and you still want us to lose money to you? Dream. Bah, what is it? Seeing Lu Xiaoyi like this, Lu Qinsong was not angry and turned to look at Su Daimao. Su Daimao. Lu Xiaoyi answered this for you? From this point of view, I think it would be better to call the police. Su Daimao got anxious when he heard it, and didn't think much about it. He raised his hand and slapped Lu Xiaoyi with a slap. Lu Xiaoyi covered her face and stared at Su Daimao with wide eyes. Su Daimao, you are crazy, my old lady speaks for you, and you beat my old lady, did your conscience let the dog eat? After speaking, he lifted his foot, kicked Su Daimao's broken leg fiercely, and then turned back to the house with his face covered. Being kicked by Lu Xiao on the broken leg, Su Daimao yelled again. Lu Qinsong looked at the scene in front of him with interest, felt a burst of joy in his heart, and immediately teased him. Su Daimao, it seems that your status in the family is not high. You are all riding on your neck by your wife, haha. How are you willing to let me go? Su Daimao clutched his broken leg, gasping for breath. Didn't I just say, apologize, and lose money? Lu Qinsong looked at Su Daimao and said. Su Daimao, a little hesitant, looked at Lu Qinsong reluctantly. Lu Qinsong didn't feel anxious when he saw this, and picked up the wooden stick thrown aside. Su Daimao was frightened in an instant. Waved his hand again and again to signal that he took it. Lu Qinsong heard that Su Daimao apologized and said with satisfaction. You are just a candle. If you don't light it, you can save a lot of things. Chapter 10. Upon hearing that Su Daimao promised to apologize to himself and lost money, Lu Qinsong was not verbose, dropped the stick in his hand and raised 2 fingers and said. First, an apology must look like an apology, and you must kneel down and apologize. Second, you have to pay me 20 yuan as my mental damage expense. After listening to Lu Qinsong's 2 conditions, Su Daimao said with a twisted face. This is too cruel. My monthly salary is only 20 yuan, and I will give you 20 yuan at once, and I have to kneel down and apologize to you. Yet. Su Daimao, reluctant, just go to the police station with me, then someone will naturally have a good chat with you. After that, Lu Qinsong pulled up Su Daimao and was about to go out. Su Daimao had broken his calf and was forcibly pulled up by Lu Qinsong. He staggered and planted a somersault, leaving his nose and face swollen. Grandpa, I was wrong, I will pay you, can't I pay you? Su Daimao said. Why don't you do this early? I don't want to find it for myself, this is for you, don't say that Grandpa doesn't care about you. After speaking, Lu Qinsong threw the stick in his hand in front of Su Daimao. Su Daimao saw the stick in front of him, and his teeth tickled with hatred. This stick was exactly the stick Lu Qinsong used to break his leg. He couldn't beat Lu Qinsong, and now he has a broken leg. He can't run, so he can only do as he asks. Bent down and picked up the stick, Su Daimao limped into the house, then limped out again and sent the money to Lu Qinsong. That's right, it's so good, so quickly kneel down and apologize to me, after apologizing, I have other things, don't delay my work. Lu Qinsong said. Su Daimao had a broken calf and was leaning on a stick, making it inconvenient to bend over and kneeling very slowly. Lu Qinsong on the side waited for a few seconds, a little impatient, and kicked the stick in Su Daimao's hand. Su Daimao's center of gravity became unstable, and he fell to the ground with a puff, then raised his head and looked at Lu Qinsong angrily. "How does your kneeling kneel? Kneel me well," Lu Qinsong said. Su Daimao saw Lu Qinsong's fierce look, so he didn't dare to resist, so he had to endure the pain and kneel. "Grandpa, I was wrong, and I won't dare to do it again next time." Then he kowtowed both heads firmly. And Su Daimao's actions shocked everyone in the yard. While sighing the fierceness of Lu Qinsong's methods, he wondered how Su Daimao suddenly became so embarrassed. Su Daimao kowtowed his head and looked at Lu Qinsong, who was condescending. "Grandpa, I've knocked my head off, so you can let me go." Lu Qinsong didn't speak, but squatted down, gently tapping Su Daimao's face with his palm, and said, "Grandson, learn to be obedient in the future. If you fight against me next time, it won't be that simple to end." Faced with such a big humiliation, Su Daimao felt mixed at this time, and his resentment towards Lu Qinsong increased again, but he had no choice but to gritted his teeth and said that he knew it. Su Daimao looks like this, Lu Qinsong naturally sees it, and knows that Su Daimao will definitely retaliate afterwards. But he doesn't care. Su Daimao knows how many Jins are, and he can't fight himself. So he turned around and went back to his house. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and getting the task reward, full-level Ancient Hyuxia Medicine, canned meat *20. Looking at the rewards issued by the system, Lu Qinsong nodded with satisfaction. As a traverser, he knew that no matter what era, if he could learn a medical skill, it would be great. Besides, he is still the most mysterious Ancient Hyuxia Medicine technique. In the evening, inside the courtyard, a group of people are sitting. This is a tradition in the yard. Once there is something, it will meet to solve it. The purpose of gathering everyone this time must be known to everyone. It is Lu Qinsong's business. Let's talk about it. The second uncle took the lead and said, "That kid had 2 tricks, he was too cruel, and he didn't have any kindness at all," said Shazhu. "At a young age, it's unambiguous to kick people up. It's terrible. Maybe you will become a murderer in the future. I don't respect the old and love the young at all, just like a demon king." Everyone said what you said. What I said the most was Lu Qinsong's cruelty, whipping up people without mercy, but no one said that he did something wrong. Since everyone has finished expressing their opinions, I propose to list Lu Qinsong as the most dangerous person in the yard, and keep an eye on Lu Qinsong if anything happens in the yard in the future. The 3 masters and the first master also had a lot of dissatisfaction with Lu Qinsong's too strong personality, and even agreed with the second master's proposal. Lu Qinsong didn't know at this time that the people were discussing his business, which was in the deaf old lady's room. "Qinsong, are you okay with this matter today?" the deaf old lady asked with concern. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinsong felt warmth in his heart. After he crossed into this world, only the deaf old lady was right. For the deaf old lady, Lu Qinsong has already regarded her as his own grandmother. "Hi. Grandma, don't worry, I'm fine, they can't do anything to me," Lu Qinsong said. Oh. That's good. If there is anything, you have to tell Grandma. Grandma is the master of you." "Hey. Okay, Grandma, but I won't talk about this now, I'll cook for you today." After speaking, Lu Qinsong took out a can of meat from his bag and handed it to the deaf old lady. "Grandma, look, what is this? Canned meat, where did you come from?" Although the deaf old lady didn't have very good ears, her eyes were fine, and she recognized what Lu Qinsong was holding at a glance. You know, in this era, many people can't even eat enough to eat, let alone eat meat. Naturally, Lu Kinsong couldn't tell the deaf old lady that this was given by the system, and could only tell a lie. "Grandma, don't worry, this is what I did well in the factory, and the leader rewarded me." Upon hearing this, the deaf old lady suddenly lost her joy. "My grandson is amazing. The leader took it for granted and rewarded such a good thing." Seeing the deaf old lady like this, Lu Kinsong's heart was moved. Others were afraid of him. Every time they saw him, they would hide away from him. Only the deaf old lady trusted him unconditionally. Then he walked towards the kitchen with the canned meat and looked at the cutting board in front of him. Lu Kinsong suddenly thought, since he has medical skills, why not try to treat the deaf old lady? In a moment, the deaf old lady and Lu Kinsong finished their meal. "Grandma, I recently learned some Hyuxia medicine massage techniques from a master. How about I give you a massage?" "You still learn to massage?" the deaf old lady asked in surprise. "Yes, Grandma, the master said that I am smart and learn fast. How about I press it for you?" Lu Kinsong said. Okay, my grandson is really promising." The deaf old lady agreed with a smile. Lu Kinsong asked after a set of techniques was completed. "Grandma, how do you feel?" The deaf old lady slowly got up and moved a little bit. Thumbs up to Lu Kinsong and exclaimed, "My grandson's massage is really good. Grandma now feels much more refreshed all over, ha ha ha." Looking at the deaf old lady who was laughing from ear to ear, Lu Kinsong once again lamented that medical skills are a good thing, which will be of great use in the future. Chapter 11. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed. The entrance of the canteen of the Red Star Rolling Mill. "Lame day Mao, I still want to eat at this speed, I can only eat leftovers." An employee of the Red Star Rolling Mill looked at Su De Mao, who was walking towards the cafeteria with a cane and limped. Su De Mao pretended not to hear the ridicule of the employees of the rolling mill, and ignored it, but felt somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. During this time, many people came to ask how his leg was broken. He always avoids deliberately. After arriving in the cafeteria, Su De Mao felt very complicated when he looked at the long queue. "If my leg isn't broken, I should be able to come here early, maybe I've already eaten it." While Su De Mao was still thinking, a figure appeared in front of him. "Qin Huiru, what's the matter? Why did you jump in the line?" The person here is Qin Huiru. Because of his lame problem, many people in the factory made jokes about him. Now that Qin Hui is still in the queue, Su De Mao went into a rage instantly. Just about to start cursing, Qin Huiru turned around and blinked at him. Su De Mao saw this situation, although he was a little confused, but he didn't say much. "Qin Huiru, how did you jump in? Do you still have any quality?" A steel mill worker who was behind Su De Mao asked displeasedly. "Who said I jumped in the line? Su De Mao originally helped me line up. If you don't believe me, ask him." Qin Huiru retorted immediately. Su De Mao saw that Qin Hui said this, and didn't say much, so he agreed with him. "Qin Huiru, for the sake of a yard, I don't care about jumping in line with you, but you have to tell me what you want to do." Su De Mao asked in a low voice. "What can I do? I just want you to buy a meal for me, the family is almost out of the pot." Qin Hui said aggrievedly. "Can't open the pot? What's going on? Is it related to Lu Kinsong?" Su De Mao asked. "That's right, it's him, I wouldn't be like this if it wasn't for him. Bang Jing was dragged to the street and I was fined 3 months' salary. I don't know what to do." Qin Hui was about to cry as he spoke. Su De Mao on the side stopped immediately when he saw this. "Okay, don't cry first. I bought this meal for you today. I will come to the warehouse later. Once we discuss how to deal with the BD Lu Kinsong." Upon hearing that Su De Mao was willing to buy food for himself, and how to deal with Lu Kinsong, Qin Hui was like finding a comrade in arms. Without even thinking about it, he nodded and agreed immediately. After lunch, Qin Huiru came to the warehouse behind the rolling mill. Finding Su Daimao was already waiting for her, he said. Daimao, why did you come so soon? Did you think of a good way to deal with Lu Qinsong? Su Daimao didn't answer him immediately, but said with a finger on his lame leg. Qin Huiru, did you see my leg? It was the grandson Lu Qinsong who interrupted him. He even pitted me for almost $50. When he said this, Su Daimao showed a grim face. The fact that Su Daimao's leg was interrupted by Lu Qinsong had long been spread in the compound. Qin Hui naturally knew it, but he didn't expect that Lu Qinsong would also cheat Su Daimao 50 yuan. Lu Qinsong, the BD, is too damn it, and also pitted me a lot of money, I can't wait to kill him. Qin Huiru said. In this way, the two of them counted Lu Qinsong's evil deeds, unconsciously. There was a sense of sympathy. All of this is caused by Lu Qinsong. We have to think of a way to deal with him, and we have to let him spit out all the money that had been pitted against us. Su Daimao said. Qin Huiru immediately agreed with Su Daimao's words. He had already hated Lu Qinsong, and she was short of money, so he asked now. Daimao, do you have a good idea, what do you need me to do? Lu Qinsong is a young man in his 20s, young and energetic, full of energy. You tricked him into a small warehouse, and then stripped to seduce him, then I brought someone over to arrest him, then you said he RDU, this will not only send him to prison, but also allow him to spit out all the money he had pitted on us. Su Daimao said with a smirk. Qin Hui was a little hesitant when he heard it, but now he hates Lu Qinsong to death, and is also short of money, and Su Daimao is instigating him, so he agrees. Qinsong, someone is looking for you. A security guard walked up to Lu Qinsong to wake up Lu Qinsong, who was taking a nap. When someone was suddenly woken up, Lu Qinsong was a little unhappy and cursed badly. Which grandson is looking for me this time? Don't you know Lao Zi is sleeping? Then he looked up outside the security guard and found Qin Huiru standing at the door. Qin Huiru, if you don't have to go to work, why do you come to my security room? I don't have time to entertain you, so hurry up. After speaking, Qin Huiru will be driven away. Qin Huiru had a purpose in his own right, so naturally it was impossible for him to leave so easily. Regardless of Lu Qinsong's obstruction, he rushed into the security room and grabbed Lu Qinsong's arm. Qin Huiru, what are you going to do? Don't let go. Lu Qinsong was also taken aback by Qin Huiru's move, and hurriedly tossed Qin Huiru away. Qinsong, I was fined for 3 months' salary, and Bang Jing was paraded. I really can't help it. Please help us. Qin Hui said pitifully like Chuchu. Qin Huiru, what are you doing when you tell me this? You did it yourself, I won't help you, you have to die. Lu Qinsong said. Qinsong, I really know that I was wrong, and I will definitely not provoke you in the future. How about you go to the small warehouse with me? As long as you help me once, you can do whatever you want. Qin Hui whispered in Lu Qinsong's ear. Seeing Qin Hui's temptation to say this, Lu Qinsong frowned, feeling a little strange. Qin Hui gritted his teeth like he hated him. How could he come to beg for himself? There must be some purpose, and he can't follow it. Ding! Posting the task, will count, debunk Qin Huiru. After the task is completed, get reward storage space, item teleport technique, food ticket *20, oil ticket *20. Seeing the system suddenly appeared, Lu Qinsong instantly understood that this lady hadn't been kind. It's just boring, then go and see what tricks Qin Huiru wants to play. Lu Qinsong thought to himself. All right, I'll go with you. After speaking, he walked out of the security room. Qin Hui on the side, as he saw his strategy succeeded, made an okay gesture towards Su Daimao, who was hiding in the dark, and followed Lu Qinsong. Chapter 12. After Lu Qinsong followed Qin Huiru out of the security room, he arrived at the small warehouse not long after. Turning his head and looking behind him, there really were 3 figures sneaking after him. Although it was far away, Lu Qinsong, who had the eyes of Jianzheng, recognized it. It was Su Daimao and others. Su Daimao, Su Daimao. As expected, it is you. It seems that you haven't eaten enough because of the suffering. Don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Qinsong snorted in his heart. He who opened Jianzhen's eyes naturally knew what Qin Huiru and Su Daimao had made. Although he knew that Su Daimao was behind, Lu Qinsong still pretended not to know anything, walked up to Qin Huiru and asked. Qin Huiru, if you have anything to say, I'm very busy, and I don't have the time to spend time with you. Qin Huiru did not answer, but opened the warehouse door and dragged Lu Qinsong inside. Lu Qinsong was naturally unhappy, and threw Qin Huiru's hand away, and said. Qin Huiru, what are you going to do? If you don't say anything, I will leave. I don't have time to spend with you. At this time Lu Qinsong was already a little impatient. Regardless of Qin Huiru's hindrance, he must go out. At this time, Qin Hui's heart is full of what Lu Qinsong has done to him. He has harmed his family so badly. How could I let you go like this? I must send you to the police station to ruin you, and then pit you out of my money. Spit it all out and see if you still have the face to stay in the yard. Then he grabbed Lu Qinsong's arm. Qinsong, you also know the situation in our family. Bang Seng lost his father a long time ago. The family is supported by me alone. Now I have been fined another 3 months' salary. The family is no longer able to open the pot, so you can help. Help my sister this time. After speaking, Qin Huiru began to cry, as if I saw pity. If it is a fool who sees Qin Huiru like this, he will definitely agree without saying a word, but at this time it is Lu Qinsong standing in front of Qin Huiru. What's the matter with me? Who made you frame me? You did everything yourself. I can't help you. Lu Qinsong said impatiently. Seeing Lu Qinsong's words like this, Qin Huiru didn't say much anymore, and started to unbutton his clothes as soon as he stretched out his hand. As the clothes fell off one by one, Qin Hui revealed large areas of skin, and after a while, he stood in front of Lu Qinsong without any leftovers. Brother Qinsong, please help my sister. My sister really has no choice. Qin Hui covered his body like a light, as if he was still holding his pipa half hidden. Chu Chu said pitifully. Naturally, Su Daimao, who was hiding in the dark, saw this picture clearly. Lying on the grass, don't tell me, Qin Huiru has a really good figure, and I can't hold it anymore. A steel mill worker beside Su Daimao swallowed his mouth and said. Su Daimao was lustful at first, so the situation is naturally similar. Damn, it's really cheap. Lu Qinsong is ABCH. If you change to Laozi, it's worth it even if you get caught. Su Daimao swallowed and said. Anyway, I'm the mother of 3 children. If I'm being watched, I'll just watch it. As long as it can ruin you, I'm not at a loss. Qin Huiru thought secretly in his heart. Brother Qinsong, as long as you help your sister this time, your sister will give you everything. Qin Hui said seductively. Lu Qinsong heard her say this. Smiled at the corner of her mouth, and walked slowly towards Qin Huiru step by step, cursing Qin Huiru for being stupid in her heart. Seeing Lu Qinsong coming, Qin Huiru showed a sly smile at the corner of his mouth, but it quickly converged. Lu Qinsong, you are still too tender. As long as you come over and catch me, I will yell an R, and it will be up to you what to do. Qin Huiru even thought about what would happen next. However, the imaginary scene did not appear. Lu Qinsong walked slowly to Qin Huiru and smiled at Qin Huiru. Then he bent down and quickly picked up Qin Huiru's clothes and ran towards the outside of the warehouse. Su Daimao and others who saw this scene were stunned for an instant. This kid is ill. If you don't hold the big beauty in front of you, go and hold the clothes. It won't work in any way. Su Daimao looked at Lu Qinsong, who rushed outside the warehouse with doubts and anger. Come here. Come and see, there is a naked woman here, it's a shame. Lu Qinsong shouted while holding Qin Huiru's clothes. Hearing Lu Qinsong's shout, Qin Huiru was also shocked. Covering his body, he ran towards the warehouse, hiding behind a box. Damn! This BD dared to come with me. I really underestimated him. Su Daimao didn't expect Lu Qinsong to do this. Angrily scolded. At this time, because of Lu Qinsong's yelling, many workers in the rolling mill were walking towards the warehouse. Little Lu, what naked woman did you just talk about? Who is it? Where is it? Asked several rolling mill workers who came for inquiries. Lu Qinsong pretended to be ignorant and said to the head of the person, Uncle Li, I don't know who it is. I was patrolling here just now, and when I saw women's clothes on the ground, I came in and took a look. I didn't expect to see a woman inside. Lu Qinsong's words did not go on, but everyone knew what he meant. The face of the worker surnamed Li suddenly became serious and said immediately. In broad daylight, to do such abusive things in the factory, she must be found out and sent to the security department to let everyone see if it is the shameless woman. Led by the worker named Li Shu, a group of rolling mill workers walked toward the warehouse mightily. Inside, Qin Huiru turned pale when he heard it, and cursed Lu Qinsong fiercely in his heart. But the most important thing for her right now is to find a way to get out of here. In this era, if such a thing is caught, not only will it lose its reputation, but it may also have to be in a pig cage. Qin Huiru looked around and found a transom on the side. He didn't care whether to wear clothes or not, and slipped out along the transom. Hey! I want to frame me, and I don't weigh myself a few kilograms. It's just asking for your trouble. After speaking, Lu Qinsong threw Qin Huiru's clothes on the ground fiercely. Then Lu Qinsong slowly turned his head, his eyes looked towards Su Daimao and others. Su Daimao, since you took the initiative to provoke me, don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing that the plan was disrupted, Su Daimao and others had no choice but to retreat. But as soon as he looked up, he found that Lu Qinsong's eyes were looking in his direction, and a bad premonition hit him instantly. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohwawa for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 13. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, piercing Qin Huiru, and obtaining task rewards, storage space, item teleportation, food stamps *20, oil tickets *20. After receiving the system reward, Lu Qinsong was a little confused. What is this storage space and item teleportation? Try it. Lu Qinsong pointed to Qin Hui on the ground like clothes, and the item teleport ability was activated. The clothes on the ground immediately disappeared out of thin air and appeared in his storage space. This ability is good, and it will be a lot easier with this. After Lu Qinsong finished trying his abilities, as for Qin Huiru's clothes, he kept it, and left them in a corner. For nothing else, these women's clothes were enough for Su Daimao to drink a pot, waiting for him to find it. A chance to put him under Su Daimao's bed, then there will be fun. He immediately looked in the direction of Su Daimao and others, but found that Su Daimao and others were about to sneak away. I want to leave if I am offended. Then walked in the direction of Su Daimao and others. Hey! Grandson, I don't say hello to Grandpa when I'm here. Do you know how to be polite? Lu Qinsong appeared in front of Su Daimao and said. When Su Daimao saw Lu Qinsong in front of him, he was still a little scared. Master, what? We just passed by. I didn't expect you to be there too. What a coincidence. Su Daimao smiled awkwardly. Oh? Passing by. What a coincidence, I thought you colluded with Kinhu Attathagata to frame me. Lu Qinsong joked playfully. Why? How could I frame you? I sincerely admired you after the incident last time. How could I frame you? Su Daimao remembered Lu Qinsong's harsh methods before, and hurriedly said with a smile. Su Daimao, you regard Lao Zi as an idiot. You clearly told Qin Huiru to do this. Do you want me to take Qin Huiru to confront him? Lu Qinsong looked at Su Daimao slightly. Seeing Lu Qinsong like this, Su Daimao was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak, and stood there for a long time. Upon seeing this, Lu Qinsong turned his head and looked at the two people behind Su Daimao and said, "From your unit, follow me to the security division." The two people behind Su Daimao took advantage of Su Daimao. They didn't expect to steal chickens and lose rice, and they would have to be arrested to the security division. "Captain Lu, this is really nothing to do with us, Su Daimao made us do this." "Yes, that is, Su Daimao and Qin Hui are harming you by design. We just took a little benefit from Su Daimao. It's really nothing to do with us." The two said. "You two, dare to betray me after you take my things, just wait for me," Su Daimao said. "I don't have the two of you here anymore, but I remember you two. Don't fall into my hands in the future, and make trouble again. Calculate the old and new accounts together, get out of here." Lu Qinsong knew that the two of them were errands. The real mastermind was Su Daimao, and he was too lazy to care about them. One gave a kick and let them go. Upon hearing this, the two of them also crawled out of the warehouse in an instant. At this time, only Lu Qinsong and Su Daimao were left in the warehouse. Lu Qinsong approached Su Daimao step by step. Su Daimao wanted to run, but because of his lame, he couldn't run away at all, so he could only retreat a little bit on crutches. "Su Daimao, you can do it, remember to eat or not. Go to the back of the warehouse and talk with me." Lu Qinsong grabbed Su Daimao by the back of his neck and walked towards the back of the warehouse. "Lu Qinsong, don't think that you can cover the sky with one hand in this factory, wait for you to fall into my hands someday, and see how I clean you up." Su Daimao pushed hard and broke free. "Oh! You're so hard, Su Daimao, dare you to talk to me like that?" Lu Qinsong said with a chuckle. Then he kicked Su Daimao's stomach fiercely. Su Daimao was a little unstable by the sudden kick, and sat on the ground with his hips, and wailed with his hands on his stomach. "Lu Qinsong, give it to you. I'll wait. Now." Su Daimao clutched his stomach and couldn't say a single word clearly. Boom! Lu Qinsong kicked Su Daimao fiercely in the stomach again. Su Daimao was a little dizzy with this kick. "Su Daimao, it seems that your wings are really hard. You can talk to me like this, but I have a bad temper, so I like to fold other people's wings." Lu Qinsong raised his foot again. Don't! Grandpa, I'm wrong, I'll kick it to death again." Su Daimao hurriedly begged for mercy. Lu Qinsong knows these 2 feet. Nothing big will happen, but they are never light. The pain will definitely last for a while. My ears have become cocooned when you say this. Today, I must let you remember well again. Then, despite Su Daimao's obstacle, he kicked his lame leg, which Su Daimao had just attached. "Ah! Ah!" Su Daimao wailed again, holding his lame leg, and the screams spread throughout the warehouse. "This is the price you have to provoke me again and again. If you provoke me next time, you won't be able to let you go so easily." Lu Qinsong finished speaking, spitting at Su Daimao, then turned and left. As for Qin Huiru, Lu Qinsong didn't bother to care about him at all, and just let him go. "This is the size of a trace according to the drawing. You can't fit it at all. There is a problem with this drawing. If there is a trace, it is completely loose. Will you look at the drawing?" After Lu Qinsong came out of the warehouse and passed by the workshop, he just heard the elder and the second elder arguing. Some curiously walked in. It turned out that the leaders above asked the rolling mill to make a sample of a precision machine tool. The first elder and the second elder disagree on the size of a part. Lu Qinsong walked to the table, picked up the drawing on the table, looked at the location of the parts, and instantly understood. Fart is a little bit noisy, and I can't understand the picture and I'm a senior fitter. Lu Kinsong just left the drawing aside. Lu Kinsong, why do you have you everywhere? This is technical work. You are a little security guard who knows what a fart. The second uncle pointed to Lu Kinsong and said. With Lu Haishong, you are so capable. If you don't understand, you can't let others say it. Lu Kinsong said. You and Grandpa are wrong with this part. If you make it like this, you won't be able to make a famous one tomorrow. After speaking, Lu Kinsong walked out the door. Stop. Lu Kinsong, these words sound a bit harsh. I am also a level 7 fitter anyway. I don't understand, don't you understand? The second uncle stopped Lu Kinsong and said. I really understand, and I know more than you. Lu Kinsong said. You have to understand that I will pay you this month's salary and the next month's salary. The second uncle said. Upon hearing this, Lu Kinsong immediately walked to the second uncle and pointed his finger at the second uncle. This is what you said, everyone heard it. I said, if you can get this part, I will pay you 2 months' salary, but what if you can't get it? The second uncle asked rhetorically. If you can't get it, I will give you the same salary this month and next month, and I will also apologize to you. Lu Kinsong said. Well, it's a deal, everyone is a witness. After speaking, the second uncle handed Lu Kinsong a wrench. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 14. Looking at the board that the second uncle handed over, Lu Kinsong pushed the second uncle away with disdain. I want to learn from other home improvement masters without using tools, and it will be up to you how you end up at that time. The second uncle sneered. Pediculous old guy, when people are just like you. Just mess around with a wrench. Lu Kinsong immediately counterattacked. This sentence choked the second uncle in an instant. Seeing the second uncle who was hesitant to talk, the uncle on the side felt a little funny. Although he and the second uncle are both senior fitters, one is an 8th level fitter and the other is a 7th level fitter. But neither is convinced, and the two often have disagreements at work. Lu Kinsong went to the table and picked up the 2 drawings. After comparing them, they found that they were different. If you don't look at the picture, you can get started right away. That's fooling around. Lu Kinsong still knows this. The grandfather looked at Lu Kinsong and picked up the drawing and thought. Although Lu Kinsong is a strong kid, he never fights uncertain battles. Looking at this posture, he can really find something for him if he can't say it. It seems that the old thing Lu Haishong is going to bleed badly today. He is very clear about Lu Kinsong's character. I wanted to remind the second uncle, but when I thought about the second uncle's usual work, I dismissed the idea. Moreover, no matter who wins or loses this bet, he has no effect on it. He is also happy to see it happen. But when I thought of Lu Haishong always working against him, I suddenly felt a little unhappy, and when my thoughts flew over, I immediately spoke. Lu Haishong, why don't you forget it? What kind of bet you made with a younger generation? If you lose at the time, it would be embarrassing to not come to Taiwan. As soon as these words came out, Lu Kinsong understood it instantly. On the surface, this remark was to persuade the second uncle, like giving a step to the second uncle, but in fact it was stimulating the second uncle. The second uncle himself, as a 7-level fitter, has some skills. Moreover, the second uncle had always wanted face and was very arrogant, so it naturally became very ear-piercing when this word spread to the second uncle's ears. His grandfather, you still don't want to be a good person. Since Lu Kinsong has said it to this point, I can still take a step back? Today's bet, I have made it, and no one can do it. The second uncle Lu Haishong said firmly. Ding! Post the task, clean up the second uncle, and get rewards after completing the task, God-level cooking skills, and a complete medicinal meal. Originally, Lu Qinsong saw the grandfather's unwillingness to fulfill his wish, but suddenly the system task came, so he took the opportunity to clean up the second grandfather, teach him how to behave, and immediately said, "Okay, the second uncle, since you are so confident and want to bet, I will accompany you to the end. The person who loses will give the other 2 months' salary." Dare! As soon as the bet was made, everyone in the factory boiled instantly, feeling that there was a good show, and clamoring to be witnesses. At this time, the second uncle heard Lu Qinsong's words, but he was a little bit troubled. He didn't expect Lu Qinsong to play such a big game. He originally thought that if he wins, he will fall back on account if he loses, but when Lu Qinsong said this, he couldn't stand it. His second uncle, "I said it a long time ago, it's almost all right, now in this situation, what do you do?" The grandfather said aside. The second uncle has always had a stubborn temper, and now I hear the uncle say this again, naturally I can't bear it. Gamble, bet, what's there to be afraid of? It's not always certain who loses and who wins. Don't reckless you if you lose at that time. The second uncle said. Seeing what the second uncle said, Lu Qinsong didn't say a word, and glanced at the back of the second uncle and looked at the 2 drawings in his hand. These 2 drawings are indeed more complicated. If they were put in the past, Lu Qinsong would definitely not be able to understand them. But now that he has a level 9 fitter's skills, these pictures are just trivial to him. Lu Qinsong, do you understand it? If it doesn't work, give up quickly. The saving is embarrassing here. When the second uncle saw Lu Qinsong not speaking, he just stared at the 2 pictures in his hand and said with some impatientness. Ignoring the second uncle, Lu Qinsong took the 2 drawings and walked to the machine for comparison. Then he called the grandfather over. "Master, I understand these 2 drawings. One of the 2 drawings is the old drawing before, and the other is the new drawing with the latest technology. The parameters and technical mechanisms are different. A formula conversion parameter is required between the new and the old. This size you can match, the parts you made before are not compatible, right?" After Lu Qinsong finished speaking, he handed the drawing to the grandfather on the side. The grandfather picked up the 2 drawings and looked at it for a long time, and found that he still couldn't understand it, but he knew that what Lu Qinsong said was correct because all the parts they came out of the car according to the book did not fit in size. "Qinsong, what you said is simple, but I don't understand this new drawing," the grandfather said. Lu Qinsong didn't explain much, he knew the explanation was useless. For the workers in the rolling mills, these latest technologies are difficult to access, and they still use the old methods. This is not only slow, but also the quality cannot be guaranteed. Although the country now vigorously advocates the idea of knowledge entering the village and culture entering the factory. But for many older generations, it is difficult for them to accept this view. Especially for skilled workers like Grandpa and Second Grandpa, who have worked as fitters for most of their lives and consider themselves top talents in this industry, how could they allow others to talk about their technical problems? Looking at the drawings and the machine in front of him, Lu Qinsong knew the method instantly, and even came up with an improved method, but there was no need to say it. "Don't pretend to be here, hurry down, it will only add to the chaos. Give up early, maybe I can have fewer points." The second uncle Yin and Yang strange airway. Lu Haizhong, forget it, as an elder, you can really care about the younger, let him apologize. The grandfather saw Lu Qinsong's delay in doing it, thinking that Lu Haizhong really didn't understand. Just now, he was just talking nonsense, so he hurriedly ended the game. At this time, the second uncle on the side was a little unhappy. "Yi Zonghai, you don't pretend to be here, Lu Qinsong is betting with me, not with you. If he can't get the money, you can give it to him." The second uncle pulled away the uncle and said, "You still think this is the yard? This is the factory. The factory talks about technology. If he doesn't work, he won't even want to run this bet." Seeing that the second uncle speaks with a smell of gunpowder, the uncle knew that Lu Haizhong was really worried and couldn't say much, so he had to look at Lu Qinsong from the side. Humph! Lu Qinsong, don't you hurry up to admit defeat? You, the security guard, can understand something, so you can give up and save everyone's work. The second uncle sneered and looked at Lu Qinsong. Seeing the second uncle, he seemed to think that he had the chance to win. Lu Qinsong ignored it, turned around and said in front of the uncle, "Master, you come to be a testimony. If I get it out," the second master promised nothing less. The reason why he chose the first grandfather is because the grandfather has a relatively high seniority, and the second grandfather can't bear it with him as a testimony. The second is because the grandfather is an 8th level fitter, who understands more than the others, and understands faster than everyone after the explanation. The grandfather sighed, thinking that Lu Qinsong couldn't hold his back at this time, and just deliberately tried to do it. Since the two parties have reached an agreement, the gambling agreement will take effect. After the grandfather announced, everyone was excited, and the show was about to begin. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 15. Lu Qinsong walked up to the machine, picked up the pen and began to check the new data, then picked up the wrench on the side, fiddled with the machine, and started to adjust the gear and the calibration number. The parts previously forcibly installed by the second uncle were removed. Then I picked up a bolt, put it in again, took the part on the side to the lathe for processing, and finally screwed on the nut, picked up the same part, and repeated the action just now. After half an hour, Lu Qinsong stood up, picked up the drawing on the table, compared it, and called the grandfather. "Master, I'm done, look at it," Lu Qinsong said. The uncle looked at the machine in front of him in disbelief. He and the second uncle fought for a long time before and couldn't accomplish something, but Lu Qinsong actually got it out in just half an hour, and it looked meaningless. The grandfather went around the machine twice, then picked up the old-fashioned drawing and compared it with him. "Odd, amazing, really done, it's perfect." Seeing that the machine was ready, the people on the side hurried forward to watch. "It's really done, it's exactly the same as on the drawing." Yi Zonghai and Lu Haizhong did not make things out for a long time, but Lu Qinsong made them out so easily. It's incredible. Two senior fitters are not as good as a security guard. It seems that there is a good show to watch today. Everyone was talking about the machine. The second uncle on the side didn't believe in evil. After taking the drawing and comparing it, his face suddenly became pale. He staggered back several steps, and if it weren't for someone behind him, he might just sit on the ground. "Qinsong, explain to me, how did you do this?" The great master doesn't care what others say. He has been a fitter for most of his life, and hasn't understood the machine for a long time. Now that Lu Qinsong has made it out, he is naturally a little curious. Lu Qinsong still agrees with the unashamed question of the grandfather, and the attitude of humbly asking for advice if his skills are not as good as others. "Master, did you see the screw? This is the key to this machine. The screws you used before are from the old drawings, and the ones on the new drawings need to be polished." Lu Qinsong pointed to the machine, picked up two drawings, and explained before the grandfather. The grandfather listened very carefully, and looked at the drawings from time to time against the parts on the machine. After Lu Qinsong pointed out a few key points, the grandfather's eyes gradually brightened. "Finally, I fully understood Lu Qinsong's operation methods and several technical points, and asked with an incredible expression, 'Qinsong, who did you learn from? Or don't you be a security guard? How about working as a fitter? The salary is much higher than when you are a security guard.' As an 8th level fitter and a team leader, the grandfather naturally has the right to recruit people, and Lu Qinsong has such skills at such a young age, and he immediately developed a passion for talent. "Master, I didn't learn from others, I just learned it by myself. Naturally, Lu Kinsong couldn't tell the uncle that this was a skill given by the system, so he could only find an excuse to fool around. Reading? Reading to learn. The grandfather was a little puzzled. In this era, if you want to learn a craft, you can only go to a teacher. Where does anyone learn technology by reading? Yet, a batch of new books came from the library in the factory. I was responsible for sending them. The road was boring, so I found a few books and looked at them. I didn't expect them to come in handy. Lu Kinsong said. After hearing this, the grandfather still didn't quite believe it, but Lu Kinsong had to believe that it was true that Lu Kinsong got the machine right. At the moment, Lu Kinsong was invited again to work as a fitter in his team, and said that he would talk to the factory director. Master, the security is very good, very free, I like it very much, I can't be a fitter. Lu Kinsong quickly refused. Upon seeing this, the grandfather didn't say much, but said that if one day Lu Kinsong wants to be a fitter, he can come to his team at any time. The two chatted fiercely, but the second uncle on the side was a little angry, pointing at Lu Kinsong and cursing. A hole, you dare to shame me, would you do it before? You came to cheat me on purpose. Lu Haishong, you are too much. I would like to bet, do you know? The grandfather originally meant to draw Lu Kinsong to work there. Hearing what the second grandfather said, it was natural to fight Lu Kinsong. Yi Zonghai, don't blow your beard and stare at me. You and him are in the same group. You don't have any good intentions. You want to lie to me for money. You two are a partnership. Pop. Before the second uncle had finished speaking, Lu Kinsong slapped him on the face. Suddenly, the great master and the onlookers stunned in place. With Lu Haishong, I respect you as an old man and a master in the factory, but you have to keep your mouth clean. Don't blame me if you dare to talk nonsense. Lu Kinsong pointed to Lu Haishong's nose and said. The second uncle pressed his face tightly, unable to speak for a long time. He knew Lu Kinsong was strong, but he never thought that Lu Kinsong would dare to beat himself. Lu Haishong, since I got the machine out, you naturally lose. I'm willing to bet to lose. Either give the money or take off your clothes and run 3 laps around the factory. You choose one yourself. Lu Kinsong put on a please posture after speaking. The second uncle gritted his teeth when he saw the anger, and turned around and wanted to leave. Slap. Lu Kinsong slapped the second uncle on the face again. Lu Haishong, if you are willing to gamble, you will have to admit defeat. This is a truth that all children know. If you want to reckless, I don't need to say more about what you should do. Lu Kinsong walked up to the second uncle with a smile and tidied his collar. The second uncle looked at Lu Kinsong and was inexplicably scared. Of course he knew what Lu Kinsong meant. He lifted his foot and wanted to go, but he couldn't move because Lu Kinsong caught the collar. I believe that the second uncle is a person who keeps his promises. Since you don't want to give money, you can run around the factory 3 times naked. Lu Kinsong's words specifically raised the volume. Everyone naturally understood what it meant. Hastily agreed to let the second uncle abide by the gambling agreement. The second uncle saw everyone making a fuss, although he was reluctant in his heart, but he knew he couldn't escape today. But he has always been stingy, and he has always been unable to get in, so he is naturally unwilling to give him 2 months' wages in vain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and getting rewards for God-level cooking and medicinal food. The system rewards arrived. Lu Kinsong was full of joy, then said. Second uncle, I will collect enough money to send me to the office in a while. Waved, turned, and left the workshop directly. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 16. Lu Kinsong returned to the guard and made himself a cup of tea. A man in uniform walked in. Lu Kinsong raised his head and asked. Comrade, who are you looking for? The man glanced at Lu Kinsong. You should be Lu Kinsong. Your leader asked you to go to the factory director's office to pick up a document and send it to the General Affairs Office, and hand it over to the comrades from other provinces who came to inspect and visit. Comrades from other provinces who visited? What did they do? Lu Kinsong asked. The factory has recently upgraded the equipment. They came to inspect and brought some technology, but they must first collect the technical data in the factory. The man replied. Well, don't ask if you shouldn't ask. This is a confidential matter after all, and I can't say more. Lu Kinsong didn't say much when he saw this, and got up and walked out. The factory director's office is located on the third floor of the office area of the factory building. As a member of the security department, Lu Kinsong has the right to directly report many things to the factory. It was naturally a familiar road for this area, and soon came to the corridor outside the factory director's office. Ah, hurry up. Someone will be back in a while. But as soon as I entered the hallway, I heard a woman's cry from a certain room. This is the office area of the factory leaders. There should be no female leaders in the factory. How come there are women's voices? It's not a thief, right? Lu Kinsong was a little puzzled. Following the voice, Lu Kinsong quickly came to the door of an office. Looking up, it turned out to be the deputy director's office. Just as Lu Kinsong was about to enter, the voice of a woman talking again came from inside. Take it easy, don't be found out. Lu Kinsong thought in his heart, is there really a thief in the factory? Quickly turn the handle and prepare to enter the door to investigate. However, the door was locked from the inside. At the moment, he didn't think much about it, and kicked open the door of the deputy director's office. When they rushed into the office, they turned out to be Deputy Factory Manager Li and Lu Lan. Seeing Lu Kinsong rushing in, the two hurriedly put on their clothes. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lu Kinsong naturally understood what was going on. What's the matter with you? Don't you knock at the door? Deputy Director Li looked at Lu Kinsong and said loudly. Lu Kinsong looked at Deputy Director Li, but ignored him. This Deputy Director Li is the original Director Li. Because of good luck, things will happen again. 2 days ago, he was promoted to the Deputy Director of the factory. What Lu Kinsong didn't expect was that he dared to play such a game not long after he took office. Lu Kinsong glanced at the trousers that Deputy Director Li hadn't had time to put on. Without saying anything, he turned and left here. It's too presumptuous, it's simply defiant. Lu Kinsong's actions annoyed Deputy Factory Director Li. Since he took office, no one has dared to treat him this way. Besides, Lu Kinsong also broke his good deeds. Originally, during this period of time, the director of the factory was not in the factory because of official business trips, and a group of technical backbones in the factory had to accompany the comrades who were visiting from other provinces. He calculated that there was no one in the office today. So he pulled up his concubine Lu Lan and played some exciting things in the office, but he didn't expect to be smashed by Lu Kinsong. Lu Kinsong walked quickly to the third floor. The two are so courageous. They even stolen love in the office. What would the director think if he knew about it? Lu Kinsong recalled what had just happened, and couldn't help feeling a little funny. But he didn't care, neither of these two had much to do with him, so after taking out the documents from the drawer of the factory director's office, sending them to the hands of the comrades from other provinces in the General Affairs Office, they returned to the security section. Lu Kinsong, did you see that there is someone running naked in the factory? Do you want to go and see? Just when Lu Kinsong had just returned to the office before sitting down, a security officer walked up to him and said, "What? Where is it?" Lu Kinsong didn't realize for a while that this man was talking about the second uncle who just bet with him, and hurriedly followed him to take a look. "I don't know this. I was shocked when I saw it. I really didn't expect that the second uncle could actually give up his life and money to such an extent. He really ran around the factory naked." Looking at the naked and panting second uncle outside the window, Lu Kinsong suddenly thought of something. Turning to speak to the security officer. "Do me a favor, go to the police station and find someone to come over. Lu Haishong has affected the image of the factory too much. He is playing a hooligan and has to be arrested." The security personnel who were watching the excitement were naturally a little unwilling. Although watching the excitement is not a big deal, why should he and Lu Haishong be such a bad person without grievances? Moreover, the police station was also some distance away from the Red Star rolling mill, and it immediately refused. Seeing this, Lu Kinsong took out a ticket from his pocket and said, "This 2 catty meat ticket, as long as you call someone, this meat ticket belongs to you. I just went to the factory office just now and I don't want to walk, otherwise I will go for it myself." Watching Lu Kinsong pull out the meat ticket, the security officer gave Lu Kinsong a weird look. When even agreed. After half an hour, Director Zhang brought a group of police officers to the Red Star rolling mill. "It's gone, it's all gone, the fat man without clothes stays behind, and everyone else should do what they should do." Director Zhang waved the baton on his hand, and soon the crowd left one after another, leaving only the second uncle Lu Haishong. "Your name is Lu Haishong. I received a report from the masses. Someone was playing hooligans in the rolling mill. It seems that it is you. Come with us," Director Zhang said. As soon as Lu Haishong heard this, he was a little scared, panting, and saying, "Police, comrade police, I was wronged, I was framed, I didn't play a hooligan, I really didn't play a hooligan, I was hot and sweating." Hearing Lu Haishong's defense, Director Zhang snorted coldly. "No hooligans? Are you not hooligans like this? You don't wear any clothes, do you think I am blind? Stop talking nonsense, put on your clothes and walk with us." After speaking, a policeman threw the clothes and the bangs on the ground to him. After Lu Haishong got dressed, his eyes swept from the side, and then ran away. Director Zhang on the side hurriedly shouted upon seeing this. "Dare to run? Catch him!" The surrounding police rushed forward and chased Lu Haishong. Lu Haishong himself is not young anymore. He has a fat body and runs fast. In addition, he has just run around the factory and cannot keep up with his physical strength. Before running a few steps, he was caught by a group of policemen and pressed to the ground. Director Zhang walked up to Lu Haishong, and the baton jabbed his belly in Lu Haishong and said, "You old guy, even if you are a gangster, you dare to resist arrest, which has seriously disturbed public order. You have to follow us back to the police station if you say anything today." Lu Haishong wanted to struggle, but was suppressed by several policemen. After a while, he was forced into a police car. Standing at the door of the security guard, Lu Kinsong let out a laugh when he watched the scene of the second uncle just now. This old BD in Lu Haishong really has him. He would fine him at most if he followed him, but he even wanted to run. If no one protects him, he will be detained for at least half a month. Then he turned around and went into the security office. "P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you." Chapter 17. Red Star Police Station. At this time, the second uncle had his hands clasped on the iron railings of the detention room, and he lowered his head and dared not speak. Crack! The door of the guard room was opened. Director Zhang took the record book and walked to Lu Haishong and sat down. "You will be interrogated now, please cooperate and strive for leniency," Director Zhang said. Lu Haishong didn't speak, just nodded. Director Zhang saw Lu Haishong's appearance, and he didn't say anything more. He picked up the notebook in his hand and began to question. The previous routine questioning is the name, age, and position. After answering one by one, Lu Haishong looked at Director Zhang and said, "Comrade police, I was wronged. Someone wants to harm me." Director Zhang originally wanted to continue asking questions, but Lu Haishong interrupted him when he suddenly spoke. Dang even said unpleasantly. Nonsense, are you allowed to talk now? You can answer whatever I ask, and if you dare to interrupt, I will send you directly to the detention center. Lu Qinsong was taken aback by these words and could only shut up obediently. How can you dare to be a gangster when you are old? And what do you mean by someone harming you? Seeing Director Zhang asked the reason, Lu Haishong told him about his bet with Lu Qinsong. Lu Haishong, you can, it's even involved in gambling. Fortunately, the amount is not large, otherwise it will start at least half a year. Director Zhang said. When he heard the bangs, his face paled in shock. Comrade police, I was wronged, I don't know about it, I can't be arrested. At this time, Lu Qinsong was already a little incoherent, with his nose and tears in his eyes, looking very miserable. Looking at the bangs in front of him, Director Zhang said with a look of disgust. A big man, cry like a lady, don't be ashamed, you don't pay a lot of money, find someone to bail you, and you can go back after paying the fine. Lu Hai didn't even think about it, so he immediately reported the phone number of the rolling mill, and Director Zhang turned around and left after recording it. Deputy Director Li sat at his desk, feeling a little uneasy. He didn't expect his own affairs to be broken. If Lu Qinsong talks about it, what will happen to him? Can he keep his position as Deputy Director? Jingling was just as the phone rang on the desk while Deputy Director Li was thinking. Deputy Director Li was taken aback. Who will call at this point? Did Lu Qinsong stabbed out the morning thing? Deputy Director Li hesitated and picked up the phone. This is the police station. One of your factory called Lu Haishong was arrested by us. Please send someone to bail. After speaking, he hung up the phone. Deputy Director Li was initially a little depressed, but now that the police station asks him to find people, he is naturally reluctant. Lu Haishong? Why is the name Lu Haishong so familiar? Deputy Director Li kept chanting the name in his mouth, and his memory kept searching for it in his mind. It's the 7th level fitter, horse, why was he caught in? Deputy Director Li cursed secretly. Although he was scolding, Lu Haishong was a veteran employee and a senior technician after all, so the Deputy Director Li had to go. Lu Haishong was released after signing, and as soon as he went out, he saw Deputy Director Li sitting outside smoking a cigarette. A moment of wetness in front of him, he walked quickly towards Deputy Director Li. Director Li, I really didn't expect your identity to come to rescue me personally. How can this be tolerated? Lu Haishong said. Deputy Director Li looked at him coldly. He didn't know how many times he had been scolded, but his face was still very worried. Lu Haishong, how did you get caught? What happened? Deputy Director Li said. Upon hearing the question from Deputy Factory Manager Li, Lu Haishong did not hide it, and spoke out with added oil and vinegar. The pretending Deputy Director Li was not interested, but a name aroused his interest and asked immediately. Lu Qinsong? Is this Lu Qinsong, the Lu Qinsong from our factory's security department? Yes, it's him, he made me like this. Lu Haishong said. I've seen this person several times, and I don't even hear about it. It seems that he is usually more arrogant, right? Deputy Director Li said. When Lu Haishong heard this, he nodded affirmatively. After the Deputy Director Li thought for a moment, he suddenly thought of it. Maybe you can use Lu Haishong to beat Lu Qinsong well. Then he looked at Lu Haishong and said. Lu Haishong, I remember that you have been in our factory for a long time. The factory now needs old employees like you. I plan to appoint you as the captain of the factory picket team. What do you think? When he heard this, Lu Haishong was instantly excited. He wanted to be an official in his life and wanted to be crazy. Now that he has such a chance, he naturally agrees. Seeing Lu Haishong's agreement, Deputy Factory Manager Lee nodded in satisfaction and whispered into his ear. Give you a chance to deal with the kid who embarrassed you. After speaking, he turned and left. In the courtyard, the deaf old lady was standing at the gate of the courtyard and looking around. At this moment, Lu Kinsong was walking in with 2 bags. My dear grandson, where did you go? Why did you come back? As soon as Lu Kinsong entered the door, the deaf old lady asked immediately. Looking at the deaf old lady in front of him, Lu Kinsong was moved in his heart. I am an older person, and worry about myself every day. Grandma, I didn't go anywhere. I just went to the vegetable market and bought some food. Lu Kinsong finished speaking and raised the 2 bags in his hands. It's not just a festival, why are you buying so many vegetables? Said the deaf old lady. Grandma, I am in a good mood today, and I am going to cook myself, cook a big meal for you, and let you taste my craft. Lu Kinsong said. After speaking, he pulled the deaf old lady into the house, and then went to cook by himself. In this era, people in the yard seldom cook in the house, they are all cooked in the yard, and the deaf old lady's house is no exception. Lu Kinsong walked to the yard carrying vegetables, thinking in his heart. I can't let my grandma wait for me every day, the bicycle seems to have to hurry up. Just then, a door opened. The 3 big masters came out holding a teacup. Lu Kinsong is a little despised for the 3 masters, relying on a few drops in his stomach. The ink is an elementary school teacher, all day long, and he likes to figure out where he is. Yo! Lu Kinsong, where did you go? Buy so many good things. The 3 masters greeted Lu Kinsong hurriedly when he saw Lu Kinsong carrying vegetables. Knowing who the 3 masters are, Lu Kinsong naturally didn't give him a good face, and turned around to leave after a glance at him. The 3 masters naturally saw that Lu Kinsong was unwilling to talk to him, so he could only walk into the house with some embarrassment. Hey! The sun came out from the west today for this old thing? Today, he took the initiative to say hello to me, and he seemed to be hesitant to say something just now. Could it be that he wanted to tell me something? Lu Kinsong looked at the 3 masters who turned and left, with some doubts in his heart. 3 big masters, do you have something to tell me? Lu Kinsong suddenly turned around and asked. The 3 masters who were just about to leave heard this and quickly turned around and walked to Lu Kinsong and said. Kinsong, you are in your 20s. I heard that you don't have a partner yet? I'm going to introduce you to someone. What do you think? Lu Kinsong was taken aback at first when he wanted to introduce himself to someone. Is this old guy so kind? Then opened Jianzhen's eyes. It turned out that the 3 big masters were going to introduce him to someone, in order to collect a gift from him, and wanted to take the opportunity to make some extra money. But what's interesting is that the 3 big masters' ideals are to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only introduce themselves, but also introduce them to Shazhu. 1 girl introduces 2 people, so that he can receive 2 gifts. The 3 big masters, the big masters, you really have you, and the calculations have been calculated on my head. It is really an old birthday star hanging himself, and it is too long. Ding! The system releases the task to uncover the game of the 3 masters. After completing the task, you can get the task reward in advanced literary level. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 18. After knowing the thoughts of the 3 masters, Lu Kinsong had a brainstorming and hurriedly stopped the 3 masters. 3 big masters, are you looking for me for something good? When the 3 masters heard it, he said quickly. Yes, it must be a good thing for me to find you. Make sure you are happy. Kinsong, you are in your 20s, and you don't have a partner. I'm going to introduce one to you. What do you think? Lu Kinsong looked at the faces of the 3 big profiteers, so he said in surprise. Then the feeling is good. As soon as the 3 masters heard that there was a play, they quickly invited Lu Kinsong to his house and talked while eating. Lu Kinsong naturally knows the idea of the three masters, and is already thinking about the dishes in his hand. "Three big masters, I promised to cook for my grandma, and I will come to your house to see you after I finish dinner." Lu Kinsong pretended to be a little embarrassed and said, "Oh, that's it. Forget it, come back after you have eaten." Sandy said disappointedly. After returning home, Lu Kinsong was eager to verify his cooking skills, and without a second word, he turned a big spoon upside down and cooked a big meal for the deaf old lady. 4 dishes, 1 soup. 3 hot and 1 cool. This meal, the deaf old lady smiled and praised Lu Kinsong's craftsmanship as being better than a fool. "Kinsong, I just saw you whispering to Yan Lao-san outside for a long time, what are you two talking about?" the deaf old lady asked. Lu Kinsong was packing up the dishes and said casually, "The three big masters just said that they would introduce me to someone or something." When the deaf old lady heard it, she nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. You are old enough to find someone, but Yan Lao-san is a bit unreliable, so don't be fooled by him." "Grandma, don't worry, his little tricks can't deceive me," Lu Kinsong said. Seeing Lu Kinsong said this, the deaf old lady was relieved. After supper, Lu Kinsong came to the door of Sandayi's house and shouted, "Three big masters! I'm here!" Lu Kinsong shouted. Squeak! With a sound, the three masters opened the door and said, "Kinsong, I heard your voice from far away, come in, come in." The three masters welcomed Lu Kinsong into the house cheerfully and made him a cup of tea. "This is the best tea from someone else. You can taste it," Sandayi said. Taking a sip from the teacup, Lu Kinsong said, "Three big masters, I'm a rough person, and I can't taste the quality of tea. Let's talk about introducing someone to me." When the three big masters heard this, he thought to himself, "I can't wait, it looks like I'm hooked." Putting down the teacup, the three masters glanced at Lu Kinsong and said, "This time I will introduce you to our school teacher named Ran Kyoye, who is about the same age as you." When I heard that the three masters introduced myself to Ran Kyoye, Lu Kinsong had a beautiful image in his mind. When I was chasing drama before, I had a good impression of her, and I suddenly became interested. "How does teacher Ran look like?" Lu Kinsong asked. Upon hearing this, the three masters said immediately, "The child from the scholarly family is definitely too much to say, and you are about the same age in 2 years. It can be said to be a talented girl." After the three masters finished speaking, they did not forget to praise Lu Kinsong. "Well, then this matter will trouble the three big masters." Lu Kinsong finished speaking and prepared to get up and leave. The three big masters quickly stopped him and said, "Kinsong, since ancient times, it has been a matchmaker who pulls coals and has to be a matchmaker in the end." The three masters did not finish all the words, but kept rubbing 2 fingers, which means you understand. Lu Kinsong naturally understood what he meant and said quickly, "Three big masters, I understand the rules, as long as you put this matter at ease, the benefits are indispensable for you." As soon as he heard these words, the three masters instantly closed their mouths from ear to ear, and even praised Lu Kinsong as sensible. After chatting for a while, Lu Kinsong was about to go back to rest, and asked before leaving, "Three big masters, teacher Ran knows about this?" The three masters were taken aback for a moment, and then nodded. Lu Kinsong knows about the urinary S*X of the three big masters, and he can do things like collecting money and not doing things. Immediately opened Jianzhen's eyes to check, and found that she had told teacher Ran this matter, and then she didn't say anything. So he left the house of the three grandpas. Seeing that Lu Kinsong had left the three masters, he quickly closed the door. "A security guard who wants to chase after Mr. Ran is just wishful thinking," Sandayi said. At noon the next day, Lu Qinsong slipped out of the rolling mill early and came to the school gate. After waiting for a while, a beautiful figure appeared in the crowd. It was Ran Kaiyu. Lu Qinsong greeted him immediately. "Hello, Teacher Ran." Lu Qinsong stepped forward to say hello. Ran Kaiyu was startled by Lu Qinsong in front of him, and asked quickly, "Hello, are you?" Lu Qinsong was taken aback for a moment, and it was a bit abrupt thinking that he was doing this, so he quickly explained. "Sorry, I'm Lu Qinsong. I was introduced by Teacher Yan. I want to make friends with you." Ran Kaiyu understood it as soon as he heard it. The three big masters had already told him about introducing someone to her before, and he understood it all at once. But at the time, Teacher Yan didn't say that the other party was so handsome, but he was a little more satisfied than he thought. Looking at the clean man in front of him, he found that the man in front of him was the type he liked. "Mr. Lu, I am a little curious about why you appeared at the school gate." Ran Kaiyu asked. "When Teacher Yan mentioned you before, he praised you like a fairy, so I couldn't wait to see you. I was so excited that I didn't fall asleep last night. Isn't that in a hurry to see you during the noon break?" After speaking, he pretended to be embarrassed and scratched his head. Ran Kaiyu lowered her head shyly when she heard Lu Qinsong's complimenting her so stubbornly. After all, there are so few people who dare to say such love words in this era. "Mr. Lu, I feel a little embarrassed to say that." No, I'm telling the truth. Seeing Teacher Ran himself today, I think you are even more beautiful than a fairy." Lu Qinsong praised again with a shameless spirit. After that, the two of them found a pavilion and sat down and started talking. "Teacher Ran, it's time for lunch, how about having a meal together?" Ran Kaiyu saw that Lu Qinsong was a good person, so he accepted his invitation. During the meal, Lu Qinsong ordered a few special dishes and 2 meals. Although the price is a bit expensive, Lu Qinsong is not the one who is short of money. "Ms. Ran, do you believe in love at first sight?" Lu Qinsong asked suddenly. Ran Kaiyu was taken aback for a moment, and then said, "I don't believe it, it's just fate." "Then you say our fate has arrived?" Lu Qinsong asked. Ran Kaiyu blushed, naturally knowing what Lu Qinsong meant, so he was embarrassed to answer. Lu Qinsong smiled when he saw this. "Akiba, I don't think we fall in love at first sight, but we had the fate of giving up in the last life. That's why we will meet in this life. Let's be my object." Ran Kaiyu didn't expect Lu Qinsong to say that, and she looked very affectionate. After several chats, I already had a good impression of Lu Qinsong, and nodded insignificantly. After a meal, the two of them ate and chatted, and when they reacted, they found that the sky was already a little dim. "Autumn Leaf, do you want to go for a walk together?" Lu Qinsong asked. "Well, that's fine," Ran Kaiyu replied. After speaking, the two walked together on the streets of Sijukan, holding hands. Before I knew it, I arrived at the gate of the courtyard. The silly Zhu who had just got off work was about to enter the door, but saw 2 figures not far away. After careful identification, he found that it was Lu Qinsong. "Yo! Lu Qinsong, who is this person, wouldn't it be your object?" said the silly Zhu Yin and Yang weirdly. He has no affection for Lu Qinsong because of Qin Huiru's affairs. In addition, he has been single for many years, so his heart is naturally sour. Lu Qinsong was naturally upset when he heard this, and said, "This is my object, what's the matter? What's up to you, why are you everywhere?" When silly Zhu heard it, he didn't expect to see him for a while. Lu Qinsong had found the target, and he felt a different feeling in his heart. Glancing at Ran Kaiyu behind Lu Qinsong, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Girl, let me tell you, this kid is not a good person, don't be fooled by him, he is cruel, there is no sympathy at all." As soon as Lu Qinsong heard this, his anger suddenly rose. If Ran Kaiyu were not by his side, he wanted to directly teach the fool. Silly column, don't just talk nonsense here and provoke discord. My target is a teacher. I have a good sense of reason, so I won't believe your nonsense. Lu Qinsong said. When Ran Kaiyi turned out to be a teacher, Xiao Zhu was taken aback at first, and then said, Lu Qinsong, you can get it, just like you can find a teacher to be the target, and don't take a photo of urine. Silly Zhu, don't believe me, let me introduce you. This is my partner, Ran Kaiyi, who was introduced to me by the three big masters and became a teacher in their school. Lu Qinsong pulled Ran Kaiyi over and introduced. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhu was stunned. Teacher? Ran Kaiyi? Isn't this what the three big masters said and introduced it to me? How can you be with this kid? After a moment of stunned, the silly Zhu quickly ran towards the yard. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohuawa for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 19. Seeing the silly column walking towards the courtyard fiercely, Lu Qinsong's mouth raised slightly. He knew that the silly column must have gone to the three masters to ask for an explanation. Ran Kaiyi on the side looked at Lu Qinsong with some wonder, and asked. What's wrong with this person, why is he so rude? Lu Qinsong naturally knew what was going on, but he couldn't tell Ran Kaiyi the truth, so he could only speak. I don't know what's going on either, but he has always had a bad mind, and I don't know if he will do anything out of the ordinary. Let's follow and see if anything goes wrong. After speaking, Lu Qinsong took Ran Kaiyi towards the courtyard. As soon as the two of them entered the yard, the sound of something falling to the ground came from the house of the three masters. In a short while, the three big masters were dragged out of the room by the silly post holding his arm. Yan Bugui, you Yan Lioxi, you are okay, you dare to play with me, see if I won't clean up you today. Shazua said cursingly at the three masters, and then slapped the three masters on the face with a slap. The three big masters were a little blinded by the slap, looking at the silly post with a fierce look in front of them, feeling a panic of fear in his heart, and hurriedly shouted. Come on, help, silly stick hits, come on. The three mothers on the side saw that the three masters were beaten, and without saying anything, they hugged the silly pillar and shouted for help. The cries of the three masters and three mothers for help soon attracted everyone in the yard. One by one opened the door and came out, wanting to see what happened. Don't stop yet, Shazhu, what are you doing? How can you beat the old man? Don't let go of your three masters quickly. As soon as the grandfather put on his overcoat, he saw the silly post grabbing the clothes of the third grandfather, and hurriedly scolded. Seeing that everyone in the yard came out, the three masters hurriedly cried. Dear neighbors, I was resting well at home. The silly Zhu suddenly rushed into my house and beat me. You give me a comment? Is there such a thing? The three masters were so wronged at this time. He didn't know what had happened, so he was pulled out by the silly column for a beating. When Xiao Zhu heard the words of the three masters, his anger suddenly rose again, but due to the large number of people in the yard, it was not easy to do it, so he could only speak loudly. Dear neighbors, don't listen to Yan Lioxi's nonsense that I beat him, and I admit it, but this is because Yan Lioxi is not a thing. When everyone heard this, they were even more confused. The grandfather who came out first looked around the crowd, and then said sternly. Fool, no matter what the reason, you can't beat the old man, you first let go of the three big masters, let's talk slowly if you have any words. When everyone saw that the great master had spoken, they also persuaded the foolish post to let go of the people first, and discuss things in the long run. Although the silly Zhu is reckless, he is not shocked, knowing that he can't commit the anger at this time, and can only let go of the three masters. Dear neighbors, there is a reason why I beat Yan Lioxi. Let me tell you that you are commenting on me. After saying this, Xia Zhu sat down. At this time, everyone was also looking at Xia Zhu with the mentality of eating melons. The three big masters said that they wanted to introduce me to a teacher from their school. I felt that I had reached the age of getting married and thanked him, so I gave him a lot of souvenirs for him to help, but the problem is this old boy, take him, I didn't do anything about my things. It dragged me for several days, and finally introduced this girl to others. If it weren't for today I saw Lu Kinsong walking there outside the yard, I would have him fool around, and now those two are here to ask if it's the teacher Ran Kaiyu who you want to introduce to me. This person. Then everyone looked at Lu Kinsong and Ran Kaiyu. Ran Kaiyu suddenly stood up and said, Ms. Yan did tell me to introduce someone to me, but he didn't say that it was you who introduced me. Everyone understood as soon as they heard it. The three big masters' vague remarks were obviously deliberately deceiving the stupid post, and they scolded the three big masters for being unkind. His three grand masters, this is your fault. A girl introduced to two people, and at the same time received gifts from both sides. As far as this matter is, no one can do this kind of thing. It's easy to hit you with a fool. The grandfather said first, and everyone followed suit. At this time, the three masters wanted to cry without tears, slapped their thighs and shouted. I didn't accept Lu Kinsong's stuff, and I haven't introduced them to them yet. The three big masters, why are you still reckless? You have collected a lot of my things. Besides, if you confiscated my things, how would I know who you want to introduce to me? How can I go to the school to pick them up? You are an elder, you can't shame. Lu Kinsong looked at the three masters with a surprised look and shouted. When everyone heard it, Lu Kinsong made sense, and Yan Lao-san had done so badly in this matter and deserved to be beaten. As soon as the three masters heard Lu Kinsong's words, they almost cried, and wanted to continue to say something, but no one believed him anymore. Ran Kaiyu, who was standing behind Lu Kinsong, also heard a general idea at this time, walked into the crowd angrily, and pointed to the three masters and said, Teacher Yan, why are you doing this? What do you think of me? I am not a commodity. Is this too much of yours? As soon as Ran Kaiyu said this, everyone in the yard understood it instantly, completely believing what the fool said. When the silly post heard this, his anger came up again, and he slapped the three masters on the face again. This time everyone didn't blame the idiot, but felt that the three big masters took the blame. Yan Laoxi, teacher Ran came out to testify, don't you still admit it? Facing the question of the silly column, the three big masters still wanted to say something at this time, but watching everyone in the yard had to shut up. Now that this matter has been clarified, I decided to immediately hold a meeting of the whole hospital to properly handle the affairs of the next three masters. The grandfather said after seeing that everyone was no longer speaking. When the three big masters heard that a meeting of the whole hospital was about to be held, they were shocked and hurriedly said, I really didn't accept Lu Kinsong's stuff, why don't you believe me? The three big masters explained while crying, but everyone ignored him. The silly post on the side saw that the three masters were still arguing. Rolling up their sleeves and slapped again. Then angrily said, It's this time, you still dare to quibble. The three big masters covered his face and dared not say anything. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohwawa for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 20. The grandfather looked at the three grandpas sitting on the ground, and turned to say a few words to the people behind. Then, since he moved a table and a few stools, the grandfather sat high on the table and said, Yan Bugui, everyone knows about you now, what else can you say? The three masters looked at the great master on the main seat, and felt bitter in his heart, so he could only bite the bullet and speak. I really didn't take Lu Kinsong's stuff, nor did I introduce them to them. However, no one believed his words at all. Lao Si Yan, you still don't admit it. Teacher Ran is here, and there are all personal and material evidence. You still want to quibble? Seeing that the three big masters still didn't admit it, the silly pillar on the side hurriedly stepped forward and said. Looking at the idiot, the three masters knew that no one believed him anymore, so he had to shut up and not justify. The first grandfather glanced at the idiot, then at Lu Kinsong, and finally his eyes fell on the third grandfather. Since the authentication evidence is there and Yan Bugui has nothing to say, then I will announce the handling plan. First, Yan Bugui will return all the things received to the two people, and secondly, he must give them 5 yuan. Money compensation. Just after the grandfather's words were finished, the three grandfathers spread their to the ground. It's okay for Xiao Zhu to say that after returning the things to him, give him $5, but what should Lu Kinsong do? He hasn't taken him at all. Things, what to pay for? I confiscated Lu Kinsong's things, why should I give him back? The three masters were a little anxious and said quickly. Master, it seems that the third master is not going to return my things, so it's better to let him lose my money. Lu Kinsong said. The grandfather glanced at Lu Kinsong, thinking that the things Lu Kinsong gave to the three grand masters might have been given to him, so he spoke. Lu Kinsong, first tell me about the things you gave to Yan Bukidu. The big guy will give you an estimate. When Lu Kinsong heard this, his heart suddenly became happy, and it was not him who had the final say when he sent something. Master, it's actually nothing, just 10 cans of meat, an old hen, a 3-pound grass carp, and some miscellaneous local products. Lu Kinsong had just finished speaking, and the three big masters beside him wanted to cry without tears. Lu Kinsong is not talking nonsense. But at this moment, it's useless to say anything, and everyone won't believe him at all. Lu Kinsong is big enough, I didn't expect him to be so rich. It's no wonder that the three big masters didn't introduce Teacher Ran to Xiaozu. Look at Lu Kinsong's shots. If you want me, I will also introduce Teacher Ran to Lu Kinsong. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. The silly pillar on the side listened to the people's words, and immediately came up with annoyance, stood up and walked in front of the three masters and cursed. Well, you Yan Lioxi, I said, how did you introduce Teacher Ran to Lu Kinsong? It turned out that I didn't think I gave you anything, so I must send you to the police station. That's right, Teacher Yan, you not only have to return Kinsong's things, but also send you to the police station. Ran Kaiyi also said to the side. Let's listen to me first. Just now Lu Kinsong said that the three big masters will lose money directly. I have roughly estimated that 25 yuan is certain for the things Lu Kinsong gave. Even the compensation will be paid by Yan Bugui. Give Lu Kinsong 30 yuan. The grandfather said. As soon as the grandfather said this, he brought back the off-track topic, and at the same time, everyone agreed with the grandfather's words. Afterwards, the grandfather asked Lu Kinsong if he could accept the price, and Lu Kinsong naturally accepted it. Seeing that Lu Kinsong had no objections, the grandfather announced the end of the meeting, and at the same time urged the three grandpas to return to the house to get money and things. Three masters came out of the house again, carrying the souvenirs and a stack of banknotes given to him by the fool. After giving the things and banknotes to Xiaozu turned and left. When it was time for Lu Kinsong, the three grand masters looked reluctant, but they had to give him 30 yuan. Lu Kinsong, this matter is considered cruel to you, I won't let you off so easily. The three big masters said viciously. Seeing this, Lu Kinsong didn't care and said casually. What can you do to me? If I call the police for this matter, you will definitely have to return your things and go to jail. Why don't we try? Hearing this, the face of the three masters instantly turned pale, and after throwing things to Lu Kinsong, he turned and left. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and getting the reward advanced literary level. Lu Kinsong returned to his house after taking the money. After entering, he found that Ran Kaiyi was already sitting on his bed waiting for him. Seeing Lu Kinsong enter the house, Ran Kaiyi greeted him and said, I didn't expect that Elder Yan was such a person. I should publicize this in school. Seeing that Ran Chu was still indignant about what happened just now, Lu Qinsong took her hand to his desk. Forget it, there is no need to think about it anymore, I have something to give you. After speaking, Lu Qinsong opened his drawer, took out a few cans of meat from it, and handed it to Ran Kaiyu. Ran Kaiyu quickly declined. You gave me so many things the first time we met, I can't accept it. Lu Qinsong took Ran Kaiyu's hand when he saw this and said. Accept it, who made me like you so much? Ran Kaiyu instantly blushed, lowered her head and whispered, me too. Although Ran Kaiyu's voice was very small, Lu Qinsong heard clearly, and then he hugged Ran Kaiyu into his arms, but Ran Kaiyu did not struggle. The next morning, Lu Qinsong recalled what happened yesterday. Although Ran Kaiyu did not stay for the night, the two have confirmed their relationship. So today he came to the factory with a happy mood. As soon as I entered the security room, I found a person sitting on a chair, and the chief of the security department was also inside. Lu Qinsong walked over and found that it was Director Yang. At this time, Director Yang was sitting in a chair and explaining something to the head of the security department. Seeing Lu Qinsong came back, he immediately got up and walked to him and asked. Are you called Lu Qinsong? Lu Qinsong was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect Director Yang to come to him, and immediately nodded in affirmation. Seeing Lu Qinsong's admission, factory manager Yang first looked up and down, and then asked. Did you do the work in the workshop 2 days ago? Because of his high position all year round, Director Yang always speaks very seriously, giving people a sense of oppression. And Director Yang immediately shocked the head of the security section, and instinctively thought that Lu Qinsong was doing something wrong. Lu Qinsong, what did you do the last 2 days? You haven't explained it quickly yet, said the head of the security department. Before Lu Qinsong could speak, Director Yang took the lead and scolded. What's the matter with you? Stay here. The head of the security department was a little startled by the reprimand of Director Yang, but he didn't dare to interrupt anymore, so he could only obediently step aside. Director Yang asked again at this time. Did you do the things in the workshop 2 days ago? Lu Qinsong was not afraid, and immediately said, I did it, what's the matter? P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 21. Seeing Lu Qinsong's admission, Director Yang grabbed Lu Qinsong's hand and laughed. Oh! Our Red Star Rolling Mill is really Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. They told me I didn't believe it yet, so they came here to ask you. I didn't expect you to do it. It's amazing. Director Yang's words instantly stunned the head of the security section. What's the situation? Didn't Lu Qinsong get into trouble? The security chief was a little curious, so he went up and asked. Director Yang, what happened to Lu Qinsong? Director Yang was in a good mood at this time, and he didn't care about the actions of the security section chief just now, said. I went to the fitter workshop when I came back yesterday and found that the new machine has already started production. To know that this new machine is not easy to produce, I asked who developed the production method. After several inquiries, I realized that it was actually a guard. Ko, a young man named Lu Qinsong researched it out, but I just came to him to ask about the situation. After talking about Director Yang, he burst into laughter again. This result made the head of the security section even more bewildered. He never expected that Director Yang would come to the security section personally for this matter, but he didn't dare to ask more, he could only follow the words of Director Yang. The young man Lu Qinsong has this ability. I really admire him. After speaking, the head of the security office looked at Lu Qinsong. Ha! Ha! Otherwise I would say that our rolling mill is Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and a guard can make such a complicated machine. Xiao Lu, tell me, how do you understand it? In fact, Director Yang was also a little curious. In addition to confirming this time, he also wanted to know how Lu Qinsong knew the principle of the machine. Director Yang, I just read too many books, and then I learned it casually. Lu Kinsong casually made up a reason and said. Upon hearing this, Director Yang laughed again. Good. 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 Comrade Xiao Lu is a good comrade who loves to learn. You will all learn from him in the future, no if you don't. The security chief nodded repeatedly. Director Yang, did you come here today just for this trivial matter? Lu Kinsong naturally didn't think that this thing he had done could make the big leader make a special trip, and he also spoke directly. Manager Yang smiled and shook his head without hiding. You can see it. There are indeed other things looking for you this time. This time I came back with a new mission, which is more urgent and more difficult than the previous one. I want you to try it. If that's the case, I'll go to the workshop to have a look. If you can't figure it out, don't blame me. Lu Kinsong said. That's natural, you can't be blamed for not being able to make it out. If it is made out, I will reward it with this time last time. Director Yang said. After speaking, the two of them walked towards the workshop. In the workshop at this moment, the second uncle Lu Haishong, who should have been promoted to the captain of the picket, was transferred back to the workshop again because of this new task. The official addiction was over before it started. I just saw Lu Kinsong walking into the workshop. The memory of that day was hooked up again, and I wanted to go up and find the fault, and screamed Lu Kinsong out of breath. But saw that there was a person standing next to him. After careful identification, it turned out that it was Director Yang, so he could only swallow it back. After Lu Kinsong walked to the workshop, he quickly attracted the attention of everyone in the workshop. But Lu Kinsong didn't care, and walked to a table on his own, picked up the drawing above and looked at it. I quickly figured out the principle. These contents are simply too simple to compare with my master-level skills. Bang Haishong, go and polish the parts on the first hole and the second hole on the machine by 1 mm, and then lubricate the fifth hole parts and exchange them with the fourth hole parts. Part 3 is installed upside down, can't you see it? Lu Kinsong also happened to see the second uncle. Putting down the drawing in his hand, he was instructing the second uncle while talking. As soon as the second uncle saw the protagonist's arrogant instigation, he got up with an unbearable anger. Dang even said. Lu Kinsong, what are you dare to order me? You don't have long hands yourself. What qualifications do you have to order me? Lu Kinsong looked at the corner of the second uncle's mouth and chuckled. What kind of thing are you? I invited Lu Kinsong to help improve the machine. If you ask you to go, you can go. If you dare to inct, you won't come over tomorrow. If you have the ability, you can figure out what the machine is about. If anyone gets it out, I'll give him a promotion and a salary increase. If you can't figure it out, get out of here as soon as possible. Hearing the roar of Director Dao, the second uncle suddenly lost his words. He didn't expect that Director Yang would help Lu Kinsong to speak. He gave Lu Kinsong a fierce look, and then he could only do what Lu Kinsong said. In less than an hour, the second uncle had done all the things Lu Kinsong had ordered, and walked over to Director Yang to bend over and said, Director Yang, I have done it, do you want to open the machine and try it? Director Yang nodded in agreement. Soon, the machine was turned on and it was found that it could run normally, and it was very stable. Everyone in the workshop and Director Yang expressed incredible. Because according to the method Lu Kinsong just said, not only the speed has been nearly doubled, but it also seems to be a lot easier looking at the appearance of the bangs. How can this make everyone not surprised? It's really amazing. The efficiency improvement is not even a little bit. Lu Kinsong, how did you find it? Manager Yang asked. Director Yang, in fact, it's nothing. As long as they understand a little flexibility, it's not difficult. Before, they were slow because they didn't understand flexibility and their thinking was too stubborn. Lu Kinsong replied. Director Yang laughed after hearing this. Listen, this is the real master. You have to learn more from Lu Qinsong. You have to use your brains in everything. Don't stick to the rules. You have to watch, learn, and specialize so that you can work hard. Do it well. Everyone nodded as soon as they heard it, and said they would consult Lu Qinsong more in the future. Only the second uncle on the side was silent and even coldly snorted. Because of the attitude towards Lu Qinsong at the beginning, Director Yang noticed him early, and he naturally didn't escape Director Yang's eyes with a cold snort at the moment. Fu Haishong. Do you have any comments on what I say? Lu Haishong would not have thought that Director Yang would pay attention to him. Now that he was caught, he was naturally scared, and said quickly, Yang. Director Yang, I have no opinion. I think what you said is too right. Those of us just want to study within humility. Lu Haishong was aggrieved at this time, and he was stammering. Upon seeing this, Director Yang said coldly, Lu Haishong, I think you are an old comrade and an old employee in the factory. I don't care about you. I know you don't agree with Lu Qinsong, but I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Several factories are competing for this machine. Chuan, if you want to produce, you must have at least a 9-level fitter in the factory to be qualified. I originally wanted to come over with a production drawing with the mentality of trying it out. Now Lu Qinsong has it out and has made improvements, then it means that he is at least the level 9 fitter. What is so unconvincing for you, a level 7 fitter? As soon as Director Yang finished speaking, everyone was surprised. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 22. Level 9 fitter? How is this possible? The second uncle looked at Lu Qinsong in surprise, with an unbelievable expression. What is the concept of level 9 fitter? At that time, the highest achievable level for ordinary people could only be level 8, while level 9 fitter was a national treasure level. Generally speaking, he could enjoy national treatment, and his salary could basically be described in terms of annual income. The second uncle has been a fitter for a lifetime, but it is only a level 7 fitter, but even a level 7 fitter is enough to despise most people in the factory. This shows how powerful Lu Qinsong is a level 9 fitter. Manager Yang said that Lu Qinsong is at least a 9th level fitter, which is equivalent to giving Lu Qinsong a crown. Needless to say, the benefits that a level 9 fitter can enjoy naturally, so even the grandfather on the side is a little envious. You can start mass production according to Lu Qinsong's method. Director Yang ordered. After everyone responded, they returned to their posts. Qinsong, go, come with me for a walk. Manager Yang turned to Lu Qinsong after arranging the task. Director Yang, I still have a job. Why don't you go to the security department? You should still have questions for me. Lu Qinsong said. Manager Yang was taken aback when he heard what he said, and then he laughed and cursed. Lu Qinsong, you are the first one who dares to refuse my request. You are skilled, courageous, and loving. I like it, and I am very optimistic about you. After speaking, he had to walk out of the workshop. Lu Qinsong was not behind, and the two left the workshop together. Walking on the road leading to the security department, Director Yang seemed to remember something and suddenly stopped. Qinsong, you just saw that your technique is very delicate. It just so happens that there are still a batch of newly arrived craft fitter machines that need to be adjusted, can you do it? Manager Yang looked at Lu Qinsong and asked. As long as it's a fitter, I'm fine. Lu Qinsong said. Manager Yang nodded with satisfaction, and then led Lu Qinsong to change direction and walk towards the process equipment area. In the process equipment area, many people are polishing this machine, forming a unique landscape. Yo! Director Yang, why are you here? As soon as Lu Qinsong and Director Yang entered the door, a middle-aged man greeted him quickly. Such a middle-aged man is the workshop director of the craft workshop. Why, listening to your tone does not seem to welcome me. Director Yang teased. The workshop director even said that he dared not dare. I won't talk nonsense with you. This is Lu Kinsong from our security department. He is a level 9 fitter. I will show him if he can improve your fitter's craftsmanship. At first I heard it was from the security department, and the workers in the craft workshop were a little bit unbelievable. Director Yang, you're not kidding me. How could the people of the security division use the machine of fitter craftsmanship? The director of the craft workshop said. Is it a joke? You'll know when he shows you his hands. Director Yang said. Seeing Director Yang had spoken, the workshop director had no choice but to shut up and brought Lu Kinsong to a bench crafting machine. Director, do you have any drawings? I want to look at the structure of the machine first. Lu Kinsong said. The workshop director glanced at Director Yang, because these were classified and could not be easily shown to others. Seeing Director Yang nodded, soon someone took the drawing and handed it to Lu Kinsong. Lu Kinsong quickly glanced at the drawing and quickly understood the structure of the machine in front of him. About half an hour later, after making adjustments, he walked to Director Yang and said, Director Yang, I have adjusted and remodeled, and I can turn on the machine and try it. Lu Kinsong said. Turn on the machine and take a look. Director Yang ordered. After the machine was turned on, everyone was stunned. This is too great. It's much faster than before, and it's very smooth. This is a technological breakthrough. The workshop director was surprised. He looked at Lu Kinsong with monster eyes. At this time, factory manager Yang was even more anxious, and the increased efficiency meant that more tasks could be completed, and then their factories would have a place in the province and even the whole country. Lu Kinsong, you are really the lucky star of our factory. I think the director of this fitter craft workshop made you a good job. What do you think? Manager Yang glanced at Lu Kinsong, then turned to look at the workshop director. The workshop director quickly said, Director Yang is right. I know I am inferior to the Kinsong brothers. This position should be given to the Kinsong brothers. Listening to the conversation between the two, Lu Kinsong said. Director Yang, I really don't have much interest in this workshop director. I prefer the security department to be a small security guard, and I also like the work of the security department, which is more suitable for me. Director Yang was taken aback by what Lu Kinsong said, and then he seemed to think of something and said. It's just going to be used on the blade. It is too wrong for you to be a small security guard with your skills. Since you like the work of the security department, let you be the chief of the security department. Really? Lu Kinsong asked in surprise. Of course it's true. I'll go to the security department to announce it now. Director Yang said. Then the two walked towards the security section again. After a while, the security personnel gathered. Lu Kinsong stood beside Director Yang and faced the crowd. You are called together because there is something to be announced. Director Yang stopped here, and deliberately sold it off. Director Yang, you can do whatever you want, and we absolutely obey. The security chief quickly flattered. Manager Yang glanced at the security chief in front of him with some playfulness and said. I now appoint Lu Kinsong as the head of the security department of our factory. Everyone applauds. Manager Yang had just finished speaking, everyone in the security section applauded, and only the previous security section chief was in place. Director Yang, did I do something wrong? I have worked hard for so many years, even if I have no credit. Why did you dismiss me? The former security chief asked. Since ancient times, talented people have been able to work. Lu Kinsong has improved the craftsmanship and solved the technical problems. It is reasonable to be in the high position. You only need to obey. Director Yang said. The former head of security department never dreamed that his position would be given by Lu Kinsong, and his heart was a little unbalanced. But due to the presence of Director Yang, he couldn't say much and could only accept it. Kinsong, I promised you 2 rewards together before. Now is the time to cash it out. I will reward you with the latest TV series and a bicycle. Go to the materials department to collect it later. Director Yang said. These 2 prizes shocked everyone present, and looked at Lu Kinsong with envy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, adding officials and entering Ju to obtain reward watches 1 and canned meat 10. Lu Kinsong's eyes lit up, double happiness came. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 23. In the courtyard. Qin Huai just got up to clean up, ready to pick up breakfast. Why did you think Lu Kinsong was with Teacher Ran? And he gave so many things to the 3 masters. I didn't see that Lu Kinsong was so rich before. Jiazhong looked at Qin Huiru, who was washing his face in front of him, and said, Mom, Lu Kinsong works in the security department of our factory, and his salary is more than 20 yuan a month. In addition, he has a lot of money from Su Daimao and us, and he must have a lot of money in his hands. Qin Huiru said. Upon hearing this, Jiazhong put down the stitched clothes in his hands and said angrily, Don't mention this. I'm angry when I mention it. If it weren't for him to harm you, our family wouldn't be like this. I don't know what to do in the future. Qin Huiru fell silent after hearing this, but then thought of something. Mom, you reminded me that we can learn from the 3 big masters. I have a sister in the country. Let's introduce her to Shazhu. Not only can we collect some things, but we will become relatives with Shazhu in the future. Will he still not take care of our family? Qin Huiru said. These words immediately made Jiazhong interested, his eyes locked on Qin Huiru. This is a good idea. The silly people have a lot of money, and he will definitely not leave our house after being with Jingru. You can find time to talk to him quickly. Jiazhenqi said. Well, yes. I'm going to look for him now, he should be at home at this time. After speaking, Qin Huiru dropped the towel in his hand and walked towards the yard. The silly column in the yard was sulking and still brooding about what happened yesterday. Yan Laoxi of the Dog Day, Lao Zi is dead, and Lu Kinsong is not a thing. Why is it that my conditions are bad? Why is it so difficult to find someone? Silly Zhu thought to himself. Silly column. Silly column. Oh. Stupid Zhu, why shouldn't I call you for a long time? Qin Huai came in like pushing the door, and complained a little when he walked up to Shazhu. I was thinking about something just now, I didn't hear it. Qin Huiru, what is it for me? Shazhu asked. Ah. Didn't the 3 big masters accept your stuff and didn't introduce you to someone? Before Qin Huai finished speaking, the silly Zhu immediately interrupted, with a vague anger in his eyes. Stop! Don't mention this. I'm still on fire now. I tell you that it's better not to mention this to me. Shazhu got up and prepared to leave. Seeing that Xiao Zhu was about to leave, Qin Huiru grabbed his arm and refused to let him go. Oh, silly Zhu, I'm going to talk to you about business, and I'm going to introduce you to someone, do you want it? Qin Huiru said. Upon hearing this, Shazhu immediately stopped and looked at Qin Huiru with shock. My sister, why didn't you talk about this earlier? Let's sit down and talk. Shazhu said. Shazhu hurriedly moved a stool and placed it in front of Qin Huiru. Qin Huiru was not polite and sat down. I said it a long time ago, did you let me say it? You have to run as soon as you mention it, who is to blame? Qin Huai gave a silly look. Blame me, it's my fault, your sir does not consider the villain's past, let me tell me the situation. Shazhu said. I have a younger sister in the country who has reached the age to discuss marriage. She is a good-looking woman, and she is going to be introduced to you. What do you think? Qin Huiru said. When Shazhu heard this, he was instantly excited, and the ripples in his heart were stirred up again, and he nodded in agreement. Qin Huai suddenly let go of his hanging heart as he saw a foolish post. This man is now anxious for a woman. Everything can be done. Silly Zhu, if I really introduce you to both of you, you won't just ignore our poor relatives. Xiao Zhu quickly said that he was not such a person, and took out the things returned by the three masters from the house and stuffed Qin Huai into Qin Huai's hands. Sister, if it becomes true, you will be my sister. I thank you for it's too late. Qin Huai was not hypocritical when he saw it. After receiving the things, he said that he wanted to go back and prepare, then turned and left. At noon, Lu Qinsong was pushing his bicycle with a watch on his wrist, strapping the TV series in the back of the car and returning to the compound. As soon as he walked in, it attracted a lot of people's attention. Soon the yard was filled with people. Oh! Qinsong, you have made a fortune. It is a TV and a bicycle. You are like a rich man. The mother teased. The grandfather on the side said. Qinsong is amazing now. It solved the machine problem in the factory. He was rated as a 9-level fitter by the factory manager. He was also appointed as the head of the security department. He became the red man in front of the factory manager. Now he is the highest position in our yard. People out. The uncle's words were calm, but the information revealed was amazing. Many people looked at Lu Qinsong with envy. It's not just a security guard, not just TV shows and bicycles. I can buy them anytime I want. Su Daimao, who was on crutches, said with a look of disdain. There is nothing wrong with this. As a projectionist, his salary is not low, and he often has a grey income. His wife is a girl from a wealthy family, and he still has the confidence to buy these things. Even in these words, there was still a sour taste. At this time, if Qin Huai saw Lu Qinsong, there was a flash of light in his mind. It suddenly occurred to him that if he could introduce his sister to Lu Qinsong is now much better than a fool. Lu Qinsong was too lazy to talk to these people at this time, and after a few casual conversations, he turned back to the house. Early the next morning, Lu Qinsong came to the guard room as usual. However, the job that was not very busy has become easier because of Lu Qinsong's promotion. Staying in the office, drinking tea, and reading the newspaper, the day passed in a flash. After being promoted, it became more leisurely. I don't know what Kyle is doing, so I can make an appointment to have a meal together. Lu Qinsong picked up the newspaper in his hand, but thought of his lifelong events in his heart. In this era, people are good at everything, but they are too conservative, otherwise they will be able to take her down that night. Lu Qinsong feels a bit regretful, but there is no problem. He raised his hand and looked at the table below, and found that it was time for lunch in the cafeteria, thinking that he could only go to the back of the kitchen to see if he could find something to eat. The back kitchen of the canteen. Lu Qinsong opened the curtain and was about to go in, when he saw a sneaky figure squatting in the corner, picking up a bottle of soy sauce from the stove and stuffing it into his arms. Lu Qinsong shouted when he saw this. Little thief, you're so courageous, dare to steal on Lao Zi. The man was also taken aback by the sound and looked at it subconsciously. Only then did Lu Qinsong see the person who came, which was a terrific stalk. Well, you're a great stalker, you don't have a long memory, and you dare to steal things. This time I don't want to send you to the police station. Lu Qinsong said. Bang Jing ran away when he saw it, but a kid who could run fast was quickly caught by Lu Qinsong. Bang Geng struggled, but he couldn't get rid of it. Ding, releases the task, teaches the stick, interrupts his hand. After completing the task, he will be rewarded with advanced computing power, food coupons *30, oil coupons *15, and meat coupons *15. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 24. Lu Qinsong grabbed Bang Xiao's arm and said as he looked at the struggling Bang Xiao before him. Little BD, I forgot to go to the street after stealing things last time. Let me see how I clean up you today. As soon as Bang Gang heard this, the memory of that day flooded into his mind, and a burst of humiliation and anger suddenly burst out. He bit his arm against Lu Kinsong. Lu Kinsong was surprised when he saw this, and quickly let go of the stick. Bang Jing took the opportunity to run towards the door, but he was a kid where he ran Lu Kinsong. He picked up the basin full of boiling water and poured it towards Lu Kinsong. Lu Kinsong quickly avoided with eyesight and hands, but Lu Kinsong's move also annoyed Lu Kinsong. Lu Kinsong picked up the rolling pin on the table and smashed it towards the stick. Because of the system, Lu Kinsong's strength was more than twice that of ordinary people. Bang Zhang saw Lu Kinsong picking up the rolling pin and threw it at him, instinctively covering his head with his hand, and the rolling pin just hit Bang Zhang's wrist without any partiality. With a click, the sound of bone fracture came. Bang Gang knelt down on the ground, clutching his wrist. Lu Kinsong looked at Bang Jing, who was kneeling on the ground, and walked forward slowly to stand in front of Bang Jing. Bang Zhang looked at Lu Kinsong in front of him, staring at Lu Kinsong stubbornly, and the resentment in his eyes was not concealed. "Why, not convinced?" Lu Kinsong said. "Lu Kinsong, I'll FK you." Bang scolded. Slap. Lu Kinsong slapped his face and moved towards Bang's skin to protect him. The corners of Bang Seng's mouth suddenly flowed out traces of blood. "Little BD, I'm not good at it. When I learn to swear and fight, I will replace your dead father today to educate you." After Lu Kinsong finished speaking, he slapped Bang Geng's face again. Bang Jing burst into tears suddenly, but there were 2 more teeth on the ground. Bang Geng's cries soon spread out. The curtain opened, and the silly pillar rushed in. Just about to ask what happened, I saw Bang Jing kneeling on the ground and crying, with blood stains on the corners of his mouth, but the 2 front teeth in his mouth were missing. Shazua glanced at Lu Kinsong again, and instantly understood, rushing up to protect the stick behind him. "Lu Kinsong, are you FG crazy? You are addicted to beating people. Why are you going to be beating people? I will definitely send you to the police station this time." Lu Kinsong snorted coldly as he looked at the silly pillar guarding the stick in front of him. "Fool, I'm telling you that Bang Jing stole something from the public house again today, and it happened to be caught by me. You immediately get out of the way, otherwise I will catch you to the security division and detain you for a few days." Lu Kinsong said. When the idiot heard this, he was unhappy, and said angrily, "Lu Kinsong, you started playing awe-inspiring within 2 days of being promoted. I allow Bang Jing to take the kitchen stuff. This is my place. I have the final say, you can't control it." "Oh, your place, this is the steel rolling mill. As the head of the security department, I naturally want to protect the property in the factory," Lu Kinsong said. As soon as the words came out, the silly column was speechless, but he still protected the front of Bang Xiao. "Fool, let me tell you. Bang Ji can't get away with you like this today. You used to steal the Su De Mao chicken before you defend him, but now you have something from the public house, you come out to defend him again, and someday he steals someone and goes to jail. Can you still protect him? After all, he committed the crime you instructed," Lu Kinsong said to the fool. Hearing that Lu Kinsong had put such a high hat on himself, his anger rose in an instant, and he rushed towards Lu Kinsong with his fists raised. Not long memory. Lu Kinsong snorted coldly. He lifted his foot and kicked towards Shazhu's chest. Shazhu was kicked out all of a sudden. After a while, he slowly supported the table and climbed up, looking at Lu Kinsong angrily. Lu Kinsong looked at the silly column, and the 2 eyes met. Lu Kinsong naturally saw the resentment in the silly column's eyes and raised his foot on the silly column's chest. The silly column couldn't move, and kept breathing heavily. "Fool, let me tell you, you are protecting Bang Xiao like this today, and someday he made a big mistake and went to jail. At that time, do you think Bang Xiao will thank you? I won't take care of you today, wait, from now on you will see how the person you indulged today cleans up you. I will applaud by the side when the time comes. After speaking, he turned and left the kitchen. In the evening, Shazhu walked into the compound with a bruised face and a stick with a bandage on his wrist. Qin Huairulai, who was working, spotted the two in an instant. What's the matter? How can I suffer such a serious injury? Qin Huairu said. Lu Qinsong hit me, and by the way, he hit me. Shazhu looked helpless. This Lu Qinsong is crazy. Why is he hitting our family? Qin Huai cried as he spoke. Lu Qinsong, you beat my sticky stalk like this. If the sticky stalk is 3 long and 2 short, I won't live. Qin Huairu's cries soon spread throughout the compound, and people in the yard went out to check. Oh! What's the matter? How can Shazhu and Bangjing hurt so badly? The aunt asked with a distressed look, looking at the pitiful look of Bangjing. Pillar, what's the matter? The grandfather asked. What else is going on? Lu Qinsong beat him. I went to pull him, but also beat him. Shazhu said, covering his face. When the grandfather heard it, Lu Qinsong did it again, and his cheeks twitched. This Lu Qinsong has caused trouble all day, and today I must teach him a lesson. The second uncle Lu Haizhong heard that Lu Qinsong did it, so he wanted to take this opportunity to unite others to deal with him, so he agreed. Yes, you can't let him be so lawless. I suggest holding a general meeting of the hospital to criticize Lu Qinsong. The 3 masters have always been worried about Lu Qinsong because of the previous events, and also said to the side. Soon the whole hospital gathered together again. I suspect Lu Qinsong has violent tendencies. He is a dangerous person. I don't think I can keep him in the yard anymore. The second uncle took the lead and said. Yes, I broke Su Daimao's leg before, and now I am interrupting Bang Xiao's hand and beating the silly post like this. Next time I don't know who will hurt him. I definitely can't stay anymore. It's too dangerous. The 3 masters echoed the road. The grandfather watched the second grandfather and the third grandfather sing a harmony. And he knew that they both suffered in Lu Qinsong's hands and wanted malicious revenge. Okay, having said so much, his second grandfather and the third grandfather, just tell me what you mean, don't be circumspect here, the grandfather said. What we mean is very simple, it is to drive Lu Qinsong out of our compound. The 3 big masters said, the second big master nodded in agreement. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohuawa for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 25. Just when everyone in the yard was still discussing how to drive Lu Qinsong away, Lu Qinsong pushed his bicycle just in time to enter the door. Everyone looked at him, and the courtyard instantly became quiet. Yo! What's the situation? Everyone is here, is it a special day today? A dinner party? Lu Qinsong quipped. Hey! Lu Qinsong, you dare to come back, just as we are discussing your business. The second uncle spoke first. Oh? Discuss my business, I am curious about what you are discussing with me. Lu Qinsong asked. Then he raised his brows and looked at the second uncle contemptuously. Seeing Lu Qinsong's contemptuous expression, the second uncle suddenly became angry and asked angrily. Lu Qinsong! I ask you, you interrupted Bangskin's hand. And what is going on with Shazhu's face? Upon hearing this, Lu Qinsong understood. Most of what they said was about playing sticks and silly sticks at noon today. Lu Qinsong's eyes swept across the crowd, and immediately locked on the silly pillar who was leaning on the pillar with his hands in his pockets. Seeing him bowing his head and not speaking, he knew what was going on in his heart. The silly Zhu must have chopped off today's matter without telling them the truth. The idiot knows this, you should ask him, but I guess he won't tell you the reason. Lu Qinsong said. Reason? What reason? The second uncle asked after a while. Why should I tell you? what kind of thing are you? Lu Kinsong didn't have a good impression of the second uncle at first, so he came up and questioned himself before he even figured out the reason. This made him extremely unhappy. Lu Kinsong, you are too arrogant. Since you refused to say the reason, I won't ask. I will ask you if you interrupted Bangskin's hand. The second uncle's blood pressure was increased a lot by Lu Kinsong's words, and he kept panting, trying to calm his mood. I interrupted, what's the matter, do you still want to come up and hit me? Are you sturdy? Should I give you a hand? Lu Kinsong looked at the second uncle, who was breathing heavily in front of him, with a flurry of disdain in his heart. I can't tell you, I can't beat me, the character is not good, I will only rely on the old to sell the old, and 10 more you are not my opponent. Hurry up and go back to the house to sleep, so you won't be embarrassed here. After Lu Kinsong walked into the crowd, he still did not forget to taunt the second uncle. The second uncle was so angry that he sat on the ground. The second aunt hurried forward to straighten out his anger. I did play bangstocks and silly pillars today. This is because everyone is a neighbor in the yard. Otherwise, I will just send bangstocks to the police station. Lu Kinsong said. When Jiazhong on the side heard this, he knelt on the ground instantly and began to cry. My son, why did you leave so early? Now your son is being bullied and his hands are interrupted. What should I do with an old woman? The murderer is still so arrogant, and there is no reason to say it. As soon as Qin Huai saw this, he fell to the ground and started crying. Why am I so unlucky? I married your Jia's family and kept my widow early. I have eaten every day and worry about it. The child is so small, and now I'm bullied. I'm not alive anymore. The cry of Qin Huiru and Jiazhong cried out, which attracted the sympathy of many people in the compound. And they all accused Lu Kinsong. The aunt and the second aunt stepped forward and quickly helped Qin Huiru and Jiazhong to comfort them. Qin Huiru, sister-in-law Jie, don't cry, I believe our old man Yi will give you a fare. Said the aunt. That's right, our old Lu will definitely make the decision for you. The second aunt also agreed. Lu Kinsong looked at Qin Huiru and Jiazhong, and thought to himself. The fool must have fully told the two of today's affairs. This action seems to be planning the wicked person to sue first. Lu Kinsong, since you admit that you were the one who fought, you must give Qin Huiru an explanation today. The three masters gritted their teeth and looked at Lu Kinsong. Yeah. 3 big masters, you are here too, I didn't even find you if you didn't speak, but well, this person was beaten by me, but they deserved it. Why should I give an explanation? You. The 3 masters pointed at Lu Kinsong, unable to say a word for a long time. And Lu Kinsong looks like what can you do with me and looks down on the 3 masters. Hey! Lu Kinsong, don't be too arrogant, we just decided unanimously to drive you out of our compound. The second uncle who had been slowing down for a long time spoke at this time. Everyone nodded one after another. At this time, Qin Huai suddenly felt anxious when he saw that everyone was about to drive Lu Kinsong away. She was only planning to make Lu Kinsong pay their family a sum of money. If Lu Kinsong was driven away, who would he ask for the money? Second uncle, they are all neighbors in the neighborhood. Please drive away Lu Kinsong. Where do you let him live? Our family also makes sense. Let him pay us some medical and nutrition expenses. Qin Huiru said. Qin Huiru's remarks aroused the praise of many people in the compound. They all praised Qin Huai as a model of a good wife and a good mother. But the second uncle did not want to go so simply. No, he must be driven out of the compound. We are all in danger of such people staying in the yard. Yes, that's right. The 3 big masters agreed on the sidelines, must be driven away. Just when the grandfather was about to say 2 sentences for mediation, he was interrupted by a voice. Who is going to chase my grandson away? It's overwhelming. At this time, the voice of the deaf old lady came from outside the crowd, and everyone looked for the voice, and saw the deaf old lady walking slowly towards this side with a cane. Lu Qinsong immediately stepped forward to the deaf old lady. "Grandma, why are you here?" Lu Qinsong asked. "You still said, can I feel relieved if you have such a big thing? I just came over and have a look. I heard them saying they want to drive you away as soon as I came over." The deaf old lady looked angrily at the second uncle and the third uncle. "It's okay, Grandma, just leave it to me, I can deal with them, you don't have to worry about it," Lu Qinsong said quickly. Holding the deaf old lady on the road chair and sitting down, Lu Qinsong walked into the crowd and said, "Today, I won't give you a cent for this money, and you won't be able to drive me away. Come up and try if you can." Lu Qinsong's eyes fell on the three masters. The three big masters looked at Lu Qinsong's eyes, turned their heads, not daring to look directly, and then looked at the second big master. The second uncle felt that he had been forced to this point and simply opened up, stood up and pointed at Lu Qinsong. "Lu Qinsong, where do you think this is? This compound is not your security department. It is not your turn to be presumptuous here." Lu Qinsong appeared in front of the second uncle with a stride, grabbed the second uncle's collar with one hand and lifted him up. "So, do you want to try? P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you." Chapter 26. The second uncle who was picked up twisted his body, but could not break free. Lu Qinsong himself is strong, and at this time he still clings to the collar of the second uncle. Soon the second uncle's face flushed because of some breathlessness. Lu Qinsong threw it to the ground. "Who else wants to try? You can come up," Lu Qinsong said. "It's too arrogant, I must teach you a lesson today," Sandiye said from the side. At the same time, the sons of the second uncle and the third uncle all walked out of the crowd, ready to teach Lu Qinsong a lesson. "Oh! This is going to go together, surely trash likes to hug," Lu Qinsong said. The sons of the second uncle and the third uncle naturally couldn't bear this, and they stepped forward to prepare to do it. "Enough, when are you going to make trouble? You are all adults, and you can solve it by force at every turn. When this is a martial arts gym." Seeing that the fight was about to start, the great master on the side hurriedly stopped. Seeing the grandfather speaking, the sons of the second grandpa and the third grandpa naturally retreated. "Ha! That's gone? I thought you were so bold," Lu Qinsong mocked. "Okay, Lu Qinsong, don't say a few words, since you said you were right, then you can talk about the reasons, and we also understand what happened," the grandfather said. "Okay, then I'll talk about it. The Qinhuiru family in the province will call in justice at that time." Speaking of Lu Qinsong, he picked up a stool and sat down. "Then I talked about what happened." After listening, everyone stopped talking, stole things from the public house, and splashed boiled water on the head of the security section. This kind of bad behavior would not be too much to kill. "Then you can't interrupt the hand of our stick man. What do you ask him to do in the future?" Qinhuiru cried. "Interrupting his hand is already considered light. If it weren't for the reason that everyone was a neighbor, I would just send Bang Xiao to the police station, and see if the police are used to him," Lu Qinsong said. The grandfather on the side couldn't stand it anymore, and got up and walked in front of him. Looking at Qinhuiru, who was crying into tears, said, "Bang Geng stealing something and being interrupted by someone's hand is what he deserves. This incident today also shows that you are not strict with Bang Geng in discipline, and you also have an unshirkable responsibility." After the grandfather finished speaking, he looked at Lu Qinsong and said, "Don't be bothered and unforgiving. Bang Stalker steals things, but you are too ruthless to start as an adult. After all, Bang Stalker is just a child. He still reads and writes. Now you take him." Interrupted, "His family has no money to treat him, so what should he do?" Lu Qinsong looked at the great master. This old guy is really a good person. There is no crime on either side. It is really disgusting to pretend to be a good person here. A typical BCH still sets up a memorial hall. Grandfather, should this be the case? It's true that our Bang Seng took the public goods, but it won't be interrupted. Qin Huai feels a little anxious. Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to corrupt Lu Qinsong a sum of money. Now that the grandfather said this, I am afraid that it will cost less than a penny. Jiazhong on the side also started to slap and roll, crying. The grandfather was a little helpless when he saw this, and turned his head to cast his eyes on Lu Qinsong. What do you think about this matter? Lu Qinsong didn't want to pay attention to the grandfather, but Qin Huiru and Jiazhong were upset. Okay, I will pay for the medical expenses, but I don't care about other things and expenses. Lu Qinsong waved his hand casually. After all, he was injured and he didn't have much money. Just one medical bill will do. The medical bills and an apology mentioned before can't be less. Jiazhong said. Seeing that Lu Qinsong had agreed to pay for the medical expenses, Jiazhong thought he was counseled, so he had to make an inch of it, and wanted Lu Qinsong to pay more. Old lady Jie, it seems that you didn't understand what I mean. As I said, I only pay for medical expenses. I won't pay for the medical expenses if you want to mess around. Lu Qinsong said. Jiazhong originally wanted to say something, but Qin Huiru held him back. What are you doing to me? Let Lu Qinsong pay the medical bills for Bang Seng if you say anything today. Jiazhong cast a glance at Qin Huiru and said. Mom, forget it, this matter is awkward. If there is a mistake, we will ignore it. Qin Huiru said. Qin Huiru, do you know that you don't know what to do now? It means that you can still save it. You stole things from the public house before, but now you also stole things from the public house. If I report this matter to the above, you guess what the result will be. Lu Qinsong said. Qin Huiru was dumbfounded when he heard this. He didn't expect Lu Qinsong to say that. Last time she was fined 3 months' salary for stealing public property, but Lu Qinsong was caught by Lu Qinsong for stealing public property this time. With Lu Qinsong's current status, if you report it, you will be fined and lose your job at the lightest level. If you are to be held accountable, you might be arrested and sent to jail. Thinking of this, Qin Huai's face paled in shock. Now that I am afraid? Do you still plan to continue to charge for medical expenses? Lu Qinsong asked. Qin Huiru shook his head quickly and said. This is our fault, we don't need nutrition. You just pay for medical expenses. Listening to Qin Huai's words like this, Lu Qinsong turned around and said to everyone in the yard. Everyone has heard it, Qin Huai said, as long as you pay for the medical expenses, this matter is past, and whoever wants to talk about it in the future, don't blame me, Lu Qinsong, you're welcome. Everyone saw that Qin Huiru had said so they couldn't say anything, they could only remain silent. They're all such big people. I'm not afraid of making people laugh when I listen to the wind. The deaf old lady stood up and said. Lu Qinsong hurried forward to help the deaf old lady. Qin Huiru, since you have finished talking about your family's horrible things, let's talk about my grandson, said the deaf old lady. Qin Huai was taken aback for a moment, then turned to look at the deaf old lady and said. Old lady, what does it have to do with Lu Qinsong when things are resolved? What does it mean that the matter is resolved? Your matter is resolved, but my grandson has been wronged, you have to give an explanation. After speaking, the deaf old lady pointed at the crowd with her walking stick. Everyone was shocked, no one thought it would happen, one by one they almost lowered their heads into their crotch. And they didn't dare to speak any more. After all, the deaf old lady's seniority is here. Qin Huai felt aggrieved again when he saw everyone doing this. Old lady, what else do you want to do? Our sticks have broken hands. What else do you want to do? After speaking, he cried, "P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohwawa for encouragement, thank you." Chapter 27. When the deaf old lady heard this, she was immediately unhappy. "What do you mean by what I want to do? Don't you even apologize if you are wronged? Little kids understand this." The deaf old lady pointed at the crowd with a cane and said, "Old lady, I usually treat you well, why are you still like this at this time?" Chin Huiru said. Before Lu Kinsong came, Chin Hui would cook for the deaf old lady if he had anything to do, and take care of the deaf old lady. However, since Lu Kinsong came, these things were basically done by Lu Kinsong, and Chin Huiru rarely went to the house of the deaf old lady. "Chin Huiru, I know how you usually treat me, but I am a person who is right and wrong. You have misunderstood my grandson about this matter. You must apologize and pay for my grandson's mental loss," the deaf old lady said. Upon hearing this, the second uncle and the third master were not happy anymore. "Old lady, you are too irrational. Your grandson hit someone and didn't apologize to others. Why should we apologize to him for compensation? This is a bit too shameful." "That's it, anyway, I will definitely not apologize or compensate," Sandaya said. "What? Everyone didn't even listen to my words, right?" The interruption of Bang Xiao's hand is over. "My grandson has promised to pay for the medical expenses. This is over. Now you are wronged, and even apologize. Doesn't it matter?" The deaf old lady was very angry at this time, and she kept beating the ground with her crutches. For the deaf old lady, even a few uncles dare not disobey. After all, the deaf old lady is the highest in the yard in terms of seniority, and she made straw sandals for the Red Army in her early years. So far, many big leaders still visit her in the yard, so the deaf old lady is also considered highly respected in the yard. Seeing that the deaf old lady said this, the grandfather was a little embarrassed on his face, and the first one said, "Old lady, don't be angry. I wronged your grandson. I apologized to him and compensated him 5 yuan. It is my honor to honor your old man. Is this all right?" After listening to the uncle's words, the deaf old lady nodded in satisfaction, and then looked at the second uncle and the third uncle. "What did you two say?" said the deaf old lady. After the second uncle and the third master looked at each other, the third master spoke first. "Old lady, what does this matter have to do with us? Chin Huiru's family concealed the truth. We were wronged." After the 3 big masters finished speaking, the second big master followed and shirked responsibility. "Hey! Injustice is not wrong, I can see the old woman, it is clear that the 2 of you are instigating in it, and I still dare to quibble now," the deaf old lady said. The deaf old lady of the second uncle and the third master was like this, and she also knew that the deaf old lady was really angry this time. Although she still wanted to quibble, she didn't dare to speak anymore, so she promised to apologize for compensation. Seeing that the 2 had agreed, the deaf old lady ignored them and turned to Chin Huiru and said, "Chin Huiru, what do you say?" Chin Hui was taken aback first. She did not expect that she would also apologize to Lu Kinsong. "Old lady, why should I apologize? Our family is already poor, and I was deducted from my salary, and then I lose money. How can I live?" Chin Huiru said. Jiazhong on the side also hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Our sticks are interrupted. Why should we pay? It's unreasonable." As soon as the deaf old lady heard this, her anger suddenly rose. "Okay, good, you Jiazhong, you dare to say that I am unreasonable. I tell you, when I made straw sandals for the Red Army, you were still drinking milk. Now that you are so courageous and fat, you dare to count me down. Coming." Jiazhang's family would not have thought that, in just a few words, the deaf old lady was so angry that she said quickly, "Old lady, what am I saying that you are unreasonable, but our family really has no money, we don't have any money, and we are dead. The deaf old lady came up in a hurry. She didn't expect that Jia Zhang's face was so thick that she dared to play a rogue with her. Lu Qinsong has quick eyes and quick hands, and hurriedly stepped forward to support the deaf old lady. "Grandma, calm down, I'll do this, you sit down and rest." Then he helped the deaf old lady sit on a chair and turned to look at Qin Huiru and Jia Zhang. "Qin Huiru, since you refuse to apologize, then I am not polite. I will tell Director Yang early tomorrow morning that you stole things from the factory before, and today let your son steal it again. I believe in Yang factory. The leader will take care of it," Lu Qinsong said with a sneer. At this time, Qin Hui was repeatedly forced. The long-suppressed anger suddenly came up, and said angrily, "If you tell Director Yang about this, I'll go to the police station and sue you to interrupt my sticky hand." Lu Qinsong naturally didn't care. "Okay, you go," I interrupted Bang Jing's hand, "that is what he deserves. By then I will be telling the story of Bang Jing stealing Su De Mao's chicken, and this time he steals from the public house. Look at Director Zhang. Do you believe in you, a widow, or in my section chief?" Qin Huiruhi was stunned when she heard this. She just became angry, but forgot Lu Qinsong's current identity and the things that Bang Jing had done before. "If you really go to the police station, you won't be able to get good fruits." And I apologized and compensated Lu Qinsong for 5 yuan, but Lu Qinsong also promised to pay 30 yuan for medical expenses. However, Bang Jing's medical expenses were given by the fool, so he didn't need to pay it, so it was equal to 25 yuan in vain, and it was not a loss. "Okay. Lu Qinsong, you are cruel, I agree, but the medical expenses you promised before must also be paid," Qin Huiru said. Lu Qinsong is not a fool either. Hearing this, he naturally knows what Qin Hui's idea is. But at the moment he didn't have the mind to deal with these things, so he agreed. Since the two sides have reached an agreement, then everyone is separated, the grandfather said. Afterwards, everyone dispersed. Lu Qinsong helped the deaf old lady back to the house. Qin Huiru went to the fool to ask for a receipt, and the 3 uncles returned to the house to get the money. After returning to the house, Lu Qinsong asked the deaf old lady to lie down and massaged her by himself. The deaf old lady knew that Lu Qinsong had a hand in massaging, so she naturally nodded in agreement. "Qinsong, you are in your 20s, and you have to get married as soon as possible. You can't leave everything on your own in the future," the deaf old lady said with concern. Lu Qinsong naturally nodded and agreed. "By the way, the teacher surnamed Ran you mentioned last time, how are you two?" the deaf old lady asked. "Grandma, we are dealing with each other now, don't worry." The deaf old lady said several good words in succession, and Lu Qinsong quickly finished massaging the deaf old lady, and returned to her room after serving the deaf old lady. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 28. What happened at night was like a torrential rain. It came suddenly and vigorously, but it ended quickly. Everyone in the yard also got up early the next morning. They should go to work, they should work, and they should be busy with their own affairs. Qin Huiru wandered in the yard with the hospital receipt coming from Shazhu in his hand. She got up at 5 o'clock in the morning and waited in the yard after making breakfast for Jiazhang and the others. Lu Qinsong rubbed his eyes, and walked out the door sleepily, ready to wash. Qin Huiru quickly rushed to Lu Qinsong and stuffed the receipt from the hospital into his hand. "Qin Huiru, you came early enough, you have been waiting for me, right?" Lu Qinsong said. "Wait, I'll get you the money." After a while, Lu Qinsong came out of the room, holding a few crumpled 5 yuan bills in his hand and handing it to Qin Huiru. "Here you are, this was the last time the stick man stole the chicken, you gave it to me, and now it's considered to be returned to the original owner," Lu Qinsong said. Qin Huiru thought in his heart that he could have at least 5 yuan, and was in a good mood, but when Lu Qinsong said this, Qin Huiru almost died of anger. But looking at the crumpled $5 in his hand, he couldn't say anything, because she had given Lu Kinsong before. What? I didn't leave after taking the money, and prepared me to treat you to breakfast. Lu Kinsong teased that after seeing Qin Huiru taking the money, he did not intend to leave. Qin Huiru naturally wanted to leave soon, but she really had something to ask Lu Kinsong for help today, so she had to speak. Well, Lu Kinsong, I am here to apologize specifically for you today. Qin Huiru said. Lu Kinsong was taken aback. He didn't expect Qin Huiru to apologize to him this morning. Apologize? Qin Huiru, did you take the wrong medicine? Lu Kinsong asked. Qin Huiru quickly shook his head and said. Lu Kinsong, I sincerely apologize to you this time. You also know the situation in our family. It's really wrong for Bang Jing to steal things, and you don't care about it. You can help him, teach him a lesson and teach him Zhongchang. There is nothing bad about memory. Qin Huiru said. When he said this, Lu Kinsong was even more surprised, looking at Qin Huiru with this incredible look. Qin Huiru, why did you have a big change in temperament today? This is not like what you should say. Is it planning to do something again? Lu Kinsong said. Qin Huiru immediately became angry when he heard this. I thought about it all night, and found that after I provoke Lu Kinsong, my family was like a roller coaster, and I was cleaned up by Lu Kinsong every day. After thinking about it, I found that I really couldn't beat Lu Kinsong, so I had to summon the courage to talk about it. But Lu Kinsong's remarks irritated him a bit, but now that he has made peace, cut the land, and the compensation is normal. Lu Kinsong, this time I came with sincerity. I came to make peace with you. We won't provoke you in the future, but I hope you will let us go. Qin Huiru said. Lu Kinsong glanced at Qin Huiru as he raised his leg and walked towards the courtyard gate, ready to go to work. Qin Huiru hurriedly stepped forward to hold Lu Kinsong, and Lu Kinsong looked at Qin Huiru impatiently. Qin Huiru, I heard what you said. If you don't speak, what else do you want? Lu Kinsong said. Seeing Lu Kinsong's expression, Qin Huiru quickly let go in shock. That. Lu Kinsong, there is something I want to ask you for help. Qin Huiru said tremblingly. Lu Kinsong was already a little impatient at this time, but after all, it was unlucky to get angry early in the morning, so he suppressed the anger in his heart. Qin Huiru, can't you finish talking at once? Let's talk, what's the matter? Lu Kinsong said. It turned out that because of Bang Geng's hand injury, he couldn't go to school for the time being, and it was time to pay the tuition, but Qin Huiru really had no money in his family, so he planned to let Bang Geng take this opportunity to leave school and recover at home. However, suspension of school requires the formalities of suspension of school, so Qin Huiru is planning to ask for a day off today to handle it. However, after the rolling mill recently provided new technology because of Lu Kinsong's improved machine, in order to keep it confidential, all employees on the job must obtain the approval of the security department to ask for leave. So Qin Huiru approached Lu Kinsong, who was the chief of the security department. Qin Huiru, you are aware of the factory's regulations. 3 days' wages are deducted for 1 day of absence from work, 1 day's wages are deducted for 1 day of leave, and I can approve it for you. But you have to think about the current situation of your family. Lu Kinsong said. Qin Huiru himself was an apprentice, and he only knew part of the factory's regulations. He hesitated to deduct money when he heard that he asked for leave. But Bang Jing's suspension procedures must also be done, which embarrassed him. Lu Kinsong glanced at Qin Huiru and guessed his concerns. Qin Huiru, does it take 1 day to complete the suspension procedures? I have to go to work in the morning, go to work in the afternoon, and work overtime in the evening. Just make up the morning time. Lu Kinsong said. Qin Huiru nodded as soon as he heard the same, and continued to thank Lu Kinsong. Lu Qinsong ignored her and walked towards the door. Qin Huiru, who returned home after finishing the suspension procedures, sat in the room. Looking at this home that is not as good as every day, I felt a sigh of emotion in my heart, but I couldn't think of a solution, so I could only sigh continuously. Does Qin Huiru live here? A strange voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard, interrupting Qin Huiru's thoughts. Qin Huiru hurriedly walked to the gate of the yard to check. It turned out that the postman sent her a letter. In this era of underdeveloped transportation, all communication depends on roaring, and all information depends on the passing of information. Writing letters is the mainstream, but this kind of efficiency is very low. She wrote a letter a few days ago, and only received a reply until today. Qin Huiru opened the letter after receiving the letter. It turned out that the younger sister I was going to introduce to Shazhu had already left home at this time and would be in the capital in 2 days. I hope she will pick it up at that time. Looking at the letter in front of him, Qin Hui's anxious mood eased slightly. I thought to myself, as long as my sister and Shazhu were tied together, their family's difficulties would basically be over. Then he entered the room and put the letter in the drawer. Picked up his belongings, walked out of the courtyard door, and walked towards the steel mill. After all, in order not to deduct wages, I have to work overtime. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohuawa for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 29. When the first ray of sunlight was shining in the yard in the morning, Qin Huiru walked in from outside the yard with a tired figure. Originally, she went to work at noon, so he could only work late into the night in order not to deduct wages. I got up and made breakfast within a few hours after I came back to bed. As soon as I walked in, I saw Lu Qinsong walking towards the deaf old lady's house with the steaming buns in the cage. Qin Hui swallowed, and hurriedly stepped forward to stop Lu Qinsong. Lu Qinsong, send breakfast to the deaf old lady so early in the morning. Qin Huiru said. As soon as Lu Qinsong saw Qin Huiru, he turned and prepared to leave, but Qin Huiru stood in front of Lu Qinsong like a dogskin plaster. Lu Qinsong suddenly became angry, put his bun on the stone table aside, and looked at Qin Huiru. Qin Huiru, what are you going to do? I'm not welcome if you don't let me go. Lu Qinsong said. Qin Huiru didn't expect Lu Qinsong to become so angry because he blocked his way. I didn't think about it, I just wanted to ask what stuffing your bun is, and if it was sent to the deaf old lady. Qin Huiru said. Lu Qinsong glanced at Baizai, then at Qin Huiru, roughly guessing what Qin Huiru thought. The meat buns, sent to my grandma, don't have your share, die this heart. Lu Qinsong said. Qin Huiru looked at the buns on the table and swallowed constantly. As far as Lu Qinsong is concerned, it can be said that he is the richest person in the yard, and judging from his kindness to the deaf old lady, he is also a man of love and righteousness. Although the stupid conditions are okay, it is incomparable with Lu Qinsong. My sister will be here tomorrow. If I can introduce him to Lu Qinsong. In case they see each other right, there is no need to worry about the future of their family. Qin Huiru has a wishful thinking in her heart. Although she knows that Lu Qinsong is now with Ran Kaiyi, the two of them have not received the certificate, and everything can be changed. Lu Qinsong, there is something I want to ask you for a favor. My sister will come to me tomorrow, but I have no time to entertain her because I have to go to work. Can you please help me entertain her? Qin Huiru said. Lu Qinsong naturally knew what Qin Huiru planned to do when he heard this, and also knew that Qin Huiru's sister must be Qin Jingru. I learned from TV dramas before crossing that Qin Jingru and his sister Qin Huiru are almost the same. Unscrupulous in order to become a city man. Su Daimao was so skinny in face, and then he had a city-registered permanent residence and ridiculed Su Daimao all day long. For such a woman, Lu Qinsong feels sick from the bottom of his heart. Ding! The system releases the task to intercept Hu Qin Jingru. After completing it, you can get rewards for God-level fighting skills, canned meat 20, Oil ticket 10. Lu Qinsong froze for a moment, but he didn't expect the system to give him such a task. And Lu Qinsong was stunned by Qin Huai's eyes. Right now I thought Lu Qinsong was in his heart. My sister, young and beautiful, will feel sorry for people. She always wants to live in Daokeng. The most important thing is that he is still single. You can get in touch and be friends. Qin Huai said excitedly. Looking at Qin Huairu, who looked like a clown in front of him, Lu Qinsong's mouth raised slightly, but he was thinking of how to cut his beard. Qin Huairu, when will your sister come over tomorrow? Lu Qinsong asked. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu was a little excited. But there was some contempt in his heart. Men are all the same, eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. There is obviously Teacher Ran, and now he is still thinking about his sister. Contempt for contempt, but Qin Huairu still had to pretend to be happy. I don't know the exact time, but I guess it will be there tomorrow morning. By the way, can you help me pick her up? Qin Huairu said. Lu Qinsong looked down on Qin Huai even more when he heard it. Qin Huairu, you are really the BCH of WRE. I never said that I knew your sister, you even asked me to pick her up. Your thoughts are really not hidden at all. I guess you would like me and your sister to sleep together immediately. Although thinking like this in his heart, Lu Qinsong did not say it directly, but spoke instead. Qin Huairu, you're kidding, I haven't seen your sister again, and I don't know what he looks like, how can I pick her up? Lu Qinsong said. Qin Huai thought Lu Qinsong wanted to ask how her sister looks like, and said. Don't worry about this, there is absolutely nothing to say about the appearance, our old Qin family daughters are all beautiful and beautiful. Lu Qinsong frowned when he heard Qin Huairu's words. Qin Huairu said this along with himself. Although it was vague, Lu Qinsong heard it. Qin Huairu, I said you have a bad brain, didn't you understand what I meant? Lu Qinsong said. But Qin Huai was taken aback at this time. Asked. What do you mean, didn't you just want to know how good my sister looks? Lu Qinsong said, suppressing the urge to curse. Qin Huairu, you really have a brain problem. I have never seen your sister. Where do I know what he looks like? There are so many people at the station. How do I know who your sister is? You let me pick her up, how do I pick her up? Qin Huairu only reacted at this time. He just thought about how to introduce his sister to Lu Qinsong, but he didn't pay attention to this problem. Oh. It turned out to be like this. I didn't think about it. Let's go. Tomorrow you will approve me for a half-day vacation. I will pick her up, and then I will go to work. You take her around the city, okay? Qin Huairu said. Lu Qinsong nodded when Qin Huai had said so and agreed, then picked up the bun and walked towards the deaf old lady's house. After 2 steps, Qin Huairu stopped again. Lu Qinsong, let me ask, if you marry your partner in the future, will you take care of her poor relatives? Lu Qinsong naturally knew what Qin Huairu meant, and did not pierce him, nodding his head to say yes. Qin Huairu stopped asking more questions, just staring at the cage of steamed buns in Lu Qinsong's hands. Naturally, Lu Qinsong can see clearly this way. It's a BCH, she can't walk when she sees food. Lu Qinsong muttered this with a voice that only he could hear. Then he picked up 2 buns and threw them to Qin Huairu. Qin Huai hurriedly took the bun as he saw it, then said thank you to Lu Qinsong, and walked into the house. Lu Qinsong sneered when he saw Qin Huai entering the room, thinking in his heart. It's just a dream to want to be relatives with me just like this. These 2 meat buns should be fed to dogs. After all, people say meat buns beat dogs. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 30. After sending Qin Huairu away, Lu Qinsong went to work in the factory after waiting for the deaf old lady to wash. After Lu Qinsong was promoted to the head of the security department, there was not much to do, except for occasionally going to the workshop to give advice on technology, which was to give leave to some people who asked for leave. The whole day is basically spent drinking tea and reading the newspaper, and soon it's time to get off work. Because I had promised to cook for the deaf old lady this morning, I didn't work overtime and went back to the yard early. "Grandma, you can cook it for a while, I'll just fry another dish," Lu Kinsong said. "Hey. Good, good." The deaf old lady looked at Lu Kinsong, who was standing in front of the stove, her eyes full of love. She had no children in her life. Although there were still a few relatives in the country, but because they all disliked her when she was older, she rarely interacted with her. Originally, she was ready for no one to send her the end, but Lu Kinsong did not expect that Lu Kinsong came to her, and treated her like her own grandmother. This makes her very happy. At the moment when the deaf old lady lost her mind, Lu Kinsong had already brought the last dish. "Grandma, what do you think? I finally fried small green vegetables for you. Knowing that your teeth are not good, I specially fried them softly." Hearing Lu Kinsong talking to her, the deaf old lady came back to her senses. Lu Kinsong naturally didn't know what the deaf old lady thought, only when she was older and her reaction was a little slow. After a meal, Lu Kinsong saw that the sky hadn't been completely dark yet, and seeing that there was some chaos in the deaf old lady's house, he offered to clean up the house for the deaf old lady. The deaf old lady wanted to help together, but don't Lu Kinsong refuse. "Grandma, just leave these things to me, just sit here and rest," Lu Kinsong said. The deaf old lady also knew that her body was bad, so she did not refuse. Lu Kinsong was also quick to clean up, and soon the left side of the bed was not cleaned up. "Pick up the broom and clean it up." When cleaning deep into the belly of the bed, the broom was a little unable to move, and Lu Kinsong immediately realized that there was something in the belly of the bed. "I looked down and found that it turned out to be a wooden box." Some curiously pulled the wooden box out. "Sweep away the dust on it, this box turned out to be made of sandalwood." "Grandma, why do you have a sandalwood box here?" Lu Kinsong asked. The deaf old lady took a look and said, "This is left to me by my wife before, so when I was young, I put things away." Lu Kinsong wanted to put the box back, but was a little curious after hearing the deaf old lady's words. After all, in that era, not many people could buy sandalwood at home, and sandalwood has always been the best among all woods. "My grass." After opening the box, Lu Kinsong was stunned by the contents and couldn't help but explode. The box was covered with half of old coins and a whole stamp. Let's not talk about ancient money. This stamp will be a rare thing in the future. As a traveler, Lu Kinsong knows the value of this stamp very well. After the new century, an old stamp is worth at least 5 digits, but the stamp in front of it has a whole copy. Lu Kinsong looked at it carefully, the more he turned forward, the more shocked he was, because the first stamp was already the first stamp in the Qing dynasty. "Grandma, you are a set of stamps and old coins, where did they come from?" Lu Kinsong said. Looking at the entire stamp in front of him, Lu Kinsong was lost in thought. He did not expect that the deaf old lady turned out to be a hidden rich man. The deaf old lady kindly looked at Lu Kinsong in thought and saw Lu Kinsong's surprise on the stamps. "These things are all my little hobbies when I was young. If you like them, you can give them to you," the deaf old lady said. Lu Kinsong originally wanted to refuse, but then thought that the deaf old lady had no children and no one could give these things, and she are now a family, so they accepted it if they didn't refuse. "Kinsong, are you at home?" Lu Kinsong had just put away the things that the deaf old lady gave him, and heard someone calling him in the yard. And this voice Lu Kinsong is naturally very familiar, it is his target Ran Kaiyu. "It's so late, who is looking for you?" the deaf old lady asked. "Grandma, it's me, that's the teacher Ran that I told you last time, she came to me," Lu Kinsong said. After a while, the deaf old lady smiled immediately. Then why are you still standing here? Are you still going out? If it's too late, don't let her go back. It's not safe. The deaf old lady urged Lu Qinsong to go out after speaking. Lu Qinsong glanced at his watch, and it was less than 7 o'clock, and without saying anything, he walked outside the house. As soon as she got out of the house, she saw Ran Kaiyu standing outside waiting for him, so she immediately walked over. Kaiyu, why are you here so late? Lu Qinsong said, holding Ran Kaiyu's hand. Ran Kaiyu was held by Lu Qinsong, her face flushed, and she spoke. I've been thinking of you these days, and you don't come to me. I just came by myself. You won't be unwelcome. Lu Qinsong naturally heard some dissatisfaction in Ran Kaiyu's tone. Why wouldn't you be welcome? I wanted to find you today, but something was delayed. Lu Qinsong quickly explained. Ran Kaiyu chuckles when he sees Lu Qinsong's appearance, and doesn't talk about the topic anymore. You didn't just come here today because you simply missed me. Lu Qinsong said. Ran Kaiyu blushed again, and patted Lu Qinsong lightly with her hand. This is only one of the reasons, and also because of the suspension of school because of Bang Seng's hand break. I'll take a look and ask about the situation by the way. Ran Kaiyu said. Lu Qinsong was taken aback, he almost forgot that Ran Kaiyu was still a great teacher. Afterwards, he told Ran Kaiyu about the matter of Bang Jing stealing public goods and interrupting Bang Jing's hands. It turned out to be like this. I didn't expect Bang Seng to be like this, as well as his mother. If my mother did something wrong, he should sue the wicked first. Lu Qinsong looked at Ran Kaiyu who was embracing the injustices for him, and he was touched and a little bit amused at the same time, so he joked. Comrade Ran Kaiyu, you are now more and more like my Liu's wife. You know how to protect your own man. Ran Kaiyu's face turned red like an apple when she heard it. Originally, their family wronged you if they did something wrong. You are not a good person in the yard. Or you can move out and live. I am worried that you will be taken away if this continues. Ran Kaiyu suggested. Lu Qinsong didn't expect Ran Kaiyu to say this, so he asked her why she said it. It's not because of Teacher Yan, because of the last time, I came to me every day for the last few days. At the beginning I thought he was here to apologize, but I didn't expect that he kept telling me bad things about you. I scolded him today. Ran Kaiyu said. After Lu Qinsong listened, his face sank suddenly. Good you Yan Bugui, this is your own death, no wonder I am. Ding. Post the task to clean up Yan Bugui. After completing the task, you can get the level 9 electronic engineer skill, canned meat 10, food stamp 20. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 31. Ran Kaiyu looked at Lu Qinsong with a calm face, a little worried. Qinsong, what's the matter with you? Hearing Ran Kaiyu's voice, Lu Qinsong came back to his senses. Autumn leaf, thank you for maintaining me, but moving out is not working now. Grandma is old and needs someone to take care of, so let's talk about it later. Lu Qinsong said. After hearing these words, Ran Kaiyu became more affirmed of her choice. Obviously he has enough strength to move out and leave this beast courtyard, but he stayed behind because he has to take care of an old lady who doesn't have much blood relationship. How can such a man of affection and righteousness make Ran Kaiyu dislike? Looking at Lu Qinsong with a serious face, Ran Kaiyu smiled again. Even if I say this casually, why are you still serious? You can decide for yourself when you move out. Lu Qinsong nodded and said he knew, but suddenly thought of something and said. Autumn leaves, didn't you come here today to see the great stem? I'll go with you. Hearing what Lu Qinsong said, Ran Kaiyu reacted at once. Oh. I forgot about it if you don't say it, but it's still early. Then the two went to Qinhuaru's courtyard. As soon as he walked in, Lu Qinsong's face went black. Because Shazhu was also at Qin Huiru's house at this time, the two were talking and laughing. When Lu Qinsong came in, both of them were taken aback. They looked at each other and both felt weird. "Silly Zhu, you are here too," Lu Qinsong said. Silly Zhu ignored Lu Qinsong, got up and walked out of the yard. When passing by Lu Qinsong, he hit Lu Qinsong with his shoulder. Lu Qinsong looked at the back of Shazhu away and guessed the reason. 80%, this BCH Qin Huiru was trying to sell his sister to a fool, and interrupted the two of them because they didn't count the time. Qin Huiru watched Lu Qinsong bring Ran Kaiyi to the door, thinking that Lu Qinsong had told Ran Kaiyi about the daytime. Now that Ran Kaiyi came to ask her for trouble, she felt nervous, but out of politeness, he invited the two to come in and sit down. "Bangjing, his mother, is Bangjing at home? I have something to look for him," Ran Kaiyi said. Upon hearing this, Qin Huiru knew that Lu Qinsong didn't tell Ran Kaiyi about the daytime affairs, otherwise Ran Kaiyi would definitely not be looking for a stick man at this time, but looking for her. Qin Huiru felt relieved when he thought of this, and hurriedly called out the stick. After seeing the sticks come out, Ran Kaiyi's face suddenly became serious. "Jiageng, originally I came here today to tell you about your suspension of school and plan to keep your student status, but I didn't expect you to steal something. If I hadn't heard you, Uncle Lu told me, I didn't know myself. If students can do such a thing, I am going to report what you did to the school." As soon as Ran Kaiyi finished speaking, Qin Huiru on the side was shocked instantly. In this era, if you leave school, you can continue after it is over, but once the incident of Bangjing stealing is reported, I am afraid the school will immediately expel Bangjing, which means that the previous Bangjing studies are all in vain. "Teacher Ran, our family has punished a terrible mess for this matter, and he has broken his hands. He must have a long memory, and he will definitely not steal things in the future. If you don't remember the villain, don't report this matter to the school. That's it," Qin Huiru said. Looking at Bang Geng's hand and seeing Qin Huiru almost crying, Ran Kaiyi was still softened, indicating that she would consider this matter. The Bangjing on the side was silent, but looked at Lu Qinsong with bitter eyes. He knew that Lu Qinsong must have told Ran Kaiyi about this. Otherwise, Ran Kaiyi would never come to talk about it, and his resentment towards Lu Qinsong was heightened again. Ran Kaiyi and Qin Huiru Bang Geng said a few more words before leaving. As a boyfriend, Lu Qinsong naturally sent Ran Kaiyi back. Although Lu Qinsong hoped that Ran Kaiyi could stay, Ran Kaiyi was a child of the scholarly family after all. He was very conservative, so he refused. After Lu Qinsong rode back to the yard, it happened that the silly column ran into the head. After seeing Lu Qinsong set up the car, the silly Zhu immediately rushed in front of Lu Qinsong, grabbed Lu Qinsong by the collar, and looked at him viciously. Lu Qinsong pulled away the arm of the foolish post and said, "A few meanings, silly Zhu, want to do something with me, don't you think you haven't beaten enough?" Xiao Zhu knew that he could not beat Lu Qinsong, but he couldn't lose his momentum, and pointed to Lu Qinsong's nose. "Lu Qinsong, let me tell you, don't always run to Qin Huiru's house in the future. Isn't it enough that people have been killed by you?" Lu Qinsong instantly became happy when he heard this. Knowing that Shazhu was mostly brainwashed by Qin Huiru, he had already regarded Qin Huiru as a family, and now he was about to come and warn himself on behalf of Qin Huiru's family. "How happy are you? Did you hear me talking to you?" Silly Zhu saw Lu Qinsong ignore him and was still laughing. His anger came up suddenly, and he was interrupted by Lu Qinsong when he was about to say something. "Silly Zhu, is your brain only the size of a walnut kernel? It's too easy to believe other people's words. It would be an insult to say that you are a pig." After Lu Qinsong finished speaking, he pushed the silly post away and walked into his room. After seeing Lu Qinsong scolded him, Xiao Zhu left, and the anger in his heart burst out suddenly. But he also knew that he couldn't beat Lu Qinsong, so he could only curse in Lu Kinsong's direction. "Don't leave if you have the ability, let me see you next time, and watch me kill you." Lu Kinsong held up the silly Zhu's yelling, and ignored him. After all, the lion doesn't care about the dog. Besides, the silly Zhu is still a mad dog with no brains. Lu Kinsong passed by the three grandpas' homes, and was interrupted by the sound of the room. When he remembered what Ran Kaiya had told him today, he felt that the family should be cleaned up. "Yan Bugui, you dog, I haven't settled the previous account with you yet, and I went to provoke Kaiya's relationship with me. Now I dare to speak ill of me. I must teach you a lesson," Lu Kinsong said. Then his eyes fell on the bicycle of the three masters aside. With the palm of the bicycle disappeared out of thin air. Looking at the bicycle in the portable space, Lu Kinsong raised his mouth slightly, and then swayed away. Early the next morning, Lu Kinsong, who was still asleep, was awakened by the sound from the yard. "Put on a coat and go out to check." It was the three masters who were about to go to work and found that the bicycle was missing, sitting on the ground holding a stone stool and scolding the street. "That BD stole my car. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohwawa for encouragement, thank you." Chapter 32. The cries of the three masters immediately attracted the people in the yard. "His three masters, what's wrong with you, what are you shouting early in the morning?" the grandfather said. Seeing the great master came out, the three grandpa hurriedly hugged the grandpa's thigh, snotting and tearing. His appearance was miserable. "Master, we recruited thieves in our yard. I don't know who stole my bicycle. This is the most valuable thing in my family," the three masters cried. "I'm here early in the morning, crying and howling, and let people not sleep." Lu Kinsong put on his coat and walked out of the house yawning. The three masters saw Lu Kinsong walk out of the room, and immediately got up and pointed at Lu Kinsong. "It's you, it must be you who stole my bike. It must be because of Mr. Ran last time. Are you taking revenge on me?" The three masters gritted their teeth and pointed at Lu Kinsong. Everyone's eyes followed Lu Kinsong with the fingers of the three masters. "What are you doing? What are you looking at me for? My dignified section chief can do this kind of thing? I don't own a bicycle. What do I want your antique for?" Lu Kinsong said. When everyone heard it seemed reasonable, they were no longer in doubt, but then the silly post stood up and said, "Yesterday I saw Lu Kinsong strolling back and forth outside, but he was the one who did it." Upon hearing this, the three masters immediately jumped up. "I dare to quibble, now there is a testimony, and you must be arrested today." Lu Kinsong stared at the foolish post blankly, wondering how this person's head grew. If you put too much salt in cooking, he ignored him, and he took the initiative to find something, and then he disdained it. Smiled. "Silly Zhu, you said I was outside alone, how did you see it? Are you outside too? Maybe you stole it." Silly Zhu suddenly froze. He didn't expect Lu Kinsong to say that, and he didn't know how to explain it all at once. "Silly Zhu has no grievances or grudges against me. How could he steal my bike? You must have stole it. You don't frame good people." The three masters stood up and explained for Sha Zhu at this time, and Sha Zhu also echoed when he heard it. Seeing the two singing, Lu Kinsong suddenly thought of an idiom in his heart: embarrassment and evil. At this time, it is suitable to describe these two people. "I didn't want to mess with you, you hit the muzzle by yourself, then don't blame me for being impolite, and tidy you up together." Lu Kinsong's eyes shuddered at the thought. Originally, he was going to find an opportunity to send the car to the second uncle so that he could pick it up. When the time comes, he will watch two people biting the dog, but now it seems that he can't wait for that time. Then the mind turned, the bicycle in the storage space was directly dismantled, and the animal's teleport ability was activated, and the bicycle was teleported to Shaz's home. "Lu Kinsong, someone has called the police just now. If you really did this, you can tell me now and return the car to the third master. We can still solve it in the yard, otherwise it will be difficult to wait for the police to come. The grandfather said. Looking at the grandfather in front of him, Lu Kinsong once again sighed that the grandfather was a person. He was a typical BCH and set up an archway. If he really wanted to help, how could someone call the police? His grandfather. Don't sympathize with him. He must have stolen the bicycle. You will know when the police arrive. The second grandfather echoed. Ever since Lu Kinsong was promoted and was rewarded with a bicycle, the second uncle has always been jealous. He had already accomplished what he wanted to do for most of his life, but because Lu Kinsong developed new technology, he was transferred back to the workshop again, which made his resentment towards Lu Kinsong even higher. At this time, how could Lu Haishong easily let Lu Kinsong off when he caught the opportunity? It's down, it's useless to say more. In that case, wait until the police arrive, but I remind you that I am now the chief of the security department. If you wrong me, you will be at your own risk. Lu Kinsong also didn't bother to explain, after all, there is no reason to sin. Hey! The head of the security section, such a big name, is really scary. The evidence is there. You still want to quibble? You are a black sheep. The second uncle said, but the sour taste in his tone couldn't hide. While everyone was still discussing the matter, Director Zhang from the police station arrived with 2 policemen and stood at the gate of the yard and knocked on the door. Which one of you reported the case? A policeman asked. 3 masters hurriedly went up to greet Director Zhang and others in, and then a policeman took out the record book. Comrade police, it's like this. My bicycle was stolen. Someone saw that he stole it, so please come and investigate. The 3 masters finished speaking and pointed their finger at Lu Kinsong. Director Zhang's eyes followed the fingers of the 3 masters and looked towards Lu Kinsong. Suddenly he froze, then smiled and walked towards Lu Kinsong. Chief Lu, I didn't expect you to live in this yard too. Director Zhang said. Since Lu Kinsong became the chief of the security department, he has inevitably dealt with the police frequently, and he has also met some police officers, including Director Zhang. However, in terms of establishment, Lu Kinsong is 1 level higher than Director Zhang, so Director Zhang is naturally polite when he meets Lu Kinsong. Director Zhang, they said that I stole Yan Bugui's bicycle. You can search it in the yard, or of course you can enter my house. Maybe one of them was jealous of me and deliberately framed me. Lu Kinsong said. Then Lu Kinsong gave up away and made a gesture of please, indicating Director Zhang to lead someone into his house to search, and then sent a teleport of animal products again, and moved a wheel to the second uncle's house. Seeing Director Zhang even said that he was offended, he entered Lu Kinsong's house, and at the same time asked the 2 policemen he had brought to search other houses in the yard. After a while, Director Zhang walked out of the room empty-handed. There is no search bike in Lu Kinsong's house. Director Zhang said. The deaf old lady also pointed at the people and called them wronged. It's impossible. He must have sold it or hid it. The second uncle and Shazhu said. At this moment, a policeman walked in front of Director Zhang with the handle of the car in his hand. Report, I just found a lot of bicycle parts in that room. Everyone looked in the direction where the policeman had just come out, and it was the silly column's house. The 3 masters stepped forward and saw at a glance that the handle of the policeman was on his own car. Silly column, I didn't expect that you stole my car, and you were still calling the thief to catch the thief, said the 3 masters. At this time, the second uncle on the side saw a bad situation, and just about to follow the count and fell into a silly column. Director, I just found this in the room in the bangs. Just when the crowd fell into a silly post, another policeman came out of the second uncle's room with a car wheel in his hand. Okay. UBD in the bangs. I didn't expect you to have a part in this matter. If others do me, you will do me too. Today I will never finish with you. The three big masters grabbed the collar of the Bangs in desperation. But Lu Haishong looked at the car wheel with a blind face at this time. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 33. The three big masters firmly grasped the second uncle by the collar, saw that the second uncle did not speak, anger surged up suddenly, raised his fist and hit the second uncle in the face. The second uncle who had been punched also came to his senses, and was punched in front of everyone by the third master, and suddenly became a little uncontrollable on his face, so he raised his fist and hit the third master. Upon seeing this, the two policemen stood up to stop. What are you doing? Just grab both of you and go to the police station. Director Zhang said angrily when he dared to do it in front of him, without putting himself in the eye. Upon hearing this, the two of them were frightened and stopped doing it. Comrade police, we were really wronged. Lu Qinsong must have deliberately framed us. The second uncle said. Lu Haishong, you are really pressed for anxiousness. You dare to say anything. I didn't come out after I got home yesterday. My grandma can prove it. Lu Qinsong said. The deaf old lady on the side hurried up to prove. Because of the seniority of the deaf old lady and the fact that she had weaved straw sandals for the Red Army before, it can be said that no one knows what she said, so everyone believed her words. Lu Haishong, you are a dog, you just want to praise me, and then you can dominate in the yard, right? There are silly posts, it must be because of the last time Teacher Ran has always held a grudge against me. The three big masters were forced to be anxious at this time, no matter what, pointing at the second big master and the silly column was a mess. The second uncle knew that he was at a disadvantage, not to mention that there was a policeman next to him, so he remained silent. But the stupid post had a tense and straight-tempered, and it was natural that he couldn't bear seeing the three big masters wronged him. Yan Laoxi, you are a dog, you will bite when you see people, if you want to say that, I really have to tell you about Teacher Ran, said Shazhu. Then he rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the three masters. Seeing Shazhu walking towards the three masters, the first master immediately stepped forward and hugged him and said, Pillar, you are crazy, the police are still here, what do you want to do, are you going to enter the police station? When Shazhu heard this, he calmed down a bit, and stopped and said, Yan Laoxi, let me tell you, Lao Zi didn't take your bicycle. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. How do you like it? I won't take care of it. After speaking, the silly post walked out, but was stopped by a policeman. You can't leave now. You are suspected of stealing other people's belongings. Please come with us. Shazul looked at the policeman in front of him, feeling even more depressed. He Yuzhu, Lu Haishong, since you found Yan Bugui's bicycle parts in your room, you two are involved in crimes. Come with us. Director Zhang had just finished speaking, and the two policemen were about to get into the car with the fool and the second uncle. His three big masters, if you haven't said a word, who will pay you for the car if you are taken away? The grandfather said. When the three masters heard this, they felt reasonable, and hurriedly stepped forward to stop Director Zhang and the others. Comrade police, they have to accompany me in the car. Sandiye said. Director Zhang frowned and scolded the three masters. You old comrade, you reported the case, and the person you let us arrest is now stopping us. What do you think of us as the police? Your bicycle is important, or is it important for us to handle the case? The three masters were speechless but refused to give way. Director Zhang, forget it, since this happened in our yard, let the people in the yard solve it by themselves. The great master said. Director Zhang glanced at Lu Qinsong and saw that Lu Qinsong was silent, so he acquiesced and ordered two policemen to put them down. Since you have to solve it by yourself, forget it this time, and if it remains the same next time, I will take you all back to the police station. After finishing talking, Director Zhang took the two policemen to the door. Before leaving, he didn't forget to beat Lu Haishong, saying that his previous case of playing a hooligan was still leaving the police station, so he should be more careful in the future. Since this matter has been said to be resolved in the yard, there must be a result. I propose that a meeting of the whole hospital be held tonight to discuss the matter of the 3 grandmaster bicycles. The grandfather said. Then everyone dispersed, those who should go to work, and those who dared to work, they all went to their own affairs. As night fell, the yard was full of people. As before, the grandfather sat in the main seat. We must all know the reason for the convening of the whole hospital. It is because of the fact that Xia Zhu and Lu Haishong stole the bicycles of the 3 grandmasters. The grandfather said. I told you I didn't steal it, his grandfather. You can't slander someone's innocence out of thin air. Before the first grandfather had finished speaking, the second grandfather Lu Haishong opened his mouth to explain. Seeing the second uncle speak, Xia Zhu quickly explained that he did not steal the car. Hey! People get stolen goods and don't admit it yet. Car stealing is bad enough. Now it's hard to say. This is a moral problem, said the 3 masters. Yan Lioxi, who are you talking about? I have the ability to say it again, can I beat you? Xia Zhu rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the 3 masters, who hurriedly hid when seeing this. His grandfather, look at the silly post, you stole something and want to hit someone, it's totally unreasonable. The 3 big masters pointed to the silly column and said. Stop arguing, I'll decide on this matter. The stealing of the car by Xia Zhu and the second uncle, and the evidence was conclusive, there is no way to justify this, so I decided to let Xia Zhu and the second uncle each pay half of the compensation. After the first grandfather had finished speaking, Xia Zhu and the second grandfather naturally quit, still clamoring that they did not steal the bicycle. Don't admit it yet, I don't think there is anything to say, just send it to the police station. Sandiye said. When Xia Zhu and the second uncle heard this, they were a little scared. After all, they told Director Zhang this morning to deal with it by themselves. Now if they are making trouble at the police station, neither of them has any fruit to eat. After thinking about it for a while, the 2 could only compromise, but they were unwilling to pay half of the burden for each, and only willing to pay 10 yuan each. What can you do with this little money? Even if you take back all the parts from your place and add this 20 yuan, it is not enough. Besides, there are still many parts that you don't know where you took them. You 2 must be 1.5. Pay me for a new car, said the 3 masters. Yan Lioxi, don't go too far. One person will pay you 10 yuan a lot. If you are really capable, you can send us to the police station. Xia Zhu said, and then sat on the bench with an indifferent expression. His 3 masters, what you said is really too much. After assembling those parts and buying the few parts, it is almost the same. It is too much to pay for a new one. Seeing the 3 people quarreling again, the first master came out to adjust, and other people in the yard also agreed that the 3rd master was indeed too much. The 3 masters saw that he seemed to be guilty of public anger, so he nodded and compromised. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, and the task is rewarded with level 9 electronic engineer skills, canned meat 10, food stamps 20. Since an agreement has been reached, let's handle the matter like this, and everyone should be separated. The grandfather said. When everyone got up to leave, Lu Qinsong's voice came from the crowd. This is the end? I said it well before, if you wronged me, Xia Zhu, the second uncle and the 3rd man have to apologize to me, forget it so soon. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohuahua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 34. Lu Qinsong, what's the matter with you here, put it aside and cool off. The second uncle was wronged for no reason, and he had to pay the 3rd master 10 yuan again, and he was already very upset. Now Lu Qinsong came out and asked them to apologize again, and his anger suddenly came up. Yet, Lu Haishong, you can, dare to talk to me like this now? It seems you want to go to the security department, right? Lu Qinsong said. As soon as the second uncle heard about the security division, he immediately persuaded him and bent down to apologize to Lu Qinsong. Lu Qinsong saw the second uncle apologized and turned to look at the fool. Silly Zhu had a stubborn temper and was not afraid that Lu Qinsong would send him to the security department, but the deaf old lady on the side spoke up. Zhu Ziyi, don't apologize yet, don't you even apologize if you are wronged, said the deaf old lady. Seeing that the deaf old lady became angry, the idiot could only do it and apologize obediently. The three big masters, when it comes to you, if you dare to rely on me, I will go to your unit and ask Teacher Ran to show you your deeds under the publicity of the school. Lu Qinsong looked at the three masters who were silent and said. When the three masters heard this, they could only apologize to Lu Qinsong. Since all three of you have apologized to you, this matter is over, it can all be over now. The grandfather looked at Lu Qinsong and said. Lu Qinsong nodded, everyone dispersed, and went back to the house to rest. When he entered the house, Lu Qinsong felt a sense of hostility, turned his head and saw that it was the second uncle who was looking at him viciously. Opened Jianzhen's eyes to see the second uncle's mind, but he also lazily pays attention to it. After all, the second uncle is his opponent. Early the next morning, everyone in the yard started a busy day to go to work. Qin Huiru poked his head out of the house, looked at the direction of the courtyard gate, and watched Lu Qinsong pushing his bicycle out to work. After Lu Qinsong disappeared completely, he dared to come out. Yo! Qin Huiru, why don't you go to work today, what are you sneaking in? Sha Zhu came out of the room, just to see Qin Huiru, jokingly said hello to go to work. Seeing that the silly column was about to leave, Qin Hui grabbed the silly column and forgot to pull it in the house. No, eldest sister, what are you going to do? It's not good for people to see if you pull during the day. Just say something, said the silly column. Qin Huiru was a little upset when he heard this, and pinched the meat on Sha Zhu's arm. Do you remember what I told you last time? My sister is here, Qin Huiru said. When Sha Zhu heard this, he was very happy, and quickly asked Qin Huiru when her sister would come. Seeing the excited look of Sha Zhu, Qin Hui rumored that the plan was successful in his heart. The first time you see a girl, you should be empty-handed, and you can't prepare something, Qin Huiru said. When the silly Zhu heard the reason, he quickly asked what to buy. I have to teach you what to buy, just buy something, hurry up. Qin Huiru turned around and returned to the house after speaking, and Sha Zhu hurriedly went out to prepare gifts. Sister, you said in your letter that you called me this time to introduce someone to me, Qin Jingru said. Yes. I will introduce you to the two and let you pick them yourself, Qin Huiru said. When Qin Jingru heard that he was introducing two, he stood up all at once. Sister, your letter didn't tell me to introduce them to me. Isn't that not a good idea? Who do you think of me? Qin Jingru said. Seeing Qin Jingru's excitement, Qin Huiru grabbed Qin Jingru's hand and let her sit down. Stupid sister, it's for your own good to introduce two to you. If there is one you don't like, there is another one. Don't you have to choose multiple insurances, Qin Huiru said. Qin Jingru heard her say this, and felt that there was some truth, so he didn't care about it anymore. Sister, where are the two people you introduced to me? What do they do? Qin Jingru asked. Qin Huiru glanced at his younger sister, and complained about her just now, but now he takes the initiative to care about their problems. The first person introduced to you is Hiyuzhu. We all call her Shazu. She is a cook. If you are with him, you won't have to worry about eating and drinking, and his salary is not low. People are good. Qin Huiru constantly introduced Qin Jingru to the merits of the fool. But Qin Jing, like a girl from the country, hadn't seen anything in the world, so she immediately agreed. Sister, what is the other one you said? Qin Jingru asked. He is a section chief. Qin Huiru replied. When Qin Jingru heard this, he clamored on the spot that he didn't want a cook, but that he wanted the section chief. Qin Huiru hurriedly grabbed Qin Jingru, for fear that she would attract other people's attention. Speak down, don't let others hear. Qin Huiru said. Sister, this is what you are wrong. It's fine for you to directly introduce the section chief to me. Why bother to introduce a cook to me? Qin Jingru said. What do you know, people may not look at you yet. Don't you have to be a spare tire like a silly post? You can also receive a double copy when you receive a gift. Even if you don't like it, then you will say that the family is not suitable. At that time, I will pretend to return the gift to him. It's a big man who is embarrassed to ask for it. After Qin Jingru heard what Qin Huiru said, he rolled his eyes and felt that there was some truth, so he agreed. The two sat chatting for a while, and the fool who went to buy gifts came back with a lot of things. Oh! This is Qin Jingru, as expected, as your sister said, he is a great beauty. As soon as Xiao Zhu entered the door, he saw Qin Jingru sitting on the chair, and said hello immediately. Qin Jingru was also embarrassed to be touted by the silly column, and could only lower his head shyly. This look of Qin Jingru was seen by the fool, and he liked Qin Jingru even more in his heart. Qin Huai looked at Xiao Zhu, knowing that Xiao Zhu must have already taken a fancy to his sister, and said again. Silly Zhu, how about you go buy some more gifts for my sister, how about it as your marriage proposal? Silly Zhu nodded repeatedly, and then went out and walked into his house. After a while, he came back again, walking up to Qin Jingru with a stack of banknotes in her hand and stuffing it into her hand. I just came out from outside, and I don't know what you like. There is $100 here, so you can just take it and buy something you like, said the silly column. This can make Qin Huiru and the sisters so happy, and even praise the silly and considerate people. After the three chatted for a while, Qin Huiru stood up and looked out the window. Finding that the sky was already dim, it was estimated that Lu Qinsong should be about to leave work at this time, and found an excuse to let the idiot leave first. Then he took Qin Jingru to the alley outside the courtyard to wait for Lu Qinsong. After a while, he saw Lu Qinsong cycling towards them, and Qin Huiru hurried forward to stop Lu Qinsong. Lu Qinsong, this is my sister. It's the first time you came here. You promised me to take her to play in the capital. Didn't you forget? After Qin Huai finished speaking, he pulled Qin Jingru to Lu Qinsong. Lu Qinsong naturally knew Qin Huiru's idea, and sneered in his heart. Since you have delivered it to the door yourself, don't blame me for being impolite, and you must fight with you so that you know how to calculate my fate. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 35. Qin Jingru was pulled to the front and lowered his head shyly, but his eyes secretly looked at Lu Qinsong. Young and clean, although there is no smile on his face, it does not hinder Lu Qinsong's handsome appearance. Hello, I am Qin Huiru's younger sister, and my name is Qin Jingru. Qin Jingru said. Hello. Lu Qinsong glanced at Qin Jingru, spit out two words indifferently. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little embarrassing, Qin Huai hurriedly stepped forward to make a round. Jing, are you? Lu Qinsong is a little shy, he must be embarrassed to say hello to you, don't mind. At this time, Qin Jingru was completely attracted by Lu Qinsong, and she naturally wouldn't mind. My sister said that you are the section chief, but I never thought you were so good. Qin Jingru said. Lu Qinsong hummed. Qin Jingru had known Lu Qinsong's information from Qin Huiru a long time ago, and now he sees Lu Qinsong himself so handsome. Overjoyed. After comparing the previous silly column, I feel that there is no comparison at all. And Lu Qinsong's indifference at this time also became cold and serious in her eyes. Sister, didn't you just say something was going on? Why don't you go ahead, I will walk with Kinsong brother and have a chat by the way. Qin Jingru said. Ah? Oh. Oh. I suddenly remembered that something happened just now, so I won't bother you, you talk. Qin Huai was taken aback for a moment, but soon reacted, admiring his sister's initiative secretly, and then turned and left. After walking to the entrance of the alley, he turned his head and glanced at the two of them. At this time, Qin Jingru almost posted to Lu Kinsong, but Lu Kinsong didn't react at all. Sure enough, men are like this. It's not a good thing to eat what is in the bowl and still think about what is in the pot. Qin Huai said to himself. After Qin Huairu left, Lu Kinsong pushed his bicycle to his home. Qin Jingru followed, constantly looking for topics to talk to Lu Kinsong. But all I got were Lu Kinsong's indifferent responses like ah, and oh. But Qin Huairu still didn't give up and walked into the room with Mercy. Brother Kinsong, do you usually live alone? Qin Jingru asked. Yeah. Lu Kinsong replied. This way from the alley outside the courtyard to Lu Kinsong's house, Qin Jingru is somewhat accustomed to Lu Kinsong's answering method. Naturally, he didn't care, just when Lu Kinsong was embarrassed to talk to himself. Seeing the unfolded quilt on the bed, Qin Huairu took the initiative to pack it up. Brother Kinsong, I think you need a woman to help you clean up the house, what do you think of me? Qin Jingru said. I don't think so. Lu Kinsong replied indifferently. Now Qin Jing panicked, and hurriedly walked to Lu Kinsong's face, looking aggrieved. Why, what's wrong with me? Qin Jingru said. Lu Kinsong picked up the cup on the table, took a sip of tea and looked at Qin Jingru. You are very good, but we are not suitable. You are a country girl, and I am a section chief. It's not the right family. Lu Kinsong said. Qin Jingru's face turned pale when she heard this, and she had already identified Lu Kinsong. If Lu Kinsong rejects her at this time, all her plans will be ruined, so she must stay, even if it is unscrupulous. Thinking of this, Qin Jingru walked towards the door, then closed the door and walked to Lu Kinsong. What are you doing? Lu Kinsong asked. Qin Jingru didn't speak, his fingers began to unbutton his clothes, and his clothes soon fell off and his body appeared. Brother Kinsong, as long as you can keep me, I can. Qin Jing was very shy at this time, but in order to stay, he didn't care about it. Lu Kinsong looked at Qin Jingru in front of him, and thought that he was going to be together with his sister, but Qin Jingru was younger than her sister and had a better figure than her sister. With the girl's unique youthfulness, Lu Kinsong did not refuse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task to intercept Hu Qin Jingru. After completing the task, you can get rewards for God-level fighting skills, canned meat 20, oil ticket 10. Why do you need to fold the flowers when they are blooming? After some clouds and rain, Lu Kinsong lit a cigarette, put on his clothes, and planned to go outside. Qin Jing panted as he saw it, and struggled to get up. The pain after joy made her even speaking a little hard. Green. Brother Kinsong, now you can accept me, let me stay by your side. Qin Jingru said. Lu Kinsong spit out his cigarette and glanced at Qin Jingru. Qin Jingru, this is all of your own will. Why do you want to stay by my side? Lu Kinsong said. Now Qin Jing panicked and got up despite the pain. Puff. Kneeling in front of Lu Kinsong, tears couldn't stop streaming from his eyes. Why, I gave you everything, you tell me now that you can't accept me, how can I see people in the future? Qin Jingru cried. Lu Kinsong looked at Qin Jingru, who was kneeling in front of him, with no sympathy or even disgust in his eyes. In order to achieve the goal, he will not scrutinize any means, even at the expense of his body. Such a woman wanted to stay by his side, it was a dream. Although Lu Kinsong hated Qin Huairu, he still had to do superficial work, and stood up and lifted Qin Jingru gently. But Lu Qinsong's small move made Qin Jinggru feel hope, and when he got up, he threw himself into Lu Qinsong's arms. "Brother Qinsong, are you planning to accept me? Can I stay with you forever?" Qin Jinggru asked. Lu Qinsong pushed her away and shook his head. Qin Jinggru was stunned, looking at Lu Qinsong with an incredible expression. Tears flowed out again. "Although I wanted your body, it doesn't mean that I accepted you. You gave me your body so easily, so you can see that you are a fickle woman," Lu Qinsong said. Qin Jinggru was stunned by these words and quickly explained. "Brother Qinsong, I am not. I only gave you my body, and this is my first time. This proves nothing. It was true the first time you gave it to me, but there is no guarantee that you will not betray me in the future," Lu Qinsong said. "No, I am not such a person. I will never betray you in the future, you believe me," Qin Jinggru said. "Won't betray me? Then tell me what's going on with Silly Pillar? When I came back for dinner today, I saw you and Silly Pillar with him. I hate the fickle woman who is riding on 2 boats," Lu Qinsong said. Qin Jinggru was stunned at this moment. She didn't expect that Lu Qinsong would see her when she met Shazhu. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 36. Lu Qinsong looked at Qin Jinggru who was kneeling in front of him, turned around and left. Qin Jinggru hugged Lu Qinsong's thigh tightly. "Brother Qinsong, this is all a misunderstanding, I was wronged," Qin Jinggru said. "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding can I see with my own eyes?" Lu Qinsong had natural causes and consequences, but at this time he pretended to know nothing and looked at Qin Jinggru with a cold expression. "Brother Qinsong, this was all arranged by my sister. She forcibly arranged for me to meet the cook. I must promise her when I first came here," Qin Jinggru said. "Do I look like a kid? Do you think I believe you when you say that?" Lu Qinsong said. Qin Jinggru became more anxious now, holding Lu Qinsong's thigh without letting go, and said, "Brother Qinsong, how do you trust me? As long as you say, I will do it." At this time, Qin Jinggru can't take care of anything anymore. For the sake of his future life, he can only stalk Lu Qinsong stubbornly. "If you want me to believe you, you have to listen to me, and we will go find a fool together later, and you will prove it to me," Lu Qinsong said. Seeing the opportunity, Qin Jing agreed without hesitation. After getting dressed, the two of them walked towards the yard. On the way, Qin Jinggru wanted to hold Lu Qinsong's hand, but was thrown away by Lu Qinsong. Qin Jinggru did not dare to continue and could only follow Lu Qinsong. After Shazhu left, he was still thinking of his wife who was about to succeed, and he was very happy. He hummed a small song along the way, and finished his work quickly and prepared to go back and talk with others. This is a good saying, you have to be shameless to find someone. In this respect, it is considered as shameless and shameless as to be stupid. After rushing back to the yard, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. At this time, Qin Jinggru actually took Lu Qinsong's arm and looked very intimate. Shazhu originally thought that Qin Jinggru would be at home waiting for him to find him, because the blind date during the day went smoothly and the two chatted very speculatively. They just went to buy a bottle of wine to come back to celebrate. But the scene before him was shocked, and he thought that Lu Qinsong had cut his hu again. "Lu Qinsong, what's the matter with you? How could you be with Qin Jing?" Shazhu roared. Lu Qinsong looked furiously and stupidly said nothing. Seeing that Lu Qinsong ignored him, the silly Zhu could no longer suppress his anger, and rushed towards Lu Qinsong when he lifted the bottle. This scene was naturally seen by Qin Jinggru, and he knew what Shazhu was going to do next, so he hurriedly backed away in fright. Lu Qinsong glanced at Qin Jinggru with disdain. "With this guts, still want to be by my side? It's really useless," Lu Qinsong said. Qin Jing lowered her head in shame. Lu Qinsong originally said that she should be blocking between the two at this time, but she was indeed scared when she looked at the angry stupid pillar. So I can only hide behind. Stupidly quickly came to Lu Qinsong's face, raised the bottle in his hand, and slammed it on Lu Qinsong's head. Lu Qinsong turned sideways, dodged Shazua's bottle, then grabbed Shazua's arm, and slammed his right foot against Shazua's wrist. Shazu's center of gravity was unstable, and he fell to his knees with a puff. Lu Qinsong took the opportunity to lift his foot and kicked towards Shazu's back, and Shazu fell to the ground. Lu Qinsong raised his foot and stepped on the head of the silly stigma, and the silly stigma suddenly couldn't move. Lu Qinsong, I've ed your ancestors and dared to pry against Lao Zi's corner. I have to kill you today. Shazua struggled to get up after talking about it, but there was no effect. Fool, are you crazy? It's up to you who Lao Zi is with. Lu Qinsong said. Lu Qinsong, if Qin Jing was introduced to me by her sister, wouldn't you be afraid of being struck by lightning, said Shazu. Qin Jing grew, who was on the side, suddenly panicked when he heard this, fearing that Lu Qinsong would misunderstand him, and came out to explain. He Yuzhu, are you sick? When did I say I want to be with you? As soon as the words came out, the silly Zhu suddenly became stunned, and he didn't struggle anymore, and said after a while. Qin Jing grew, what do you mean? Your sister introduced you to me, how can you still get along with others, and Lu Qinsong has an object? Said the silly column. But at this moment, Qin Jingru only wanted to leave a good impression in front of Lu Qinsong, and was anxious to get a clear relationship with the silly post, so naturally she didn't care about the silly post's words. Silly Zhu, what do you mean by this? How did Qin Huai introduce her to you? I knew that I would never agree to her, and Lao Zi has no shortage of women. Lu Qinsong said, and then lifted the foot that was stepping on the silly pole. Qin Jingru immediately panicked when he heard this, and hurriedly stepped forward to explain, but did not push Lu Qinsong away. Go away, you second-hand goods, stay away from Lao Zi. Lu Qinsong said. Qin Jingru immediately burst into tears, and looked at Shazhu fiercely. It's all you, it's all your fault, it's all you ruined my happiness. Qin Jingru knelt on the ground holding his legs, crying. Shazhu wanted to step forward to comfort him, but was thrown away by Qin Jingru. I just listened to my sister and came over to comfort you. Who knew you would pester me, and now I was misunderstood by Qinsong brother again. What do you want me to do? Qin Jingru said. Then those things you said this morning. Silly Zhu asked. All those things that my sister asked me to say in the morning, I don't like you at all, and all the things that I promised you said my sister asked me to say. When the idiot heard this, he knew that he had been deceived. He couldn't say a word for a long time, but just stood there blankly, motionless. Silly Zhu, what am I talking about? You are a stupid idiot. Every day you take a bite of a sister, the sister's yelling, in the end it is not calculated by your good sister. Lu Qinsong mocked. As soon as Xiao Zhu heard this, his anger became even stronger, and he pointed to Lu Qinsong's nose and cursed. There is no need for you to pretend to be a good person here. You think you are a good thing, and you have to mess with Teacher Ran. Lu Qinsong was agitated by the words of the fool. Damn, Lao Zi came over to comfort you a few words, you still count on me, you deserve to be deceived, you deserve not to marry a wife, if you have a fire, don't direct me at me, go find your good sister. Lu Qinsong finished speaking and pointed his finger at Qin Huiru's room. When the silly Zhu heard this, he walked towards Qin Huiru's house angrily without saying a word, scolding Qin Hui as shameless as he walked, and even cheated himself. When Qin Jing saw this, he was afraid of what the fool would do to Qin Hui, so he hurried to catch up. Lu Qinsong watched as silly Zhu walked into Qin Huiru's room angrily, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Tell you to calculate me, now I'm going to beat the chicken eggs. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohwawa for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 37. Shazzu rushed into Kinhua's home, picked up the teacup and teapot on the table, and smashed it on the ground. The sound rang in the room, and Chinhueru, who was about to fall asleep, was awakened by the sound. Quickly picked up a piece of clothing from the bed and walked towards the living room. As soon as she entered the living room, a cup broke at her feet, and when she looked up, it turned out to be a fool. Silly Zhu, what are you doing? Why do you smash things at my house? My house provokes you to provoke you and go crazy in my house. Chinhueru said. Shazzu followed the voice and turned his head, the anger in his eyes was not hidden. Chinhueru, I thought you didn't dare to come out because you had done something bad. Since you have come out, I will talk to you well. After speaking, the silly Zhu walked towards Chinhueru. Although Chinhui had never seen such a silly post before, although she was a little scared in her heart, she knew that silly post would not be so good to her, so she didn't plan to hide. Looking at the silly pillar getting closer, Chinhueru couldn't help it finally. Fool, what are you going to do? A widow's house makes trouble so late, aren't you afraid to call everyone in the yard? Chinhueru said. The silly snorted coldly. Hat. I'm really not afraid of recruiting people. It would be great if they were all recruited. I just want everyone to take a good look at your ugly face, said Shazzu. Now Chinhui was stunned. She still doesn't know how she offended Silly Zhu, who is too abnormal today. Silly Zhu, what can I say to you? Why did I offend you? You let me know what you look like. Chinhueru said. Shazzu stopped and looked at Chinhueru with anger in his eyes. Okay, since you want to talk, then I'll talk to you well. Shazzu turned around and poured himself a glass of water, drank it all, then patted the glass heavily on the table. Chinhueru, if you speak from your conscience, I'm pretty good to your family, right? Said Shazzu. Chinhueru didn't speak, pulled the clothes he was wearing, and nodded. I bring food to your family every day. When your family can't open the pot, I will deliver rice and noodles. Let's not talk about it. I will pay the tuition for Bang Gang. The Bang Gang hand is interrupted and I will send it to him. The hospital I'm going to, let me pay for the medical expenses. Shazzu listed how to help Chinhui as a family over the years. Chinhueru stood aside and didn't speak. What the silly Zhu said were facts, and she couldn't deny it. Bang! Shazzu suddenly slapped the tabletop fiercely, and Chinhueru was frightened by the sound. Chinhueru, you have to admit what I said, but after looking at you, what did you do to me? Lian and your sister lied to me together. I'm really stupid, right? Said the silly column. Looking at the stupid pillar about to thunder in front of him, Chinhui looked dumbfounded. Silly Zhu, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Chinhueru said. Shazzu didn't say anything, and grabbed Chinhueru's arm, took her and walked out of the yard. Chinhui felt like eating pain, but because he was not as strong as the fool, he was forcibly pulled out by the fool. He just ran into Qin Jinggru who was about to enter the door. This scene was clearly seen by Lu Qinsong standing in the courtyard. Qin Jinggru, what are you doing? I can't come. Lu Qinsong said. Qin Jinggru didn't dare to say anything, so he could only walk towards Lu Qinsong step by step. Look, you have a look, I don't need to say more, your good sister and Lu Qinsong got together. The silly Zhu said angrily. Chinhueru was dumbfounded when he saw this scene, and looked at silly Zhu with an incredible expression. He was interrupted by silly Zhu when he was about to say something. What else do you want to say? If it weren't for your introduction, Qin Jinggru, a girl from the countryside would know Lu Qinsong? What else do you want to explain? Said the silly column. Silly column. Why are you so rude to your good sister? I don't know how to pity and cherish Jade. Lu Qinsong said. The silly Zhu was holding a fire in his heart at the moment, and he was ridiculed by Lu Qinsong's yin and yang, and he was immediately furious. She deceived me with her sister. I don't have such a sister. Qin Huairuyi was dumbfounded when she heard this. She never thought of how Xiao Zhu knew about this, but now is not the time to take care of this, and now she must pick herself out first. Silly column, listen to me. This thing is really not what you think it is. It must be Lu Qinsong that my sister went to find by herself. This has nothing to do with me. Qin Huairu said. Qin Jingru, who was standing beside Lu Qinsong, became anxious when he heard Qin Huairu's words. Qin Huairu's words were pouring dirty water on her, and I didn't know Lu Qinsong would think of her like this after he said this. Qin Jingru looked up at Lu Qinsong and found that Lu Qinsong was looking at her with a meaningful look. Qin Jingru's heart suddenly became more flustered. Qin Huairu, you don't pour dirty water on me. It's obviously caused by you. I've said that I don't like stupid pillars. You have to take me to see him. Qin Jingru said. This time the idiot was also dumbfounded. Since you don't like me, why are you still accepting my gift, and I also gave you 100 yuan as a wedding gift money, said Shazhu. Lu Qinsong stood aside and snorted coldly. So you all have reached this point, Qin Jingru, I really underestimated you. Lu Qinsong pretended to be angry and said. Qin Jingru quickly explained. Silly Zhu, when did I receive your gift money? My sister took the money. I told her at the time that I didn't want to know you, I just wanted to know brother Qinsong, but my sister said that you are stupid and cheating. And you can also subsidize the family with something from you. After Qin Jingru said this, Qin Huairu was instantly dumbfounded. Qin Huairu did not expect that Qin Jingru would betray her and tell the truth about the matter, and she immediately offended the fool. Can Xiaozu still help her in the future? Qin Huairu, I didn't expect you to calculate me from the beginning. I really misunderstood you. For the help to your family over the years, I will treat it as feeding the dog, said the silly column. Qin Huai opened his mouth as if he wanted to explain, but couldn't say anything, so he could only remain silent. Qin Huairu, it seems that you can't explain it anymore. I will return all my things as soon as possible, or I will call everyone here and hold a whole hospital meeting to talk about your problem. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohuawa for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 38. In the yard, the silly Zhu kept shouting that Qin Huairu would pay back the money. But Qin Huairu just stood blankly without saying a word, tears constantly rolling in his eyes. The noise from the outside soon spread into the house, and Jiazhong rushed out of the house after putting on his clothes, protecting Qin Huairu. What are you doing, staying up all night, stuck at the door of a widow's house, what do you want to do? Jiazhong said. Mom. Silly Zhu asked our family to return his things. Seeing Jiazhang's coming out, Qin Huairu couldn't help it anymore and threw himself into Jiazhang's arms and started crying. Qin Huairu had long told Jiazhong that he was going to introduce Qin Jingru to Shazhu and Lu Qinsong, and then cheated something, so Jiazhong naturally knew about it. Now when I heard that the fool made their family repay the money and things, even if they were angry. Fool, what nonsense are you talking about? Return your stuff, don't dream, don't even think about it. After Jiazhong finished speaking, he wanted to pull Qin Huairu back to the house. As soon as Xiaozhu heard this, his anger became even stronger, and he rushed in front of Jiazhang's, blocking her way. Jiazhong, what do you mean, something that lied to me, now you refuse to return it? Said the silly column. Silly Zhu, please tell me clearly what is meant to lie to you. We have collected this thing, but someone introduced it to you. You have no abilities and can't catch it. Who is the blame? Jiazhong said. Silly Zhu was stunned, he didn't expect Jiazhong to say that. Qin Huai, who was on the side, was not empty when he saw it, and walked to the foolish post. Silly Zhu, My mother is right. We have introduced this person to you, but you didn't catch it yourself. This is not our problem. You should think about whether it is something wrong with you. Qin Huiru said. Qin Huai's words completely stunned Silly Zhu. I usually ask about this family, and think of them for any benefits. I didn't expect that this family is actually a white-eyed wolf, who can say such harsh words. Silly Zhu, what I said before, you are a fool, the kind who sells someone and has to help count the money. Lu Qinsong said. Silly Zhu's heart was ashamed at this time, and with Lu Qinsong's words, a sense of regret suddenly surged. Pap and Pap puffed his 3 big mouths. There was even bleeding from the corners of the mouth. But Xia Zhu's move immediately frightened Qin Huiru and Jiazhong. Qin Huai wanted to step forward to stop it, but was held back by Jiazhong. Silly Zhu, what are you doing? Do you want to ruin us? I tell you, someone is watching, this slap is your own slap, you can't wrong us. Jiazhong said. Upon hearing this, the Silly Zhu laughed instead of anger, but there was an indescribable sense of desolation in the laughter. After all, the idiot had trusted Qin Huai as a family from the beginning, otherwise he would not have done so much for Qin Huai as a family. And now Qin Huiru's family actually said such things. Qin Huiru, count you very much, count me. He uses blindness, and helped people like you for so many years. After the silly post roared, he turned away in despair. Silly Zhu, now you believe what I said, their family are all white-eyed wolves. Lu Qinsong said. Xia Zhu stopped and turned to look at Lu Qinsong. Okay, let you tell me the cool words, said Xia Zhu. Lu Qinsong did not go on, but grabbed the fool. Silly Zhu turned his head to look at Lu Qinsong in surprise. Silly Zhu, you are really stupid. If you are cheated, just forget it. Don't you want things and money? Lu Qinsong said. Silly Zhu was even more surprised, staring at Lu Qinsong firmly. What else can I do? Xia Zhu asked. As long as you insist that Qin Huiru's family lied to you, you can call the police. According to the things you sent, plus 100 yuan, Qin Huiru's family estimates that there is no one in Qin Huiru's family that can't make it out for 3 to 5 years. Lu Qinsong said. Xia Zhu's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood, turning his head to look at Qin Huai as a family. Qin Huiru, you wait for me, I will call the police and arrest you, you are a fraud, wait to go to jail. Said the silly column. As soon as Qin Huai saw this, he hurriedly stepped forward to hold onto the silly column, but was thrown away by the silly column. Now I know I'm afraid. It's late, it's useless for anyone to come, I'll go to the police. Before Xia Zhu finished speaking, Lu Qinsong grabbed Xia Zhu by the shoulder and pulled him back. Silly Zhu looked at Lu Qinsong suspiciously. Lu Qinsong had told him the idea of calling the police, and now he is being brought back again? Silly column, don't look at the time, it's what time it is, you call the police and everyone still rests, I don't care about the others, but if you wake up my grandma, don't blame me for being polite. Lu Qinsong said. Only then did the silly Zhu react, and it was almost midnight now. Qin Huai breathed a sigh of relief when Lu Qinsong said this. But before she was happy, I heard Lu Qinsong say again to let Xia Zhu go to the police station to report the incident early tomorrow morning. In less than half an hour, Qin Huiru's mood was the same as riding a roller coaster, and their respective emotions continued to fluctuate. Lu Qinsong, don't you come to provoke our relationship with Xia Zhu. What is our deception? Is there any evidence? Qin Huiru said. Lu Qinsong looked at Qin Huiru, couldn't help but laughed directly. Qin Huiru, are you a fool? I provoke your relationship with Xia Zhu? Now your relationship with Xia Zhu is using me to provoke? You did it yourself. There is also a scam. Did you swindle the big three to me last time? The introduction of Teacher Ran is an example. If you are not sure, you can ask him. When Lu Qinsong said this, he didn't go on. Qin Huai was stunned, and then she reacted. Once they said what Shazhu had said before, Shazhu would definitely cut it off with them. But still alive, looking at the fool with a glimmer of hope. But she knew that she could not forgive them anymore. Even if you are right, what about the evidence? Qin Huiru asked pretentiously. The evidence is something in your house, and I have witnesses. Lu Qinsong said. Astonished, Qin Huai immediately thought of something, turned his head to look at Qin Jingru, and then laughed. Lu Qinsong, what kind of witness should I be? I know you are talking about Jingru, but we are sisters. How could she help you as an outsider to sue us? Lu Qinsong ignored him, turned his head to look at Qin Jingru on the side, raised an eyebrow, and motioned for her to make a choice. Qin Jingru glanced at Lu Qinsong, and thought that as long as he showed loyalty to Lu Qinsong at this time, maybe Lu Qinsong would accept her. I can prove that Qin Huai is a fraud, deliberately defrauding stupid people with money and things. Qin Jingru's words stunned Qin Huai. She never dreamed that her sister would betray her for an outsider. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 39. Seeing Qin Jingru standing in front of him, Qin Huiru went black and collapsed directly to the ground. This frightened everyone except Lu Qinsong. Zhang rushed over to help Qin Huiru, constantly calling her name, and pinching Qin Huiru's people at the same time. After a while, Qin Huiru woke up, pointed at Qin Jingru and cursed. Qin Jingru, do you still know your surname? You eat something inside and out, and I must take care of you today on behalf of the ancestors of the old Qin family. Qin Huai struggled, but fell to the ground again in an unstable condition. Seeing that Qin Huiru couldn't even stand still, Qin Jingru would naturally not be afraid of her. He walked up to Qin Huiru with his chest straight and looked at Qin Huiru with disdain. Qin Huiru, you are only a little older than me. What qualifications do you have to replace the ancestral religion to teach me? You know, you are a widow now, and there is no man in your family to support you. Qin Jingru said this very viciously, but he couldn't fault it. Qin Jing, are you? I brought you to the city, how can you treat me like this? Qin Huai roared. At the moment she was going crazy, almost crying Qin Jingru's name, like a shrew. But Qin Huiru's roar alarmed the old and young in the yard, and all of them opened the door and walked out. What's going on all night, why is it noisy? Stop sleeping. The grandfather walked out of the room in his coat and said. Then he helped Qin Huiru, who was paralyzed on the ground, looked at Silly Zhu and Lu Qinsong, and then looked at Qin Jingru. Who is this girl? I haven't seen it before, why is it in our yard, and what happened to this? The grandfather asked. When Qin Jing saw the grandfather looking at her, and that these had nothing to do with him, he said all the things. The first grandfather and everyone were surprised after listening. The third grandfather had just been punished for this some time ago, but Qin Huiru's family did not expect this to happen again. However, this time the matter was not as complicated as the things before the three big masters, and the spearhead was directed at Qin Huai as a family. Unexpectedly you, Qin Huiru, also started the business of population trading. The second uncle Yin and Yang said strangely. And these words suddenly angered the three big masters on the side. In the bangs, UBD, who are you mapping this Yin and Yang weirdness? The three big masters scolded. The two talked and talked with each other, and you came to me and greeted me kindly. Enough. Be quiet. Now I'm talking about Qin Huai's family, you two have something to go home and talk about. The grandfather said. Only then did the second uncle and the third master calm down. Qin Huiru, how did you do this? What do you think of your sister? Is she a commodity? You're not as good as a brute doing this. The great master didn't protect Qin Huiru, and he said everything, but the three great masters on the side kept rolling their eyes. Okay. This is our family's own business. It is not your turn to take care of outsiders. Go back to sleep. Jiazhong said. When she said this, she undoubtedly angered everyone, so the accusations against Qin Huai as a family intensified. Qin Huairu, I'm naturally lazy to deal with the troubles of your family, but you have to spit out the money you cheated, or you will go to the police station to sue you. Lu Qinsong said. The fool on the side also nodded in agreement. Sell it out. Go if you have the ability to make it as if I'm stopping you. Jiazhenqi said. Lu Qinsong sneered and looked at Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu, did your mother-in-law make the decision for you? If I go to sue, you can think about the consequences clearly. When recruiting people in the factory, it is clearly stipulated that there should be no major criminals. Lu Qinsong said this and Qin Huairu panicked instantly, and the second uncle rolled his eyes. After some thinking, Qin Huai said tremblingly as if he had made a difficult decision. Okay, I promise you to return all the money and things that lied to the fool. At this moment, Lu Qinsong's mouth turned into an arc. That's it. Qin Huairu, what else do I have? Don't plan to pay it back. Lu Qinsong said. At this time, Qin Huai looked at Lu Qinsong with puzzlement. Lu Qinsong, what nonsense are you talking about? When did we take your things? You don't ruin people here. Qin Huairu said. Jiazhong also defended his voice. Why didn't you take it? I saw you ask Qinsong for $100, and now you want to cheat. Qin Jingru said. When Qin Huairu heard this, his hair exploded instantly, his eyes fixed on Qin Jingru, the resentment and anger in his eyes could not hide. As if to tear Qin Jing to pieces. With Qin Jingru as a witness, everyone agreed and urged Qin Huairu to pay back the money quickly. Qin Huairu, since your sister has come out to testify, you should pay the money quickly, or we will send you to the police station. The grandfather said. Qin Huairu looked at the crowd, thinking in his heart that he was really stealing rice this time. But in order not to lose work, he had to take out a few banknotes from his pocket and hand them to the foolish post. Xiao Zhu took the money from Qin Huairu and put it in his pocket. Qin Huairu, my grievances have been cleared, from now on, you walk through your Yangguan road, I walk on my single plank bridge, we have nothing to do with each other. After speaking, the silly column turned and left. Qin Huairu looked at the back of Shazhou leaving, filled with hatred. Why didn't this person listen to her anymore? But the fool didn't even look at her. Silly Zhu, since you have decided not to interact with Qin Huairu's family, you will be honest in the future, and the money will be earned back slowly in the future, otherwise it will only be worse than it is now. Lu Qinsong said. Xiaozhou looked at Lu Qinsong with a slight smile. Yeah. I know, I was blind before, and I won't interact with this family again in the future. Xia Zhu said. After speaking, he prepared to walk towards his house. But just as he raised his foot, he seemed to think of something, and looked at Lu Qinsong with embarrassment. Then what? The previous things, how offended, I apologize to you. Lu Qinsong was taken aback for a moment and didn't say anything, just nodded to show that he knew. When the silly Zhu saw this, he stopped saying anything, and walked towards his house. The great master saw that Xia Zhu had already left, so he asked everyone to go back and rest early, and they had to go to work tomorrow. Everyone went back to the house, and Lu Qinsong seemed to hear the second uncle and the third uncle talking about what the uncle, the old thing, would point to Sang and Huai. Soon only Lu Qinsong and Qin Huai were left in the yard. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohuahua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 40. After the crowd dispersed, Qin Huairu slowly stood up and was also ready to leave. However, Lu Qinsong suddenly appeared in front of her and blocked her way. Qin Huai stared at Lu Qinsong viciously. Lu Qinsong ubd, what else do you want to do, let me go. Qin Huai cursed. Lu Qinsong ignored Qin Huiru's yelling and asked. Qin Huiru, you gave the money from the fool, when do you plan to pay me back my money? As soon as Qin Hui heard this, his anger suddenly rose. This time she can be said to be a chicken and girl fight. She lost her wife and lost her soldiers. Not only was her sister gone, but also the free meal ticket and labor of Shazhu were gone. And Lu Qinsong, who is still out of nothing, asks himself for money. Lu Qinsong, you don't want to be an inch, you know whether you give me money or not, you don't want to spit people here. Qin Huiru said. Lu Qinsong sneered. Qin Huiru, of course you owe me money. You have already admitted this in public. If you don't give it to the police station, everyone who was in the yard just now is a witness. Lu Qinsong said. Lu Qinsong, don't go too far. Qin Huiru said. The corners of Lu Qinsong's mouth rose slightly, and he leaned over to Qin Huiru's ears and said in a low voice. I'm too much. What can you do with me? It's just your little tricks. It's just silly. You are asking for trouble if you lie to me. If you don't give me money, I have a way to punish you. After Lu Qinsong finished speaking, he stood up, and Qin Hui looked at Lu Qinsong angrily. Qin Huiru, I tell you, don't look at me with this kind of eyes. You have to be even more shameless to deal with shameless people like you. If you don't pay, you will be at your own risk. Lu Qinsong finished speaking and was about to leave. Qin Hui sat paralyzed on the ground. I thought that Lu Qinsong was the head of the security department and the celebrity in front of the factory director. Although he was angry, he had no choice but to agree to him. Wait. Qin Huiru stopped Lu Qinsong. And Lu Qinsong knew that Qin Huiru would stop him because he knew too much about Qin Huiru's character, so he didn't go far. What's wrong? I figured it out. Are you going to give money or want to continue to drag? Lu Qinsong looked at Qin Huiru jokingly. Lu Qinsong, I can give you the money, but now I don't have any money, so I can only pay it in batches and pay it off in half a year. Qin Huiru said. In fact, Qin Huiru's monthly salary is only 20 yuan, and there are 3 children and Zhejiang in the family. Qin Huiru, what do you think of me doing this? Do you still bargain with me at the vegetable market? 3 days, only 3 days, and no money within 3 days. Not only will I send you to the police station, but in the factory, you also don't want to live it well. After Lu Qinsong finished speaking, he ignored Qin Huiru and turned to leave. Seeing Lu Qinsong's back, Qin Huiru couldn't stretch it anymore. Soon, the cry of tears spread throughout the courtyard. When it was about to dawn, Qin Hui came back home with crying red eyes. Seeing Qin Huiru's return, Zhejiang hurriedly greeted him and asked what was going on. What else, Lu Qinsong, don't you know who? We can't beat him, we can only give money. Qin Huiru said. Zhejiang was anxious now, and started crying while slapped his thigh. Oh my God, why is our family so unlucky? When we meet such a evil star, where is the money in the family? Upon seeing this, Qin Hui hurried forward to comfort Zhejiang. Mom, until now, there is no other way. I can only change the things from the cellar, otherwise I definitely can't get the money. Qin Huiru said. At first, Zhejiang was unwilling. After all, everything in the family was saved bit by bit. But Qin Huiru told her that if Lu Qinsong didn't give the money to Lu Qinsong within 3 days, Lu Qinsong would send himself to the police station, and Zhejiang could only agree. The two rummaged through boxes and cabinets overnight and found some worthy things at home. Qin Huiru held a pair of earrings in his hand. This is what Dongxiu gave me when I married Dongxiu. It should be worth some money now. After speaking, he put the earrings into a paper box in front of him. Zhejiang also slowly took out a bracelet from his arms, and also prepared to put it in the paper box. But Qin Huiru stopped him. Mom, what are you doing? Grandma Banga left this for you. You can't sell this for anything. Jiazhong sighed and looked at the bracelet on his hand with a look of dismay. This is indeed what Bang Geng grandma left to me. I plan to leave this bracelet to Bang Geng's daughter-in-law in the future, but there is no way. The two of them put all the valuables at home into the carton in front of them one by one, ready to sell them. These things add up to at least 70 or 80 yuan after they are sold. You go to the pawn shop and talk to the boss. Maybe the boss will give you a few more bucks if he is happy. Qin Huai said to Jiazhong, who was holding the paper box in his hand. I know this, but what should I do with the remaining money? Now that the fool is fighting with us, who else can we call for help? Jiazhong said. Mom, don't worry about this, I will find a way. Qin Huairu wiped away his tears and sent Jiazhong out of the courtyard. After Jiazhang's figure disappeared at the end of the alley, Qin Huairu returned to the courtyard, but instead of entering his own room, he turned around and entered Su Daimao's room. At this time Su Daimao was lying in bed recuperating from his broken leg. Qin Huai entered directly to the bed without knocking, and stood in front of Su Daimao. Daimao, when we were in the small warehouse, we were considered comrades in arms. Could you lend me $20? Although Su Daimao was on the bed, Lu Xiao told him everything about last night. Qin Huairu, I don't want to talk nonsense with you, so I'm straight to the point. It's okay to want me to lend you money, but you have to give something at least. Su Daimao said. Qin Huairu naturally knew what Su Daimao meant, but now she was indeed desperate. Qin Huairu untied his belt, walked towards Su Daimao, and then lay on Su Daimao. 5 minutes later, Qin Huairu walked out of Su Daimao's house with 20 yuan in his hand and returned to his house. It was almost noon when Jiazhong came back from outside. Qin Huairu greeted him immediately. Mom, how's it going? How much did you sell? Jiazhong panted heavily, then stood up and said after a while. I spent a long time talking with the pawn shop owner, and the pawn shop owner only offered me 80 yuan. What about you? Did you borrow the money? If Qin Huai did not dare to look directly at Jiazhong, he could only stutter that he had borrowed 20 yuan from Su Daimao. Not only did Jiazhong not doubt how Qin Huai borrowed money, but he kept complimenting Su Daimao for his kindness. Mom. Grandma. I'm back. Just when the two were about to give the money to Lu Qinsong, Bang Jing appeared at the door. Bang Geng has been dropping out of school since his hand was broken, and Qin Huairu arranged for him to train with a relative in the countryside. But Bang Geng was homesick, and even though his hand injury hadn't recovered much, he hurriedly returned home slowly. But as soon as I walked in, I was shocked. The original house was missing more than half of the items. Mom. Where's the stuff at home? Why are there so many missing? Bang Jing asked. When Qin Huai heard this, he stepped forward and hugged the stick stem, tears streaming out uncontrollably. It's all Lu Qinsong, it's all the BD Lu Qinsong. You must take revenge in the future. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 41. Time flies, and 3 days pass quickly. Nothing happened to the rare ancient well in the courtyard. Why haven't you come back? Qin Huai paced as if anxiously. Today is the last day she promised to return the money to Lu Qinsong. It's night now, but Lu Qinsong is still nowhere to be seen. Waited in the yard for nearly an hour. Lu Qinsong only came back from outside. Qin Huairu, what are you doing at the door of my house? Is the money ready? Lu Qinsong asked. Then he framed the car and walked to Qin Huairu. Lu Qinsong, here is 100 yuan. We have cleaned up the two. Don't trouble our house anymore. After Qin Huai finished speaking, he handed the money to Lu Qinsong. Seeing that he had almost made up the 100 yuan he had just made up for bankruptcy, and then gave it to Lu Qinsong, Qin Huai felt reluctant to give up. Lu Qinsong turned out the money, counted it, and found that it was exactly 100, and then put the money into his pocket. Qin Huairu, there is a problem with what you said. It's not that I'm making trouble for your family, it's that you always have trouble with me, and you will be honest in the future, so naturally you won't have these troubles. Lu Qinsong said. Lu Qinsong, in fact, I really wanted to introduce my sister to you. I didn't want to lie to you, I just wanted to lie to the fool. Qin Huiru said. Lu Qinsong sneered. Can Qin Hui know what virtue he is? Enough, Qin Huiru, don't pretend to be pitiful in front of me. I don't know the little garland in your stomach. You just want to borrow Qin Jingru to receive 2 gifts, and then through Qin Jingru to be relatives with me, so that you can be justified. Let me help your family. Lu Qinsong saw that Qin Huiru wanted to lie to himself at this time, so he stopped talking and directly exposed Qin Huiru's plan. Qin Huiru Gong was about to speak for an explanation, but saw Lu Qinsong pointing her home. Qin Huiru, you understand the meaning of this gesture, I'll let you go, don't bother me, don't make yourself unhappy anymore. Lu Qinsong said. When Qin Hui saw this, he naturally had no face to stay in front of Lu Qinsong, so he had to walk towards his home. When she walked to the door of the house, a figure that made her angry appeared in front of her. It is her sister Qin Jingru. Qin Huiru had just eaten at Lu Qinsong, and now he sees Qin Jingru with a stomachache. Qin Jingru, why are you still staying here? This is not your home. Go back to your country. Qin Huiru said. In the face of Qin Huiru's scolding, Qin Jingru didn't take it seriously. Whether I can leave or not, is it your business? Don't you forget where you came from? Don't you forget where you came from? You just have a better life and married a husband in the city. But unfortunately it was gone within 2 years. Pop. Qin Jingru just finished speaking, and Qin Huiru slapped her in the face. Qin Jingru covered his face in pain, and looked at Qin Huiru in astonishment. Qin Huiru, why are you hitting me? Are you still taking this as before? Qin Jing roared at Qin Hui like a lioness. Hey! Why should I hit you? Just because I am your sister, and because you are rude and insult your elders. Qin Huiru said. These words were like stepping on Qin Jingru's tail, which completely angered Qin Jingru. Qin Huiru, you have been bullying me when you were a child, until the day you got married. And now you are still beating me? I tell you, if it wasn't for the capital city, I would definitely never end with you. Qin Jingru roared. After listening to this, Qin Huiru finally understood that her sister had been strongly dissatisfied with her for so many years. Qin Jingru, I tell you, don't be proud of you now, what do you think you are? You are just a dog raised by Lu Qinsong, and he might kick him one day. Qin Hui said mockingly. And these words directly stimulated Qin Jingru's heart. Lu Qinsong was cold to her, she felt it. But Qin Jingru is very face-saving. He tried his best to marry in the city. Apart from worrying about food and clothing in the future, the biggest thing is that he has face, and he will have the capital to show off in the country in the future. Qin Huiru, where do you think you would be better off? You also rely on drinking human blood for a living. Now the idiot won't help you? I see what you will do in the future. Qin Jingru's words were equally sharp, and his words pierced Qin Huiru's heart. That's better than you. I have a decent job. I don't need to be raised by others. At least I can support myself. It's not like you can only be raised by others. Qin Hui replied, unwilling to show weakness. Yo! You are so great, you work decently. You can't even support yourself. Are you embarrassed to say? Qin Jingru said. And this sentence choked off Qin Huiru completely. Go away, there is no place for you to stay here, you can sleep on the road tonight. Qin Hui cursed. You just slept on the road. Brother Qinsong has found a good place for me. It is much better than yours. If it weren't for the sister's sake, I wouldn't come to your house today. After Qin Jingru finished speaking, he walked towards the courtyard gate. Qin Huiru wiped his tears and entered the house after seeing Qin Jingru leaving. Upon seeing this, Jia Zhenqi hurried forward to comfort him. "What's wrong?" "I just quarreled with someone at the door, I heard it all in the room." Jia Zhenqi asked. "Who else?" "My sister, Qin Jingru, came here to sarcastically and satirize me." Qin Hui said aggrieved. "Your sister, she is a white-eyed wolf. If we hadn't brought her to the city, would she have today? Not only did she not repay us, she even dared to fall into trouble." Jia Zhenqi said. Qin Huiru felt a little more comfortable when thinking of Qin Jingru's face just now, and scoring her at his mother-in-law. The next morning, Qin Hui came to the factory as early as possible. In order to earn more, Qin Huiru would go to the factory to work overtime during this period. But she ran into Qin Jingru again just after entering the arena. "Why are you in our factory? Get out of here, or I'll ask someone to chase you out." Qin Huiru was in a bad mood, but after seeing Qin Jingru, he became even worse. "Push me away? I'm afraid it's impossible. Yesterday I asked Kinsong brother for help and arranged a job for me. Now I manage the archives in the security department. It is 31 yuan a month, which is much higher than you." Qin Jingru said, looking at Qin Jing like a villain's ambition. Qin Hui was so angry that he didn't fight. "What if it wasn't me? Can you meet Lu Kinsong? Both of you will wait for me, and one day, I will surely let you all come back to the price. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohuawa for encouragement, thank you." Chapter 42. After Qin Jingru and Qin Huiru's quarrel continued for a while, the two of them left one after another. Their quarrel did not affect other people's normal lives. Since Lu Kinsong took the post of chief of the security department, outsiders seem to be quite leisurely. In fact, Lu Kinsong patrols the factory every day to catch some violations of the regulations. For example, those who stole things from the public house, those who drank big drinks and slept on the night shift, even caught 2 groves doing bad things, and almost confiscated the tools of the crime. Although these are minor problems, the system also rewards a lot of good things. When returning home at night, Lu Kinsong, who was lying on the bed, opened his storage space and looked at the contents, a little embarrassed. During this period, Lu Kinsong made canned meat for the deaf old lady almost every day, and also gave Ran Kaihui a lot of food and oil tickets. But the cans in the space are still about to pile up, not to mention the food and oil tickets, they can all be used as straws to wipe their butts. Lu Kinsong originally wanted to sell these things and exchange them for money. But this era has its limitations. These things are expressly prohibited by the state from trading. Once caught, they must be sentenced. And according to the economic plan of this era, these things of Lu Kinsong are rare things, and many people don't necessarily get it even if they have money. If Lu Kinsong sells these things, it will definitely arouse suspicion. Just when Lu Kinsong was lying in bed thinking about how to deal with these things and couldn't do anything about it, the door of his house was opened. The deaf old lady came in with a glass of water. Lu Kinsong quickly got up and helped the deaf old lady into the room and sat down. "Grandma, it's so late, why are you here?" Lu Kinsong asked. The deaf old lady looked at Lu Kinsong with a smile. "It's okay, just come over and look at you. As soon as you enter the house, you frown, worrying about what is wrong with you. Is it conflicting with your partner?" the deaf old lady said. Lu Kinsong couldn't laugh or cry. He and Ran Kaihui had a good relationship and couldn't be better. How could there be conflicts? "Grandma, don't worry about it. I have a very good relationship with Kaihui. There are too many canned food stamps at home. I don't know how to deal with it, and I can't sell it," Lu Kinsong said. Upon hearing this, the deaf old lady suddenly realized, and then said, "You kid, you've always been smart, but you're a little confused about this. You can't sell these things on the market, but the capital is mixed, you can go to the black market. The deaf old lady awakened the person in her dream. Lu Qinsong realized that these things can be sold on the black market. Moreover, his food and oil tickets are all nationally used, and you don't need to pay, you can get them directly. When the black market is reached, many people will definitely be rushing to ask for them. Thinking of this, Lu Qinsong was ready to sort out the oil and food stamps in his hand. But suddenly he thought of something. He quickly opened the drawer and took out the stamp album and old money that the deaf old lady had given him. Looking at the stamps and ancient coins in front of him, Lu Qinsong was lost in thought. These things may seem worthless now. But as a traverser, Lu Qinsong hates how expensive these things will be in the future. If he can collect more now, these things will surely make him a fortune in the new era. Good grandson. What's wrong? The deaf old lady looked at Lu Qinsong, who was lost in thought, with some worry. When the deaf old lady called so, Lu Qinsong reacted. It's okay, Grandma, just think of something related to these old stamps. Lu Qinsong said. The deaf old lady was relieved and looked at Lu Qinsong with some doubts. My dear grandson, are you interested in these things? Asked the deaf wife. Lu Qinsong nodded, expressing his interest in this aspect. The deaf old lady said with joy when she saw it. My dear grandson, if you want to be interested in this thing, you said it earlier. In the early years, I knew several boys who played with these old things. I can introduce you to them. The deaf old lady said. Lu Qinsong was very moved. Since he came to this yard, the deaf old lady has petted him everywhere and even helped him. Now that I know I am interested in antiques, I still want to introduce people to myself. Grandma, you are so kind to me. Lu Qinsong said. The deaf old lady looked at Lu Qinsong with a smile. The petting look in his eyes did not conceal the slightest. My dear grandson, I'm not good to you, who is good to you, I will count on you to send it to me in the future. The deaf wife said. Lu Qinsong looked at the deaf old lady, who was already gray-haired, and vowed in his heart that he would do more to treat the deaf old lady. Grandma, I don't think you still have this way, just don't know who are playing antiques. Lu Qinsong looked at the deaf old lady curiously. He had lived with the deaf old lady for so long, and he didn't even know that the deaf old lady had such friends. The deaf old lady looked at Lu Qinsong. I knew a few when I was young, and now I don't know what they are doing, but a while ago I heard that there seemed to be a gangster who was not bad. The deaf old lady said. This aroused Lu Qinsong's curiosity. Who is it that mixes well? Lu Qinsong asked. The deaf old lady thought for a while and said. I don't remember his full name clearly, so I remember his surname is Guan. People in their line seem to call him the Nine Admirals, but I still remember where he lives. I will take you there in 2 days. The deaf old lady spoke lightly, but the information fell into Lu Qinsong's ears like a lightning strike. Damn, Admiral of the Nine Gates? The surname is Guan, it must be the Uncle Guan who didn't run away. Lu Qinsong was surprised and uncontrollable, and even exploded a word of foul language in front of the deaf old lady. Hey? What's wrong with you, kid? Why are you so excited while carrying the old boy? The deaf old lady said. Grandma, can you not get excited? Grandpa Guan, the Nine-Door Admiral, are also famous in the antique industry. How can you know each other? Lu Qinsong said. I used to be a little affectionate, but in terms of seniority, you should really call him uncle. The deaf old lady said. Lu Qinsong couldn't laugh or cry. It's not a question of generation, okay, Uncle Guan is an old man in the antique world, and many people want to worship him as a teacher, but they can't find a way. Now the deaf old lady directly says that she knows Uncle Guan, how can she not get excited? P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohuawa for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 43. The Jimin Admiral Uncle Guan, a big figure in the antique circle of Beijing, is said to have indeed served as the Jimin Admiral when his ancestor was in the Qing dynasty, so he has this nickname. If you are interested in this business, I will see him. Let him come here soon. You two know each other?" the deaf old lady said. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinsong became even more excited. Uncle Guan is one of the best people in the circle. If you can get to know him, you can learn a lot without discussing whether you can get some good things. This will help Lu Qinsong in collecting antiques in the future. "Grandma, do you really know Uncle Guan? Would you like to make an appointment with him and I will see him?" Lu Qinsong didn't believe it. "What you said, when did Grandma lie to you? But don't go, let him come by himself, I still have this little face," the deaf old lady said. Lu Qinsong was surprised again. He didn't expect the deaf old lady to have so much energy and let Uncle Guan come to the door in person. Then the old lady waved her hand and went to sleep. "What a big deal, I still worry about my grandson." Lu Qinsong looked at the arrogance of the old lady and suddenly smiled. The next morning, Lu Qinsong came to the deaf old lady's house early, waiting for the deaf old lady to get up and wash while waiting for Uncle Guan. Lu Qinsong is naturally seen by the deaf old lady. "Don't worry, I've already sent someone to talk to you, and that kid will definitely come when he receives it," the deaf old lady said. Lu Qinsong was speechless for a while. What identity is Uncle Guan? That is the 9-sect admiral, who is now at the level of the police chief of the capital. The deaf old lady directly called Uncle Guan a boy. I am afraid that only the deaf old lady dare to call so in this capital. Lu Qinsong and the deaf old lady waited in the house for about half an hour, and two figures walked into the courtyard. Both of them wore a grey gown and old canvas shoes from Beijing, which was quite Qing dynasty style. The person here is Uncle Guan, but the Lu Qinsong behind him doesn't know him, but he is not small. "Old lady, are you at home? The junior came to see you." As soon as the person entered, the voice of Uncle Guan came into the house. The deaf old lady got up and said, "Here is someone." But before the deaf old lady came out of the house, the two of them walked in. Lu Qinsong originally wanted to step forward to say hello, but before he waited for him to speak, Uncle Guan took the lead in saluting the deaf old lady deeply. "Old lady, you are still so energetic after not seeing you for so many years," Uncle Guan said. The deaf old lady looked at the Uncle Guan in front of her, happily blooming, and hurriedly greeted the two of them to sit down. "Old lady, why did you think of summoning me? I thought you forgot the kid," Uncle Guan said. And the kindness of Uncle Guan almost made Lu Qinsong on the side of him drop his chin. He, you have never come to see my old lady. If I don't call you here today, you are afraid that you are going to forget me," the deaf old lady joked. "Oh! Old lady, where are you talking about this matter? How dare the kid forget you? Isn't this afraid of disturbing your old man's cleanliness? When I heard that you wanted to see the kid, I rushed to you with Chunming. Isn't it?" Uncle Guan said. "Xiao Guan, I am calling you here today because I want to ask you for help. My grandson is very interested in antiques, and I want you to take him," the deaf old lady said. Upon hearing this, Uncle Guan quickly got up. "Old lady, you really shame me. You can just tell me if you have something to do. I can't talk about the word please." The deaf old lady nodded in satisfaction and looked at Lu Qinsong. "My dear grandson, I haven't met Uncle Guan yet." Lu Qinsong hurriedly got up and bent over and said respectfully to Uncle Guan. "Junior Lu Qinsong, met Uncle Guan." Uncle Guan stepped forward to help Lu Qinsong and looked up and down. Good. This child is really a talent, and his eyes are very bright. It can be seen that he is a good seed. For the face of the old lady, I brought this child," Uncle Guan said. Lu Qinsong quickly expressed his thanks. Then the deaf old lady chatted with Uncle Guan. It turned out that during the anti-Japanese war, in addition to making straw sandals for the Red Army, the deaf old lady also sheltered many people after the devil entered the city. Therefore, she was very famous in the capital, and many big people with a good head and face respected her very much. Xiao Guan. I have an idea. I want you to accept my grandson as an apprentice. Do you think it will work? The deaf old lady said. Uncle Guan looked a little embarrassed at this moment. Old lady, there is nothing wrong with taking you this grandson, but you also know that there is a line of rules in this business. It is easy to bring people, but we can pay attention to inheritance. You say I am this picking up such an apprentice as soon as I met, so let people know that I can't laugh at me and have no rules. This makes people know, and he won't be able to raise his head in the antique industry in the future. Otherwise, you let me test him. Uncle Guan said. The deaf old lady nodded. After getting the consent of the deaf old lady, Uncle Guan turned to look at Lu Qinsong. Lu Ziazi, you have heard what I said just now. We are in this line of business, but if you want to really get into this, then you have to show off your craft today. See what special skills you have. Uncle Guan said. Lu Qinsong got up and said with a salute. Uncle Guan, although the kid doesn't understand the value of antiques and their history, he has good eyesight since he was a child. You can test my eyesight. This remark immediately aroused the interest of Uncle Guan. Soon Uncle Guan asked Han Chunming to take out the 2 small porcelain bottles he had just collected 2 days ago. Lu Qinsong opened Jianzhen's eyes, picked up the porcelain bottle and looked around, then put it back in place. Uncle Guan, these 2 small porcelain vases should be 100 years old, probably from the Guangxu period. They seem to be from official kills, but the value boy is not clear. Lu Qinsong said. Uncle Guan and Han Chunming were taken aback, because what Lu Qinsong said was not bad. They both confirmed that these 2 small porcelain vases were indeed from the Guangxu period. Although these 2 porcelain vases are not worth much in their eyes, they are of high collection value because they belong to the official kill. The 2 of them didn't expect that the young man in his early 20s in front of him just picked it up and looked around. You haven't learned from anyone before. Jiangu can be regarded as a craft in the collection world. And it is the rough year of the object analysis purely through eyesight. The 9-door admiral looked at Lu Qinsong and said. Lu Qinsong shook his head lightly. Ha ha ha. Really talented, talented. Old lady, I didn't come in vain today, let me pick up the treasure, you grandson I will accept it. Uncle Guan laughed. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohuawa for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 44. When Lu Qinsong heard that Uncle Guan had agreed to accept him as a disciple, he hurried to kneel down to worship. Regardless of the age, as long as the apprenticeship is indispensable, as long as the apprenticeship is performed, one can be regarded as a person in the master school. Good. Good, good. Since I promised to accept you as an apprentice and received your apprenticeship, I can't be stingy. I went out in a hurry today and didn't bring any gifts, so these 2 small porcelain bottles will be given to you. After Uncle Guan laughed twice, he handed the 2 small porcelain bottles to Lu Qinsong. Lu Qinsong took it with both hands and got up after thanking him. Master, congratulations on accepting such a good apprentice who understands etiquette. Han Chunming on the side joked. Chunming, you will be his senior brother from now on, you can help your little junior brother, and I'm very rare for you junior brother. Uncle Guan said. The deaf old lady looked at the 3 people in front of her, feeling happy from the bottom of her heart. Old lady, I'm going to take my apprentice to Niuyi's tavern, and Niuyi will bring some books in this area back to Qinsong to see, and let him say hello to Niuyi, do you think it? Uncle Guan said. Although he has accepted Lu Qinsong as his apprentice, the deaf old lady is the biggest in this room in terms of seniority. Besides, Lu Qinsong is still the grandson of the deaf old lady, so naturally he wants to say hello to the deaf old lady. The deaf old lady nodded and agreed. With the permission of the deaf old lady, Uncle Guan took Lu Qinsong and left the yard. Along the way, Uncle Guan asked Lu Qinsong many questions, and didn't stop until he reached a tavern. As soon as the two got out of the car, a man who also wore a grey gown greeted him. And this man is the Niu Ye mentioned by Uncle Guan. On the way, Lu Qinsong heard Master Guan say that this Niu Ye is also an amazing character. He is bold, loyal, and has the style of the capital of the uncle. Rare guest, what brought you Uncle Guan? You have to drink 2 glasses today. Niu Ye bowed his hands in salute. Master Niu, you are so polite, it's really shameful to come out to greet me in person. Uncle Guan clasped his fists in return. After the two exchanged greetings, Niu Ye welcomed them into the tavern. The 3 of them found a table and sat down and ordered some special Beijing snacks. Uncle Guan, I was curious as soon as I walked in. This little brother by your side is a bit faceless, unlike the people in our circle. Niu Ye said. Uncle Guan took a sip of tea and looked at Lord Niu. Don't be afraid of your joke, Lord Niu, this is the bad guy I just accepted today. I will ask Lord Niu to take care of you in the future. This time, Niu Ye was shocked and looked at Uncle Guan with an incredible expression. He knew that Uncle Guan had not accepted apprentices for many years, and none of the apprentices had been mediocre. The young man in front of him must have some special skills to be favored by Uncle Guan. Thinking of this, Niu Ye became more and more curious. Uncle Guan, your vision, but you won't accept apprentices easily. It seems that this little brother has some abilities. It's better to show your hands and show me what to do. Uncle Guan naturally knew what Niu Ye meant. Qinsong, Lord Niu wants to test you, what do you say? Uncle Guan threw the words to Lu Qinsong at once, and Lu Qinsong naturally followed. The younger generation is not talented, and he still has some confidence in his eyesight. As long as the old man shows the antique to the kid can tell his year. Lu Qinsong said. After hearing this, Lord Niu turned and entered the room, waiting for him to come out with a teapot in his hand. Place the teapot in front of Lu Qinsong. Boy, take it and see, and tell me the year of this teapot later. Niu Ye said. Lu Qinsong opened Jianzhen's eyes, picked up the teapot and looked around, carefully returning the teapot to Lord Niu. Ye Niu asked the result for the teapot. Master Niu, your teapot has a long history. I want me to say that it can reach the Ming dynasty, and it's still the early Ming dynasty. The younger generation is right. Lu Qinsong said. This time, Niu Ye was taken aback. Uncle Guan, your apprentice is really amazing, not bad at all. Niu Ye smiled. Uncle Guan later told Mr. Niu that Lu Qinsong had never studied antiques. Mr. Niu was even more surprised, even saying that Mr. Guan had a successor. Afterwards, Master Guan and Master Niu gave Lu Qinsong some rules in the antiques industry, such as not being able to step over from someone else's stall, but only going forward or withdrawing, don't bargain with friends, and don't take other buyers' hands. What's inside? When the 3 of them were chatting vigorously, Han Chunming walked out of Niu's house holding a pile of books. Because Uncle Guan said he was looking for a book for Lu Qinsong, he asked Han Chunming to come to Lord Niu in advance to sort out the book. When Han Chunming put the book in front of Lu Qinsong's eyes lit up, staring at the book in front of him. Uncle Guan looked at Lu Qinsong, and naturally knew that Lu Qinsong was thirsty for school, so he asked him to look first, and then point him where he was unclear. After Lu Qinsong nodded, he picked up a book and looked at it intently. Unknowingly, it was evening, and Master Guan didn't intend to disturb him when he saw that Lu Qinsong was so devoted. But I looked at the sky and knew it was late. Qinsong, it's getting late, take these books back and read them slowly. Uncle Guan said. Lu Qinsong then realized the time, raised his head and looked at the sky, and found that it was indeed late, and he was about to get up and say goodbye. Before leaving, he returned a few more books to Lord Niu. What? Are you not interested in these books? Niu Yet asked. Lu Qinsong quickly explained. Master Niu, it's not that the kid isn't interested, it's just that I have read all the basic books, and I have all remembered them. Lord Niu and Uncle Guan were shocked again. Boy, antiques are not a quick fix. Since you said you remember everything, then I will test you. Niu Ye said. After that, Mr. Niu asked some questions about the appreciation of antiques, and Lu Qinsong answered fluently. Uncle Guan and Ye Niu were shocked again, and even said that Lu Qinsong is a rare wizard in a century. After bidding farewell to Lord Niu, Lu Qinsong returned to the yard. For several days, Lu Qinsong would go back to the house to read as soon as he got off work, and would take the book to the security department to read if he had something to do. On this day, Lu Qinsong was looking at the antique books in the security section as before. And suddenly Director Yang's voice came from outside the door. Qinsong, come out, I have something to look for you. Lu Qinsong put down the books in his hand and hurried out. Director Yang, what are you looking for? Lu Qinsong asked. Now you immediately put aside everything on hand and come with me. A leader wants to see you. Manager Yang pulled Lu Qinsong and walked towards the parking lot. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 45. Lu Qinsong followed Director Yang to the parking lot of the rolling mill. Although it was a parking lot, it was actually a vacant lot with only a few cars on it. The two quickly got into the car. After the car had begun to exit the gate of the rolling mill, Director Yang suddenly looked at Lu Qinsong. Qinsong, the place we are going to go to is the big leader's house. When you arrive, you can say whatever the big leader asks. If he doesn't ask, you won't say anything, let alone nonsense, no if you don't. Director Yang said. Lu Qinsong said that he knew, but he thought in his heart that this time when the big leader called me, it must be for the technical reform of the factory. Should I say it? Let you say it. Along the way, Director Yang took care of some things to Lu Qinsong, but in summary, it was nothing more than not looking, touching, or talking. Soon, the car stood by the door of a compound. The driver Xiao Wang opened the door of the back seat. After the two got out of the car, Director Yang gave Xiao Wang a few words and then led Lu Qinsong into the compound. The style of this compound is somewhat Western. Director Yang told Lu Qinsong not to run around, just follow him. Soon the two entered a room where Director Wang was waiting for them. Seeing that the two were coming, Director Wang stepped forward to be polite with Director Yang before turning his head to look at Lu Qinsong. Director Wang, this is Lu Qinsong, the head of the security department of our factory that I mentioned to you before. This time the factory machine improvement and production reform are all led by him. Director Yang said. After the introduction by Director Yang Yifan, Director Wang also confirmed Lu Qinsong's identity. Young man, you did the transformation of the factory's machinery and the improvement of technology. Director Wang asked. Lu Qinsong thought in his heart that Director Yang really brought him to Director Wang's house because of this incident. Lu Qinsong swept over and found that Director Yang was preparing to step forward to courteously. He couldn't help cursing that Director Yang was really an old fox. The improvement of the machine was obviously done by him and had something to do with him. Leader, you are right. I made the factory's machine transformation and technical upgrades by myself, but because of the material and funding in our factory, I didn't directly give the most perfect plan. Lu Qinsong said. When Lu Qinsong said this, Director Wang and Director Yang were shocked. Boy, what do you mean by this? You mean the production efficiency in your factory can be improved? Director Wang asked. Yes. As long as the machine and production equipment are upgraded, not only can the production speed be increased again, but the product quality can also be improved again. Lu Qinsong said. Director Wang nodded repeatedly after hearing this. The model of 1 + 1 = 2 is a thing of the past. What we want now is 1 + 1 greater than 2. Therefore, after learning about the technological breakthrough of Red Star Rolling Mill, I asked Mr. Yang to report the situation as soon as possible. He said that you did all these things, so I called you over, and now you tell me that I can still make breakthroughs. What a great surprise! Director Wang said. Director Yang on the side glanced at Lu Qinsong, wondering why he didn't tell him that the technology could still be upgraded. It turned out that he wanted to take credit for the runway Director Wang. Although Director Yang thought this way, he naturally couldn't show it at this moment. Director Wang, if Lu Qinsong said that, the efficiency of our factory will be several times that of last year. Director Yang said. Director Wang naturally agreed with this point, and he was naturally aware of the situation at the Red Star Rolling Mill. Director Yang, you are right, but this is all based on the upgrade of the machine again. If the machine cannot be upgraded, all this is for nothing. Director Wang looked at Lu Qinsong after speaking. Your name is Lu Qinsong, right? I remember what you said. I also came out of the factory. I know a little bit about technical matters. I know how difficult it is to upgrade machine technology. Don't brag in front of me. Director Wang said meaningfully, obviously not believing Lu Qinsong. Lu Qinsong is not a fool, so naturally he heard what Director Wang meant. Leader, you can rest assured, I said that if you can upgrade again, you will definitely be able to upgrade again. If you can't upgrade, you will expel me on the spot. I don't think I will say much. Lu Qinsong said. When Director Wang heard that Lu Qinsong was so confident, he immediately took out a piece of paper and pen from the drawer and handed it to Lu Qinsong. It's no proof. I have to see the real thing. You can draw the drawing. I will look at it with Director Yang and see if the machine can be upgraded again. Director Wang said. After Lu Qinsong took the paper and pen, he drew hastily. Director Wang looked a little surprised at the way Lu Qinsong was drawing. Because at the beginning, he thought Lu Qinsong was really nonsense. After all, anyone could say big things. But when Lu Qinsong started drawing pictures, he knew that the young man in front of him was really talented and learned. As someone who came out of the factory, he could naturally see the authenticity at a glance. After more than 20 minutes, Lu Qinsong put down the ratio in his hand and handed the drawing to Director Wang. Because there is no ruler, Lu Qinsong draws sketches, but this does not affect the knowledge of the principles. Director Wang was holding the sketch, and the more he looked at it, the more surprised he became. Director Yang on the side couldn't help it a little, and stepped forward to check it curiously. The result was also shocked by the sketch in front of him. The two watched and discussed for 10 minutes while looking at Lu Qinsong. You kid, it's okay, I really made it for you. Director Yang said. Director Wang also cast approving glances at Lu Qinsong. But after a while, he looked at Director Yang on the side and his expression became a little serious. Director Yang, how do you work? Director Yang looked dumbfounded and turned to look at Director Wang. Director Wang, what's wrong with me? Manager Yang asked. You are embarrassed to ask? Lu Qinsong, you arranged for him in the security department? Don't you know how to use people? What our country needs most now is talents. If you do this, say something lightly, neglect your duty, and say something serious, then that is a crime. Director Wang said. Manager Yang smiled bitterly at this time, and he felt bitter. It was Lu Qinsong who was going to defend the branch himself. What's up with him? P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohwawa for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 46. The bloody Director Yang who was scolded was suffering at this time. When I was about to explain something, I saw Director Wang swiping over with a glance, and swallowing back when the words reached his mouth. Why? I wronged you? You are overkill. If you continue to do this without knowing people, I will find someone to help you. Director Wang said. As soon as these words came out, Director Yang was in a cold sweat. Director Wang was about to retire from his position. He finally got his status today, so naturally he couldn't easily lose it. Director Wang, this matter really didn't injustice me. Lu Qinsong did it by himself. Director Yang said, and then pulled Lu Qinsong. Lu Qinsong wanted to watch the play like this, but seeing Director Yang's pitiful eyes, he had to speak. Leader, it is true that Manager Yang is not to blame for this. I asked for it myself. The security department is relatively free. I like it very much. Director Wang was taken aback and looked at Lu Qinsong with a look of hatred for iron and steel. Aren't you fooling around? Young people must be a little motivated. You have great abilities and great responsibilities. Now when the country is hiring people, how can talents like you live in a place like the security department? The country makes a contribution. Isn't it? I don't know what he thinks. I wanted him to be the director of the workshop, but he refused. He had to go to the security department. Director Yang echoed the road. How can the director of the workshop do? His ability and the small platform of the workshop director are enough for him to play? Let him be in charge of the technical department in the future, and give him the position of deputy technical director. I am ashamed to be a salted fish. Director Wang said. This directly shocked Director Yang and Lu Qinsong. Director Yang was shocked because Lu Qinsong was promoted from section chief to deputy factory director, which is equivalent to 3 consecutive ranks. Moreover, the position of deputy technical director is only 1 level lower than that of the director, which means that Lu Qinsong is now the second in command of the rolling mill. Lu Qinsong was shocked because Director Wang used this method to force his contribution to the country, which is really bloody. No, Director Wang, in fact, I have done a good job in the security department, and I don't think I can be qualified for the position of deputy technical director. Lu Qinsong said. Director Wang was dumbfounded. He had seen many people desperately trying to climb up for so many years. It was the first time I saw this promotion, not to mention he appointed him personally. Lu Qinsong, don't talk nonsense to me. You can't give up the deputy director of technology. After you go back, you can honestly go to the deputy director's office to work. That's the decision. Director Wang said. Seeing Director Wang's breath, Lu Qinsong knew that he couldn't get rid of it, so he agreed. Seeing Lu Qinsong's agreement, Director Wang's mood improved a lot, and he looked at Lu Qinsong with a smile. That's right. But I always think you guys should have other talents. Before Director Wang finished speaking, Lu Qinsong clutched his stomach. Leader, Director Yang, my stomach hurts, I'll go to the toilet. Lu Qinsong didn't care about the two of them speaking, and took out the house in a hurry, leaving Director Yang and Director Wang with a surprised look. After escaping from the house, Lu Qinsong glanced back, and only after seeing no one catching up did he let out a deep sigh. Director Wang's eyesight is too sharp. Fortunately, I run fast. Otherwise, if other abilities are really discovered, I will definitely have to do other tasks. Lu Qinsong said to himself. Lu Qinsong, passing a screening hall on the way to the toilet, glanced inside and found an acquaintance. Hey! Su Daimao, what are you doing? Lu Qinsong said. This sudden throat directly surprised Su Daimao and turned his head to look. The enemy was extremely jealous when they met. Lu Qinsong, why are you here? Su Daimao asked. Hee. Why can't I come? Lu Qinsong said. Su Daimao looked at Lu Qinsong contemptuously. Just you, what do you think you are? You are eligible to come here as soon as you are in the security department. The two talks are full of gunpowder, and they mean to fight if they don't agree with each other. Su Daimao, after all your work, come over and help me. While the two were arguing, Shazhu rushed in. He originally wanted to come and ask Su Daimao to help, but he didn't expect Lu Qinsong to be here. Lu Qinsong? Why is your kid here? Said the silly column. Originally, the idiot had planned to reconcile with Lu Qinsong, but Su Daimao was provoked by Su Daimao on the way with Su Daimao, thinking that it was Lu Qinsong, Qin Jingru and Qin Huiru that lied to him at that time. Lu Qinsong heard that silly Zhu's tone was a little aggressive, but he ignored him. This person can clean up the kitchen without much skill. Silly Zhu, ask him what he is doing. What can he do? It must be Director Yang who called him over to do coolies. What can he do as a security guard? Su Daimao said. Su Daimao, what you said is wrong. Lu Qinsong is a security guard anyway, maybe factory manager Yang asked him to guard the door for the big leader. Said the silly column. Su Daimao and Sha Zhu said each other, constantly mocking Lu Qinsong. Ding! The system releases the task to severely punish Su Daimao and the fool. After completing the task, you can get the task reward, Antique Identification Technology, Oil Ticket 20, and Canned Meat 20. Lu Qinsong sneered at the two people who were like jumping clowns at this time. Su Daimao, it seems that your legs are healed, and your mouth is getting more and more smelly. Would you like me to treat your mouth? Lu Qinsong said. When Su Daimao heard this, he backed away again and again, hiding behind the silly pillar. He knew Lu Qinsong's methods, he did it the first two broken legs. For Lu Qinsong, Su Daimao has long had a psychological shadow. Lu Qinsong saw Su Daimao so persuaded, and turned his gaze on Shazhu again. What are you doing? This is not a yard or a steel mill. Don't mess around, I'm not afraid of you. Although Shazhu said so, his throat kept trembling and his body moved back slightly. Lu Qinsong felt a bit amused when he looked at the silly post. It seems that he has left a big shadow in the hearts of these two people. Whether you two believe it or not, I'm here for dinner anyway. Shazhu, you are a stinky cook, just cook honestly, don't be with some stubborn people all day long. Lu Qinsong said. When silly Zhu heard this, his bad temper suddenly came up. Lu Qinsong, who do you say is the smelly cook? I tell you, he Yuzhu. Today I will make it for anyone and not for you. Lu Qinsong smiled when he heard these words, what he was waiting for was the words of Shazhu. Fool, you said this. Lu Qinsong says. What's wrong with me? I'm stupid. I'm dead today. I was driven out by the big leader and let Director Yang be fired. I won't even cook for you, Lu Qinsong. Shazhu said stiffly. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 47. Shazhu's words are full, but Lu Qinsong doesn't care much. Silly Zhu, since you are so full of words, I can't tell you anything, but I hope you can do what you say. Lu Qinsong left after speaking, and returned to the room after going to the toilet. It was almost time for lunch at this time. Director Wang glanced at his watch and called his secretary. Go and see when the meal will start, it's almost time, don't let the guests wait too long. Director Wang said. The secretary left in response, but Lu Qinsong on the side said strangely. Leader, I'm afraid I won't be able to eat this meal today. The chef is not willing to cook. After hearing this, Director Wang was taken aback, and looked at Director Yang with a puzzled look. After all, Director Yang had found the chef this time. Manager Yang didn't know the reason, so he could only look at Lu Qinsong. Leader, this matter is a bit complicated. To put it simply, this cook has a little conflict with me, and people will not be willing to cook after knowing that I am here. Lu Qinsong said. Director Wang was furious, patted the table and questioned Director Yang. Director Yang, what do you mean? I invited him to cook, not to let him put on airs, what did you do? Manager Yang was frightened and quickly explained. Director Wang, I really don't know about this, it has nothing to do with me. Although Director Yang said so, Director Wang's anger obviously did not decrease. I want to see if this cook has 3 heads and 6 arms, with such a big shelf? Director Wang said. After slamming the door, Director Yang and Lu Qinsong could only keep up. Lu Qinsong and Director Yang followed Director Wang and soon came to the kitchen. Before entering, the voices of Xia Zhu and Su Daimao came from the kitchen. Silly Zhu, you are talking about how Lu Qinsong came back here. He is a security guard. He doesn't know anything except to watch the door. What qualifications do he have to compensate the leader, or does the leader have bad eyesight now? Su Daimao said. It's okay. He is now the chief of the security department, and the celebrity in front of Director Yang. Director Yang and the senior leaders always have a drink to accompany him. He is just a little guy at best. He's cooking, it's a waste of ingredients. I give it to the dog and I don't give it to him. The silly Zhu said angrily, and then gathered up the kitchen utensils and prepared to leave. Silly Zhu, what are you doing? You really don't plan to do it? Su Daimao looked at Silly Zhu in surprise. Silly Zhu cast a glance at Su Daimao. The movement on the hand accelerated instead. What do you think I'm doing? I'm stupid to do what I said. If I don't cook, I can't cook. Is it possible that they can force me? Besides, I told Lu Qinsong, and now I regret it. Where do I put my face? We will go back together later, said the silly column. Su Daimao nodded, praised the silly Zhu for his spine, but in his heart he cursed the silly Zhu for his brain damage. Director Wang outside the door was furious, and Director Yang was pale. Bang! Director Wang kicked open the kitchen door, pointed at the two people inside and yelled. What's the matter with the two of you, saying bad things about your comrades behind your back? What kind of behavior is this? This is a villain behavior. In the war years, you will be traitors. Su Daimao and Shazhe didn't expect Director Wang and others to be outside. Su Daimao's legs trembled in shock and almost fell to the ground. Leader, you made him cheated. He is a security guard. What qualifications does he have to have dinner with you? Said the silly column. Su Daimao was frightened, and silly Zhu was naturally not afraid of being stunned. After listening to Xia Zhu's words, Director Wang was immediately exasperated. He knows how powerful Lu Qinsong is. It can increase the production capacity of the rolling mill by 2 or 3 times and can easily improve the machine. If such a person is a liar, then what kind of talent is really capable? Director Wang sneered, and just wanted to say something, but Lu Qinsong stopped him. Silly Zhu, the time we spend together is not too short, but you don't seem to know me at all. Lu Qinsong said. Understanding? What do you know about you? Why do I want to know you? Aren't you just a security guard? You still have 3 heads and 6 arms, said the silly column. Then he turned his face to one side, unwilling to look at Lu Qinsong and others. The arrogant and rude appearance of Xia Zhu was naturally seen by Director Wang and others, but now that Lu Qinsong has spoken, they are also a little curious about what Lu Qinsong will do next. It looks like you look down on me. Believe it or not, as far as cooking is concerned, I will do better than you, Lu Qinsong said. After Lu Qinsong said this, Xia Zhu looked at Lu Qinsong all at once with a disdain on his face. You can cook as a security guard? Do you know what you need to cook? Do you know the major cuisines in our country? Do you know where the kitchen door opens? Said the silly column. Cooking pays attention to color and flavor, and is divided into the 8 major cuisines of Shandong, Sichuan, Guangdong, Jiangsu, Fujian, Zhejiang, Hunan, and Huizhou. There are also 7 techniques of stir-fry, pan-fried, simmered, fried, cooked, boiled, and stewed. Is that right? Lu Qinsong finished speaking and looked at the fool. Silly column was also shocked. He didn't expect the security guard to really understand. You have nothing to do. Anyone who has been in touch with this aspect a little bit knows that this is not the same as doing things. If you can say it, it doesn't mean you will do it. said the silly column. Lu Kinsong sneered. Fool, what if I can do it and do it better than you? Impossible, if you can really do it, and if you are better than me, I will just quit my job and go home on the spot and stop doing it. After the silly Zhu finished speaking, he resumed his pretentious look before again. Lu Kinsong didn't say much when he saw this, and turned to look at Director Yang, hoping that Director Yang could prove it. Director Yang nodded and agreed. Then Lu Kinsong turned his head to look at Director Wang. Leader, you've seen the situation. Xia Zhu is angry now. The meal made by such a person must be angry, and I have already made a bet with Xia Zhu. I will cook this meal. Lu Kinsong said. Director Wang naturally saw the scene just now clearly. He believed that Lu Kinsong could cook, but he did not believe that the food he made was better than someone who had been a cook for more than 10 years. But looking at Lu Kinsong's confident look, Director Wang had no choice but to agree. Take a swollen face to fill a fat man, and I can't do it then to see what you do. Silly Zhu sneered, waiting to see Lu Kinsong make a fool of himself. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohuahua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 48. In that case, let Lu Kinsong cook this meal and let him show it. Then everyone looked at Lu Kinsong. Lu Kinsong walked to the vegetable table calmly and picked up the kitchen knife. With a slight force in the palm of the hand, the kitchen knife flew up in the hand, and then the knife was lifted and dropped, and a large bone stick was broken. Although it was just a simple act of cutting vegetables, it stunned everyone. You know, the big bone stick is very hard, and it is impossible to chop it off without a certain amount of wrist strength, not to mention Lu Kinsong is still a knife. It's all about effort. It depends on what you do. Xia Zhu mocked with a disdainful look. He knew Lu Kinsong was strong, so he naturally thought that Lu Kinsong was relying on brute force to chop open the big bone stick. Lu Kinsong sneered after hearing this, then picked up a cucumber and cut the end. The kitchen knife was flying horizontally in his hand, but the cucumber didn't move. I can't even cut a cucumber, so I am ashamed to say that I can cook. Su Daimao made a disdainful voice. But the silly post on the side saw a little doorway, silently watching. 1 minute later, Lu Kinsong put down the kitchen knife in his hand, picked up one end of the cucumber, and gently lifted it. The cucumber was picked up like a spring, but each piece was like a tool, and they were all closely connected. Looking at the cucumbers like springs, silly Zhu was stunned. As a cook, he naturally knew how many years of knife work and wrist strength would be required to cut cucumbers like this, which he couldn't do himself. Then Lu Kinsong set fire to cooking. After the operation, the kitchen quickly filled with fragrance, and everyone swallowed uncontrollably. After a tossing meal, it took almost half an hour. As Lu Kinsong turned off the heat and set it on the plate, a dish was brought to the crowd. Come on. Silly Zhu, have a taste. Lu Kinsong said. Xia Zhu frowned. Lu Kinsong's dishes far surpassed him in terms of appearance and fragrance. Picking up the chopsticks, tore a piece of dongpo meat and put it in his mouth. At the moment when dongpo meat entered, there was a peculiar fragrance from Xia Zhu's mouth. After chewing lightly twice, the sauce on the meat spreads to every part of the mouth. The meat is firm and elastic, but it is not the kind of curry that is not cooked. The fat is fat but not greasy, and the lean meat is soft but soft. Don't stuff your teeth. Fatty and lean meat are perfectly matched and complement each other. Xia Zhu couldn't help but ate 2 more bites. When everyone on the side saw this, they couldn't help anymore and picked up the chopsticks one after another. Silly Zhu, how about it, not convinced? Lu Kinsong looked at Silly Zhu playfully. Xia Zhu swallowed the dongpo meat in his mouth with a look of struggle. Although he wanted to say no to it, as a cook and a craftsman, he could only admit defeat in the face of people with better craftsmanship. To be honest, I really don't want to admit defeat, but this dish is indeed much better than what I did. I must admit that, said the silly column. So you have surrendered. Director Wang said. Shazhu nodded, turned around and picked up his bag, and began to pack things up. Silly Zhu, what are you doing? Director Yang watched Silly Zhu pack up his things, with a look of confusion. What can I do? I said before. I quit my job and go home if I lose. Now that I lose, I naturally have to fulfill my promise, said the silly column. Lu Qinsong was taken aback. He didn't expect Xiao Zhu to actually say that he would do it. This made him look at him with admiration. Silly Zhu, since you have conceded, just forget about it. You live by this. What can you do if you don't be a cook? Lu Qinsong said. Silly Zhu, since Lu Qinsong has said so, let this matter go. You just need to apologize to Lu Qinsong. You shouldn't be too mind-blowing. Director Wang said. Director Wang still liked the stupid Pilla's character of doing what he said and doing what he said, so he offered to persuade him. Su Daimao on the side saw that Director Wang said so, in line with the character that always likes to slacken his beard and slap horses, he quickly agreed. Yes, that's Silly Zhu, this is all a misunderstanding, it's nothing, don't you have a problem, let alone the big leaders have spoken, you must give the big leaders a face. After Su Daimao said this, he felt a gaze watching him. Turning his head and looking around, he found that Director Wang was staring at him. There was a bad feeling in my heart. What's going on with you, comrade? It's really bad. You provoked this thing. You said bad things about your comrades, and now you come out to pretend to be a good person. This is a character problem. People who are stupid dare to act. You can only hide. I hate people like you the most. Director Wang turned his head to look at Director Yang after he finished speaking. Director Yang, I now have to doubt your ability to recognize people. You are overkill, loyal and treacherous. You dare to bring such a person. Do you want to do this in the factory? Director Yang was very frightened by these words, and he repeatedly promised that this situation would not happen again in the future. Director Wang only relieved some anger. Okay, forget it this time, next time you bring this kind of person, you don't have to be here, this is the person you brought over, you can handle it yourself, and come to the restaurant to find me when you're done. Director Wang said. Then everyone followed Director Wang towards the restaurant, leaving only Director Yang and Su Daimao in the kitchen. Director Yang looked at Su Daimao in front of him, furious. A kick was on Su Daimao's leg, which was previously interrupted by Lu Qinsong. Su Daimao lay on the ground holding his legs, wailing constantly. But he was very wronged in his heart. Obviously, the idiot was forgiven, why would he be driven out? Director Yang, it is obvious that the fool made a mistake, why did he punish me alone? Su Daimao said. Why do you only punish you alone? Do you have no idea? Because of you, Laozi has been criticized today. I tell you, if Director Wang punishes me, don't think about it. See if I don't kill you. Now, get out of your stuff right away. Manager Yang finished. But Su Daimao's leg hurts terribly now, and he can't even stand firmly. Manager Yang cast a glance at him and called 2 security guards. After a few instructions, the 2 security guards took Su Daimao out. Lu Qinsong, you who killed 1,000 knives were all killed by you. If it weren't for you, how could I lose this opportunity to get in touch with the big leaders? I won't let you go. When Su Daimao finished speaking, he was thrown out of the compound by 2 security guards. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 49. Manager Yang went to the restaurant after dealing with Su Daimao. At this time, people were already seated, and even the idiot was left by Director Wang to pour wine for everyone. Seeing Director Yang came, Director Wang naturally knew that the matter was done, and after a few orders, he let him sit down. Then Director Wang picked up the wine glass and invited everyone to a toast, and everyone toasted. After drinking a glass of wine, Director Wang looked at Shazhu. Fool, Lu Kinsong, you've tasted all these dishes, are you still convinced now? Director Wang said. Leader, I'm really convinced now. Take this Dongpo as an example. Although I can do it, I can't do it to this level. There is also this Mushu meat, which are all great chefs. Level, I will have to study for at least a few more years to achieve this level. Said the silly column. Manager Yang laughed after listening and looked at Lu Kinsong. After pouring himself a glass of wine, he pointed to Lu Kinsong. Comrade Lu Kinsong, not only knows technology, he is also a good person, but he also cooks good dishes and has a broad mind. Now our country lacks such talents, so I propose to offer him another glass. After Director Wang finished speaking, he drank the wine in one cup. Everyone couldn't save Director Wang's face, so they could only do it together. Then Director Wang motioned everyone to sit down and eat. What Director Wang said is right. For so many years in our factory, a good seed like Lu Kinsong has emerged. It is great to not bury him. Director Yang said. After hearing this, Lu Kinsong felt contemptuous in his heart. What does it have to do with Director Yang? Obviously he is awesome. Now he jumped out to say this, as if he knew more about people. But when he looked up, he found that Director Yang was looking at himself with a pleading look. And afterwards, I might have to ask him for help, so I would just betray him. Thinking of this, Lu Kinsong raised his glass. Director Yang is right. Cole Lima is often present, but Bowl is not often present. Although I am not a Cole Lima, Director Yang is indeed my Bowl. I hope that Director Yang will help me a lot in the future. Lu Kinsong finished speaking and ate it. Director Yang was overjoyed. He didn't expect Lu Kinsong not only to give him face, but also to praise him so high. Raised the glass and drank it in one fell swoop. Director Wang looked at the two people in front of him, smiling from ear to ear. As a superior, what he hopes most is to see his subordinates working together in harmony. Since Director Yang is Bowl, I think Lu Kinsong, don't be humble. You are a 1,000-mile horse. Since you are a 1,000-mile horse, you must be equipped with a good stirrup saddle. Do you think it's not right, Director Yang? Director Wang looked at Director Yang and said. Director Yang nodded quickly. Then Director Wang got up and walked behind Lu Kinsong, patted Lu Kinsong on the shoulder and said. Comrade Lu Kinsong is indeed an individual talent. He is a talent. We should reuse it. I have already told Factory Manager Yang that Lu Kinsong will be the Deputy Technical Director of the Red Star Rolling Mill. The name of the factory's first engineer is paid separately, and he has to be rewarded with a car. When Director Wang said this, everyone present, including Lu Kinsong, was shocked. Ordinary people are rewarded with a bicycle at most. But Director Wang never expected a car as soon as he opened his mouth. Lu Kinsong just wanted to stand up and refuse, but was pushed back by Director Wang. Lu Kinsong, I know what you want to say, but you deserve it. You have your own car at the Deputy Director level and above. The Deputy Director Li of your factory has it. You are now the Deputy Director. Naturally there must be, so you don't have to refuse. Lu Kinsong had no choice but to accept it and kept thanking him. After eating a meal for almost an hour and a half, everyone sat in the living room and drank tea after a full meal. Director Yang and Director Wang exchanged work for a while and then they were ready to leave. As soon as he left the house, a small jeep parked in the compound, and then a soldier walked out of the car. The soldier stepped forward to salute Lu Kinsong and Director Yang, and asked who was Lu Kinsong before handing over the car keys and then turning away. Knowing that this was the car Director Wang had promised to give him, Lu Kinsong walked to the car with Director Yang. Lu Kinsong stood in front of the car for a long time, and the manager Yang on the side finally couldn't help asking. Kinsong, why don't you get in the car? You must stay for dinner. Lu Kinsong looked at Director Yang speechlessly. I thought to myself, Lao Zi crossed over, and I still understand the principle of not driving after drinking, which is different from you. But he was not easy to say directly, so he could only find an excuse to say that he could not drive. Director Yang was shocked for a while, then laughed out loud. I'm like you, kid, omnipotent? So you have something that you can't. Although Director Yang ridiculed, he quickly called his driver Xiao Wang and asked Xiao Wang to send Lu Qinsong home. Back at the gate of the compound, Lu Qinsong and Xiao Wang greeted them after they got down, and Xiao Wang turned and left. This scene was naturally seen by everyone in the yard. Whose car is this? Who can buy a car in our compound? The second uncle stared at the jeep not far away with a puzzled look, his eyes full of envy. That person is a bit like Lu Qinsong. The three big masters squinted his eyes and replied. What is an image? That person is Lu Qinsong. This car won't really belong to him. According to the regulations, only the deputy director level can buy it. Is it possible that this kid has been promoted again? The second uncle said. I will know it soon after he comes to ask. The grandfather said. Soon, Lu Qinsong hummed a little song and walked towards the yard, and kept tossing the car key in his hand. The three uncles and everyone in the yard immediately leaned forward to inquire. Lu Qinsong, isn't that jeep outside yours? The third master, the rich slave, was the first to rush forward to ask. Yes, it's mine, what's the matter? Lu Qinsong said. According to the regulations, you can only buy a car at the deputy director level or above. You violate the factory rules. The second uncle Yin and Yang said strangely, he has always wanted to be an official, so he also remembered the factory rules very well. Lu Qinsong looked at the second uncle contemptuously. Second uncle, you remember it really clearly, but what you said is correct, but this car is not bought by me, but given by the big leader. As for why I can have a car? You should be able to guess without me saying come on. Lu Qinsong said. As soon as this was said, everyone was surprised again. Lu Qinsong was promoted on this matter, and he was immediately promoted from the security department chief to the deputy director level. Everyone hurriedly came up to curry favor. Lying in the room, Su Daimao looked at Lu Qinsong, who was surrounded by the crowd, and hated his teeth. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 50. Just when everyone around Lu Qinsong really wanted to confirm again, the fool came back from the outside. Lu Qinsong pushed the crowd away and pulled the silly post in front of him. Dear neighbors, if I was promoted or not, you can ask the fool. He was there at the time and you can let him prove it. Lu Qinsong said. Stupid Zhu was also confused at first, but after everyone said a word, they probably knew what was going on. Everyone, I prove that Lu Qinsong was indeed appointed as the technical deputy director of the rolling mill by the big leader. From now on, he will be the highest position in our yard. I estimate this will be announced in 2 days. Said the silly column. Silly Zhu, look at what you said. Lu Qinsong was already the highest position in our yard when he was the section chief, and now he is the deputy director again. That really means sesame blossoms are steadily high. After the ant had finished speaking, everyone in the yard burst into laughter. After drinking a lot of alcohol at Director Wang's house, Lu Qinsong went back to the house to sleep after sending everyone away. It was about 8 o'clock in the evening when I was awake. Lu Qinsong wanted to go to the kitchen to find something to eat, but when he arrived at the door, he heard the silly column calling him outside his door. He couldn't help but wonder why the silly column came to him. He opened the door, walked to Shazhu, and looked at Shazhu with an unhappy expression. Silly post? Why are you standing in front of my house? Lu Qinsong asked. Shazhu quickly shook his hand, and then bowed deeply to Lu Qinsong. Lu Qinsong, I'm here to apologize to you this time. This time, Su Daimao instigated everything in the big leader's house, and you helped me see the true face of Qin Huiru, otherwise I have to continue to be Qin Huiru. One family makes use of it, so it's just that. I have to thank you very much," said the silly column. Lu Qinsong saw Shazhu sincerely apologize this time, so he stopped saying anything, just patted him on the shoulder. "It's all in the same yard, and you treated my grandma well before. As long as you don't fight against me in the future, I will not blame you for the past." After Lu Qinsong finished speaking, the deaf old lady walked out of the room and shouted in ovation. When Lu Qinsong and Shazhu saw the deaf old lady coming out, they hurriedly went forward to help, sitting on the stone bench in the yard. The deaf old lady looked at Shazhu cheerfully. "Fool, you can come over and make peace with Qinsong. Don't be muddled again in the future," the deaf old lady said. The silly column nodded in agreement. "Grandma, it's so late, and it's windy outside, let me help you into the house," Lu Qinsong said. Then Lu Qinsong and Shazhu helped the deaf old lady into the house. After taking care of the deaf old lady to rest, Shazhu said hello to Lu Qinsong and turned away. Seeing Shazhu leaving, Lu Qinsong knew that there was a high probability that Shazhu would not have trouble with himself anymore. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and severely punishing Su Daimao and Silly Pillar. He has obtained mission rewards: Antique Identification Technology, Oil Ticket *20, and Canned Meat *20. After Silly Zhu entered the room, Lu Qinsong was also going to enter the room to rest. "Brother Qinsong, wait a minute." A voice came from behind Lu Qinsong. Lu Qinsong turned his head and looked at it. It turned out to be He Yushui, the sister of the fool. "Brother Qinsong, I came here to thank you," He Yushui said. Now Lu Qinsong looked dumbfounded. He didn't remember when he helped He Yushui. He Yushui looked at Lu Qinsong with a puzzled look, and quickly explained. "Brother Qinsong, since you came here, my brother has really changed a lot, and the last time I thought you, my brother recognized the true face of Qinhuai as a family, so I am here to thank you specially this time." After He Yushui finished speaking, he bowed deeply to Lu Qinsong. There is no contradiction between Lu Qinsong and He Yushui, and Lu Qinsong still likes He Yushui's polite behavior today. Lu Qinsong hurriedly helped He Yushui. After looking around, he found that He Yushui was still very beautiful. "Rain Shui, the matter between your brother and me is over. As long as he doesn't get muddy in the future, I won't bother him," Lu Qinsong said. He Yushui also said that he would take a good look at the fool in the future. Lu Qinsong nodded in satisfaction after hearing this, and stared at He Yushui closely. "Rain, I remember that you don't have an object yet, can I pursue you?" Lu Qinsong said. "Hey!" He Yushui was taken aback and looked at Lu Qinsong with an incredible expression. "No, Qinsong brother, don't you kid me, didn't they say you are with Qin Jingru?" He Yushui said. "This is different. I don't know who I will marry in the future. Besides, Qin Jing approached me with purpose. How could I like this kind of woman?" Lu Qinsong explained. He Yushui recalled it carefully and found that it seemed to be the case. "You are as simple as Qin Jing, and kind-hearted, and polite. I like a girl like you." Because He Yushui has not yet stepped out of school and has not been in contact with society, he is very simple. After Lu Qinsong's sweet words, he has a good impression of Lu Qinsong. Lu Qinsong put He Yushui in his arms when he saw it. Although He Yushui was very shy, he did not refuse. "I'm now promoted to deputy director. When you graduate from university, you will come to our factory. I will arrange a high-paying and easy job for you. I will definitely be better than others," Lu Qinsong said. This is the case in this era, everything is material, and the old saying goes that poor couples are sad. After thinking about it, He Yushui felt that it would be nice to follow Lu Qinsong. Not only did he have to worry about work, he didn't have to worry about food and drink, but he also had a high status, so he nodded and agreed. Upon seeing this, Lu Qinsong hugged He Yushui tighter. He seemed to feel the change of Lu Qinsong. He Yushui's face turned red, and he dared not look at Lu Qinsong when he lowered his head. The two hugged each other in the yard, but they didn't know that Su Daimao was hiding behind the curtains and looking at them with resentment. Seeing the scene in front of him, Su Daimao turned pale with anger. Lu Qinsong, you scumbag, why do good things fall on you? You robbed me of the limelight. Now I still have 3 women at the same time. These should belong to me. We have never finished this matter. I'm waiting. Su Daimao gritted his teeth and said. The dissatisfaction, resentment, and jealousy towards Lu Qinsong in his heart made him almost lose his mind at this time. P.S. I beg your readers to come to Bohua for encouragement, thank you.